will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
First name Jake, Jake. Last name is Pushnig, Puschnig.
And we're still on direct examination, if I recall correctly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Detective Pushnig, I have Exhibit 238 on the screen. This is where we left off yesterday, roughly, correct?
That is correct.
And just remind us, what is the date and time on the video right now?
April 1st, 2024 at 9:02 p.m.
And we were picking up as Sade and the defendant were leaving Dukes, right?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to play from that timestamp and I'd put it into fast forward a little here. Give that to Jason. We're going to pass the notes to him today. And right now at 9:02:32, what does it appear Sade is doing?
She's hugging the other female.
Does it look like they're looking at a phone?
Yes.
Speeding up. They hug again?
Yes.
Paused it at 9:03:20. By this time, they're out towards the exit, right?
They're walking towards the exit. That's correct.
And we watched the video clip yesterday of them leaving, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I want to just go to one more camera angle. This is going to be camera number 16. Okay, this angle, describe what it is.
This is the opposite view of what we just watched. This is showing the other way. It shows the table which they played beer pong on, and then it shows Maxwell and Sade Robinson sitting down.
And I'm circling the two of them.
That is correct.
Over here where my mouse is, just off camera, that would be the entry and exit door?
Yes.
Okay, and then this would be that music jukebox that they were at earlier, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna advance this video. Playing from 7:27:08 p.m. This is the time Sade takes her jacket off, correct?
Yes.
And are you kind of able to see a little more clearly her sweatshirt that she's wearing underneath?
You are.
Is there a little pattern to it?
There is.
Paused at 7:27:25. Advancing to 7:29:52. You're able to see her right sleeve?
Yes, the right sleeve has a pattern on it.
I'll zoom in slightly. All right, right there you can see it's sort of a cable knit pattern on her sleeve.
Yes, her right sleeve. You can see the pattern.
Showing you 239. Is that a screenshot from this video here?
It is.
Move 239 in.
Any objection?
No.
239 is received.
All right, and on this screenshot, you can see the cable knit pattern on her right sleeve, correct?
That is correct.
And she's got these light blue jeans, and the sweatshirt kind of goes sort of midway down her torso, right?
Yes.
So to recap, detective, they arrive at roughly 6:36, right?
So they arrive inside Duke's at 6:36.
They park on Water Street at 6:33.
6:33, they park on Water Street, correct?
And what time do they leave?
They leave at 9:03, and the vehicle travels around 9:04, 9:05.
Okay, northbound on Water Street.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Cross?
Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So I just want to kind of go over some of the investigation you did. One of your roles was get that pole camera, correct?
Correct.
And you said that those are kind of stationed around the city, kind of near like where lots of people are walking to kind of be able to survey things, correct?
Yes.
But you're not watching that like as it's happening live. That's just recorded, then you're able to go back and watch it, right?
Correct.
Just in case like there's something of note that you want to go back and review, correct?
Correct. But other officers at the Fusion Division can watch it live.
Okay. And so you testified that they arrived on Water Street in the vehicle around 6:34, correct?
6:33, 6:34, correct.
Okay. And that's Sade's driving her car and she parks and then they walk to Duke's, right?
Correct.
And Sade's driving, right?
Sade is driving, that is correct.
And then Max Anderson is in the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, he's the front passenger.
And we see that they park, like right where they park, they're parked right behind like a kind of a security vehicle.
Originally they are, and then the security vehicle then pulls off and they pull forward, Sade pulls forward a little bit.
Okay, and then they both get out of the vehicle and then they walk together to Duke's, right?
Yes.
And when they're walking there, you don't observe like Max like looking around or anything, right?
No, he's not.
They just look like they're casually walking, correct?
Correct.
And just looks like two normal people walking in one direction to Duke's where they ultimately enter, right?
That is correct.
And then Max enters the bar first, correct?
Yes.
And then a little while later, Sade walks in and sits right next to Max, right?
She's escorted by the security guard about 10 seconds later and sits next to Max.
Okay, and when Max, enters and he's sitting with Sade, it appears that he's talking to this bartender, correct?
That is correct.
And she serves him a drink and then serves Sade a drink, right?
Yes.
And you testified something about like they're playing like a dice game, right?
Yes.
And are you familiar with bar dice?
A little bit, but I don't play.
Okay.
I know that if you lose, you have to buy drinks.
Yeah, so usually the loser of bar dice has to buy the drinks or the shots or the bombs, whatever they're doing.
Yes.
And, in your experience, you know that people who are typically regulars at bars are the ones who are playing bar dice, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So, based on what you kind of reviewed, it seemed like Max was familiar with this bar.
Yes.
And it looked like the people who were there were familiar with him, right?
Yes.
And when we're watching that surveillance, we saw that, Max takes off his jacket, right?
Correct?
And Sade takes off her jacket, right?
Yes.
And, they sit there and they talk for a while, right?
They do.
And they're kind of on each other's phones. They're showing each other their phones, right?
Yes.
We don't know what they're showing, but we can tell that they're kind of passing the phone, or at least Max is passing his phone to her and she's looking at it, right?
Correct.
And during this, while they're talking, you don't see anything concerning about the way that they're conversing with each other, right?
No.
They're not like fighting.
No, they're not.
They're not arguing.
They're not.
It doesn't look like there's any forceful touching or anything like that, right?
You're right about that.
Yeah, and there's nothing nefarious whatsoever about their date at Duke's, right?
Correct.
And at some point, we see Max leave the bar. Not necessarily leave, but he stands outside and you see he's smoking a cigarette, right?
Yes.
And at that point, Sade just remains at the bar, right?
She's either at the bar or she's playing beer pong. I don't recall which one.
Okay, so they're drinking at the bar for a while, and then like another couple comes in, and they kind of all are just hanging out, right?
Yes.
And that's when they ultimately start playing beer pong.
Yes,
They're all playing it together, right?
correct.
It looks like Sade and Max are partners.
Yes,
And that's how beer pong works. Two partners on one side, two partners on the other side, right?
yes,
And when Max leaves to go smoke a cigarette, we don't see Sade leave the bar, correct? She stays inside.
she does.
And she stays continuing to talk to this other couple. I don't know if it's an actual couple, but these two other people, right?
Yes, the two other individuals.
And they're at that bar for about 2 hours.
Yep,
Something, that's not an exact number, but about 2 hours.
over 2 hours.
And we saw that they hug this couple goodbye and then they leave together, right?
Yes,
And we see them walking out of the bar together,
yes, they are.
kind of walking right next to each other.
Yes, and I think that Max puts his arm around her.
And when they're inside the bar, someone even gives, Max a high five, right?
Yes,
And you said that Max puts his arm around Sade,
correct.
and she doesn't seem to push him off, correct?
No,
And they just seem like, they had a happy date at the bar, right?
yes,
And then when they approach Sade's car, we see her unlock the car, right?
correct.
And she gets in right away.
She gets in the driver's seat right away.
And then we see Max kind of sitting on the passenger side, and then maybe for a couple seconds, and then he enters, right?
Yes, Max then enters the front passenger side.
Okay, and so obviously Sade would have had to unlock that car for Max to get inside, right?
That is correct.
And then they just drive off, and then, they leave the area of the surveillance so you can't see the car anymore, correct?
Yes, they drive northbound on Water Street.
Okay, and and you testified that they were all playing beer pong together, right?
Correct.
They look like they're having fun,
Yes,
and Sade's using her phone. And I think I heard testimony that she's potentially using Snapchat.
she's taking a photo of something. Correct.
Okay, and do you know how Snapchat works?
I do. If you take a photo, if you post it on Snapchat, it stays for about 24 hours, and you can upload it to your story.
Okay, and then that's almost a way to communicate with people, right? Sometimes you can show people where you are, right?
Correct.
You can have with these pictures you take, like if you take a picture of this courtroom, sometimes the filter or the geotag location will say exactly where you are.
Yes.
And sometimes you can also have emojis or something, like a theme. I don't use Snapchat, but I kind of understand how it works.
You're right about that.
Okay. And then they get in the car and they leave, right?
Yes.
And there's nothing nefarious or strange about the way that they entered the bar, the way that they exited the bar.
You're correct.
You didn't see any pushing.
I did not.
You didn't see any arguing.
No, I did not.
You just saw two people casually walking into a bar, hanging out at a bar, and then leaving a bar.
That is correct.
I have nothing further.
State.
To your knowledge, is that the last time ever that Sade Robinson is seen in public on video?
Yes.
Would that suggest to you that something nefarious has occurred afterwards?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Defense.
No.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Spittlemeister.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Nathan, Nathan, Spittlemeister, Spittlemeister.
Detective, I want to jump right into it. Did you assist in recovering video from the Milwaukee School of Engineering related to Sade Robinson's vehicle leaving the area of Dukes on Water?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 286. You got a number of clips that depicted the car leaving the area.
I did.
I have Exhibit 39 on the screen right now. We're looking at one of the Life 360 maps. This map suggests that her phone traveled westbound, consistent with going on McKinley, and then would have gotten on the interstate, go southbound on the interstate, correct?
Correct.
And it goes all the way to what would be the Holt Avenue exit, which turns into Morgan to the west here, and then travels to the area of Mr. Anderson's residence, correct?
Correct.
Does not appear from this screenshot there were any intervening stops, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does the video that you recovered from MSOE show that, in fact, Ms. Robinson's car went northbound on Water, turned westbound on McKinley, just like this screenshot would show?
Yes.
I'm going to play clip number 6 on Exhibit 286. What are we looking at?
What we have is a video taken from MSOE in a parking lot that is north of Juneau and south of Knapp Street, just west of Water Street. Knapp turns into McKinley Avenue, which goes to an off-ramp. That is the road that is directly in front of the buildings, and it is a north-south road. On the right side, where you see the 2 stopped vehicles, is facing northbound.
Okay, and Dukes on Water would be right where I'm circling here?
That's correct.
And what are we going to see in this clip?
What we're going to see is her vehicle making a left turn from Water Street and then turning on to Knapp Street / McKinley Avenue.
Okay, Knapp Street, if the car had turned right, it goes on to Knapp Street, but over here it's going to turn left, right?
Correct.
And that's McKinley.
Correct.
All right, playing this clip. And I'm move 286 into evidence.
No objection.
It's received.
Playing this clip. So we're going to see the car come in from left to right?
Correct.
Is this the car right here?
Yes, that is her vehicle pulling up behind the other vehicle that is stopped in the left turn lane.
Speeding up. Rainy night, right, Detective?
Yes.
All right, now what's happening?
The vehicle is now making a left turn onto McKinley Avenue.
And that would take you right to the freeway entrance to go southbound on I-4394?
That's correct.
And then one more clip, clip 7. We're looking up in the upper right here, correct, Detective?
That's correct.
And is this just showing that turn?
It is.
Getting to the freeway from that location, that would be the most logical place to get on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
State calls Tim Sluga.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Tim Sluga, Timsluga.
Mr. Sluga, are you associated with Dukes on Water?
Yes.
How so?
Managing partner.
When did you become managing partner?
April 1st of 2024.
That day was an opening for you?
Yeah, essentially they handed it over to us.
Do you know someone named Maxwell Anderson?
Yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
How did you know him?
I had been a patron of that bar for 20 years before we took it over, and I was familiar with him from the location.
In a work capacity or somebody who was there socializing?
More of a social thing.
Did you know his name?
I did not.
Okay. But you knew his face?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you describe where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
Blue shirt, similar to mine, white t-shirt under it, sitting just right over there at the other table.
I'd ask for the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
Any objection?
No.
The record will so reflect.
Did you see him on April 1st, 2024 at Duke's?
Yes.
What was he doing?
He had come in with a date, and he congratulated us on the purchase. And then afterwards, I was kind of busy. I just remember they were playing beer pong for a little bit.
Do you know approximately how long they stayed?
I don't.
Did you observe anything unusual?
No.
I have nothing further.
Cross.
Yes, just briefly. Good morning. So you said you took over Dukes on Water basically the same day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you remember seeing Mr. Anderson at the bar, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen him before, but you didn't know his name.
No.
That's probably pretty common, you know, when you go to bars a lot, you see the same regular crowd, sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds of times. You don't always catch their name, right?
Yes.
But it's someone you recognize.
Yes.
And someone you've seen inside the bar before.
Yes.
You weren't close friends, but at least you recognized him, right?
Yes.
And he even knew that you had just purchased the bar, so he congratulated you on the purchase, right?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't notice anything odd about the date Maxwell was on, right?
No.
You didn't remember any fighting,
No.
any arguing, nothing out of the ordinary whatsoever.
No.
Just two people on a normal date.
Yes.
Nothing further.
State. Anything further, State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. State.
I think I need to check the hallway.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
No worries. Get your steps in.
Recall Detective Donner.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne Donner, Joanne, Joann, Donner, Donner.
Detective, you've been in the courtroom the entire trial, and you've kind of heard us, you heard the testimony about the arrest of Maxwell Anderson on April 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you were the first on scene at Warnemont Park when the leg was found on the evening of April 2nd?
Correct.
On April 4th, there was testimony from Detective Galat that there were detectives at Maxwell Anderson's residence at the time of his arrest already, correct?
That's correct.
And what was the residence address again?
3161 South 39th Street.
He was arrested how many blocks away from there?
Approximately a block and a half. It's basically one block over roughly the same distance on the block.
On April 4th, 2024, did you apply for a search warrant to search Maxwell Anderson's residence?
I did.
Can you describe to the jury what had all been known to you, to law enforcement, between April 2nd and April 4th that caused you to apply for that search warrant?
By that
Objection,
time,
hearsay.
It's all information we've already heard. And it's for the effect on the witness, why she did what she did, why they went into his
If you're
house.
offering
that
it for the effect on the listener, then it's excluded as hearsay and it's admissible, so you can answer the question.
Thank you.
by the time that we got to April 4th, we had the information regarding Sade's Life 360. So we were able to track her movements and obtain the video from Twisted Fisherman and also Duke's. So that way we knew that she was with Maxwell Anderson, and he was essentially the last person that we knew that she was with. With that information, I applied for the search warrant and was granted.
Okay, and then, so were you executing the search warrant before or after the arrest of Mr. Anderson?
Due to the nature of the crime, we opted to utilize our SWAT team, and they were quite literally en route to his house to execute the search warrant, as Mr. Anderson was also driving to his house. Hence the reason they opted to make the traffic stop, so we didn't have any type of a confrontation at the residence. By
April 4th, had you and your department made contact with members of Sade Robinson's family and friends?
Yes, we did.
Had you heard from anybody who had seen or heard from Sade Robinson since she was at Duke's on Monday night, or excuse me, the night of April 1st?
No.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Celeste, what exhibit number are we at?
I think you guys were starting at 800.
805.
Mark 805?
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is that working? Testing 1, 2, 3. Good morning.
Morning.
Showing you defense exhibit 805. I'm going to show you exhibit 805 and ask if you recognize us.
Turn it back on.
Testing 1, 2. Exhibit 805 and ask if you recognize us.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It
Object
is,
for foundation. Ask for a little more foundation to be laid.
Look at the foundation. Go further.
Why do you recognize that?
it is part of the state crime lab's photos that were given to us regarding the search of Sade's vehicle.
The car that was, when you say Sade's vehicle, you mean the one that was lit on fire, right?
That's correct.
And that photo was provided as part of the state crime lab work in the case?
Yes.
And as obviously we just heard that you were the first detective at the scene of Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
You were also at the scene of the search of Max's home.
For a very brief time, yes.
And you've been here in court throughout the trial, obviously.
Yes.
And what is this picture? What is it? You said, what is it depicting?
It's a Bic lighter.
And it was recovered from where?
Per the note that's written on it, it's rear driver footwell.
Okay. Permission, move that in evidence.
I'm not objecting.
It's received.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
And I'm just publishing exhibit 805 right here. Is this what you were just looking at?
It is.
And this is the Bic lighter that was recovered from Sade's car and then photographed and logged into evidence.
Correct.
Now, you talked about a search warrant that was done at the Anderson residence, and I think you just said you were there for a brief period of time.
Correct. I had other detectives execute the actual search warrant.
Right. You said you had a SWAT team.
They make the initial entrance, and then detectives come in for the search.
And a search warrant is something that is authorized by a judge, right?
That's correct.
Meaning that you provide information to the judge and they grant law enforcement permission to search the house.
That's correct.
And the whole, in this case, this was a warrant that was not one where you would give the person a heads up that, hey, we're executing a warrant on your house.
That's correct.
I don't know if any warrant would ever be that way, would it?
Would defeat the purpose.
Right. You never give a person a heads up, law enforcement's going to get a warrant.
Correct.
There's some warrants where you have to do what's called a knock and announce, aren't there?
Correct.
And then other warrants where you have permission just to go right in without any announcement.
Correct.
Which one was this?
This was a knock and announce. Our department only does knock and announce.
Okay, so hence you would have to knock and say, what would you have to say?
Generally, they'll yell out that it's the sheriff's department search warrant.
Okay. Were you present when law enforcement knocked and entered the house?
I was not.
Okay. That's all.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective.
I'm going to call Deputy Hobie Love.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Is going to be Detective Hobie, H-O-B-E, Love, L-O-V-E.
You're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Say a little over a year and a half.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
For approximately 4.5 years.
On April 18th, 2024, were you working?
Yes.
And did you respond to the area of 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Why did you respond there?
April 18th, it would have been for, I believe it would have been for the gloves.
Okay. In South Milwaukee, you were there with Detective Jarozinski.
Yes, I'm sorry. In that response, and
I couldn't hear you.
Detective Jarozinski.
yes, I'm sorry. That morning, I would have responded to that park because of a citizen calling in for the findings of for human remains.
I'm going to show you a photo which was a medical examiner photo previously marked and admitted as 430. Is that the human remains that you found at that park?
It is.
Did it appear to you that that torso had washed ashore at that location?
It did.
On April 9th, 2024, were you called to the area of Warnemont Park?
I was.
Are you aware of who summoned the sheriff's office to that scene? Was it some other law enforcement, or was it a civilian?
It would have been a civilian by the name of Joseph Gardner.
For the record, that's Gagner. What information were you given from dispatch when you responded to that location?
That Mr. Gagner was walking along the shore, spotted a couple pairs of latex gloves that had appeared to be specks of blood on them.
At this time, April 9th, this was a whole week after Miss Robinson's leg had been found at Warnemont Park, correct?
Yes.
And was essentially your department following up on any information that was coming through tip lines, calls for service, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And this is one of the things that you were specifically assigned to follow up on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 459 through 463. 459. What is it?
Looks to be an overview of Warnemont Park, more specifically to the water pump.
I'm going to move 459 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
And then why don't you tell us, in summary, what are the next 4 things? Are those photos?
Yes, the next photos would be photos that were taken by Deputy Christopher Ogwin. And these are the photos of the gloves that the citizen Joseph Gagner found.
Are they covered in blood?
Yes, there does appear to be specks of blood on them, yes.
Specks, or are they covered?
They are, I see blood on them.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to move those exhibits in and ask to publish those as well.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to give you, I think it's this microphone here.
I think so.
I'm going to have you stand up, and if you would, come to the TV screen. Let me zoom out slightly. Okay, so to orient us, Detective, this road over here, it kind of goes off the map. This is Sheridan Drive.
Yes, it is.
And this would be Pulaski, and then the Pump House Road that goes down to the Warnemont Pump House, correct?
Yes, it is.
Miss Robinson's leg was found where in relation to this map?
So Robinson's leg would have been found just to the north of the water pump, so within this area.
Okay, so on the north side of the pump house.
Yes.
And where were you when you were called out to these gloves?
So myself, along with Detective Todd Rosenstein, would have parked here, just at the gate, just to start. So there is a gate, I believe, like right up here. We would have been parked, and then we would have taken this walk path down, which is a very steep hill, down to the pump house, and then we would have walked south. So from the pump house to where we recovered the gloves would have been approximately a quarter of a mile.
Okay, you specifically pointed that you walked in front of this pump house, right, on the north side of it?
Yes.
There's a camera right there, right?
Yes,
Okay.
there is actually 3 cameras.
And is that how you get to the path to get down there?
Yes.
And where is that path?
So this path, again, we would have traveled down the steep hill, walked around the pump house, and then walked through this little narrow way here. There are some rocks that we would have had to get over here and then continue to walk down.
You would have been captured on camera doing that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And describe what kind of trail this path is here.
It's a very narrow trail, and it's more rocky. You can walk it straight. It's until you get to like the bottom here, where there's larger rocks that you gotta just climb over.
Would you characterize it as easy to get down or hard?
I'll say a little harder, especially just taking that path. I actually wouldn't say hard. This part you can easily get through until you get to these rocks, and then you have to climb over.
Is there any other way to get down there?
No. And actually more recently, last week, I did take a walk down here. Even if, like, I couldn't find a way to get down through this path from here, like climbing over and then these rocks without getting wet, you'll have to get down there through this way.
So you couldn't go, basically this right here is a retaining wall, right?
Yes.
And would it really be feasible for one to like go around the retaining wall into the lake?
No, not without getting wet.
So when you went there on April 9th, there was only one realistic way for you to get down to where these gloves were, and that was to walk right in front of the pump house cameras.
Yes.
And down a steep, thin path.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put up Exhibit 460 here. Is this photograph, orient us, please.
So yes, this photograph is essentially, it shows the pump house here. It shows like part of the path that you have to like take, and these are the rocks that I was describing as the larger rocks that you have to kind of climb over and then just walk this path all the way over.
And is this the location where the latex gloves were found?
It is.
How far away from the pump house was this?
I measured it to be 1/4 mile.
There's no way to get down there from the cliff to the left unless you jumped?
Yeah, unless you jumped. And again, more recently, as of last week, actually went out there, and the cliff is bluff, so it's like all muddy and it's wet. Even if you had on like boots, at some point you would fall down that cliff.
All right, I'm going to show you 462. Is that one the gloves you found?
That is.
All right. 461. One of the gloves?
Yes.
And do you see a little blood?
I do.
Okay, where?
You can see, so all of this would be blood.
463. Any blood?
Yes, and then blood would be here.
All right. They're not completely covered in blood, are they?
No.
Would one be able to toss a pair of those gloves off the top of the cliff and get them to the point where you found them?
You're able to lay a foundation?
Have you tried to throw a pair of gloves off the top of the cliff to see if you could get them to where these gloves were found?
I did.
And how did that go?
Last Wednesday, I took a partner of mine with me. We actually went here. I had my partner, Detective Andrew Sullivan, stay up top, and then I went down the same path as I did on April 9th. I went 1/4 mile in, and then I had Detective Andrew Sullivan go 1/4 mile in up top and actually take 3 gloves. So the first two that we found, then the other glove that we found. So I took a total of 3 gloves, and I had him meet me 1/4 mile in up top and then throw him down.
What happened?
As he threw him down, it was windy that day. Even with the wind, he threw the first pair down, and with the wind, it stayed kind of floating in the air, and then it eventually just drifted down like the cliff, but it didn't get anywhere near me.
Okay. Was it basically a laughable experiment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 455 here. You can have a seat, actually. What's 455?
This is the evidence bag containing the latex gloves that were found.
And there's a crime lab sticker on there as well?
It is.
And are your markings on there from inventorying those gloves?
It is.
And move 455 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
455 is received.
Nothing else.
Ross?
Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So I want to talk about April 9th. That's when you went, that's when you received a call, maybe not you personally, but you know, your office got called from a Joseph Gagner about a pair of gloves that were found, correct?
Yes.
And then you went to the beach the same day that call came in, correct?
Yes.
About how long after?
That call would have came in a little after 5. Myself and my partner, Detective Todd Rosenstein, would have went and made it there a little after 6 p.m.
Okay, and they called and said that they had found a pair of gloves with blood on them at this beach, right?
Yes.
And then you testified this was about 1/4 mile south of the water pump?
Yes.
So when we're talking about the geographics here, the human leg was found north of the water pump, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember how many gloves in total you found in this area, at the south of the water pump?
Yes, there would have been a total of 3 gloves. So the first 2 pair would have been 1/4 mile in, and then there was 1 pair of gloves that were approximately 5 feet from the first pair.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 463. All right, and so this area where we're seeing right here, that's some of the blood you found, correct?
Yes.
And this was the condition that you saw them in when you arrived, right?
Yes.
And this is this one of the gloves that was part of the pair, or was this part of the third glove?
That, I believe, would have been part of the pair.
Okay. And then I'm showing you Exhibit 461. And these markings here, that's where you saw the blood, correct?
Yes.
And before I forget, you collected these into evidence, and that's what's in the evidence bag, right?
Yes.
And you sent it to the crime lab for testing?
Yes.
And because you wanted to determine where this blood came from?
Yes.
And the reason you came to this scene, this is all related to the disappearance of Sade Robinson, correct?
Yes, it would have
And
been
you thought-
following up.
Sorry. And then you thought these gloves could be relevant, so that's why you went there, right?
Yes.
And that's why you collected them, correct?
Yes.
And you collected these, I mean, you're aware of how to collect evidence as a detective, correct?
Yes.
And it's very important to make sure that you do it correctly so evidence isn't tainted, right?
Yes.
So typically and you were trained on all of this, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's why you're a detective now, right?
Yes.
And so when you're collecting them, you use your own gloves, right?
Yes.
Like surgical gloves, right?
Yes.
Because you're aware that you don't want your DNA to be transferred, or you don't want to get DNA onto your hands, right?
That's correct.
Because we need the pieces of evidence to be in pristine condition, the condition you found them, right?
Yes.
And then showing you 462. And this is the condition of the gloves that you found them, right?
Yes.
Showing 460. And this is the area of the beach where they were, right?
Yes.
And that's right up here, that's the water pump?
Yes, it is.
And then from the water pump here, it's all Lake Michigan, just kind of rides south.
Yes.
And we can see the wave of Lake Michigan, and it's kind of showing the current traveling south, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether this Mr. Gagner, had he manipulated the gloves at all before you arrived?
I do recall Mr. Gagner telling the deputies that arrived first that he did not touch the gloves with his physical hand. However, he did poke it with a stick.
Okay, he poked it with a stick but never touched it with his hands, correct?
Yes.
And while you were down on the beach, did you see any other people down there?
Outside of the deputies and Mr. Gagner, no.
So I'm talking about down on the beach where you found the gloves. You didn't see anyone else?
No.
And when you went there, you said that you went back at a later date to do this kind of glove experiment, correct?
Yes, specifically last week, Wednesday.
So that was last week, Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anyone on the beach down there when you went there?
I did not.
And did you write a report about that experiment?
I did not.
Did you capture it on video?
I did not.
What were the conditions? You said it was windy, right?
It was a little wind, yes.
What was the mile per hour?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it raining or was it sunny?
It was sunny.
Okay. And you're aware the day the leg was found, it was a rainy day, correct?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And you said when you stood at the top of the bluff and you just kind of threw these gloves.
Yeah, so I would have been, down here within this area, a quarter of a mile in. And then my partner, Detective Andrew Sullivan, would have been up top a quarter of a mile in, and he threw the gloves.
Okay, so your partner's throwing the gloves from the top, you're down on the beach.
Yes.
And when he threw the gloves, they would just land somewhere on the bluff?
Yeah, they, because of the wind, they kind of floated in the air a little bit, and then they just dropped. And it would have been closer to the bluff. It didn't make it anywhere near me.
Okay, and you've been to this area, correct?
Yes.
Obviously through your investigation, right?
Yes.
And you've seen that, and you can look at the cliff, and it looks like there's a lot of erosion occurring, correct?
Yeah, it's muddy, kind of rocky.
And anytime it rains, rains hard, rains soft, the cliff erodes a little bit more.
Yeah.
And so rocks and things fall from the middle of the cliff, and they continue to go down.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
State?
You have no idea how long those gloves were out there or how they got there, right?
I do not.
Nothing else.
Defense?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
Judge, this might be the appropriate time to take a brief recess since I believe the next witness will be time consuming.
Okay.
Or we can start.
Take a few-minute break, quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back. How's that? Okay, just leave your notebooks on your chairs, please. Anything to address on the record before we break?
No, Your Honor. No.
Defense? Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. If you're joining us or you're tuned in to the live stream, you can see that the court has taken an unusually early recess today. It sounds like they've got some testimony coming up that's going to be fairly time consuming, so the state asked to take this early break. And of course, you can imagine things like this happen when you're talking about a live production like the Wisconsin Live Desk. Our computers decided to go through a Windows update right about that same time. So I'm just getting here to you now. But we want to prepare you. At any moment, they could be coming back on the record, so we'll take you back out to the Milwaukee County Safety Building for the rest of the morning testimony. So far today, we started with Milwaukee Police Detective Gene Pushing, who was on the stand yesterday afternoon when they broke for the day. And we saw more surveillance from inside Duke's on Water. That was the second bar that Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson went to together on the night of April 1st. And we saw extensive video, I mean, right down to how many drinks they were served and what they were doing. One of the things this morning, though, that Detective Pushing noted was from an aerial view, a top-down camera view. They looked at the sweater that Sade Robinson was wearing and pointed out, particularly on the right sleeve, that you could see a textured pattern, a very particular textured pattern. And I believe they called attention to that because they want to match what she's wearing in that to the clothing that was found in the back of her car that had been set on fire. I'm hearing that Maxwell Anderson is back in court now, and the case is coming back on the record. So it looks like we're going to be heading back out there very shortly. I'll bring it up so you can see the clock on the wall. They haven't brought the camera around just yet. We've also heard from Tim Sluga, the owner of Duke's on Water, who said Maxwell Anderson was a regular and had been for some time. Tim Sluga had just purchased it, literally, I believe, the day of this incident. Joanne Donner, detective, recalled for about the fourth time. She was called to talk a little bit about the search warrant that was executed on the South 39th Street home. And Hobie Love, a detective, was on the stand to talk about bloody gloves that were found in South Milwaukee. We're going to send you back out now to the Milwaukee County Safety Building for the next round of testimony here in the morning.
Discussed this with the state this morning, is that there was women's clothing items, excuse me, hidden behind, between basement, excuse me, women's clothing items hidden between basement support beams and block foundation, underwear, bra, leggings, women's clothing hidden inside basement support beams, underwear, string, women's blouse, women's clothing item in a Crown Royale bag, Crown Royale bag with a Wisconsin identification card for someone named Eva Escamilla.
Want to spell that?
Escamill. There's some writings, but the state isn't getting into the writings. We don't need to address that. We already have an agreement on that. And there's also an agreement that with respect to a lot of the, well, let's just address this issue first. I think that it's irrelevant to get into women's clothing and another woman's identification card that's there.
State.
I think it goes towards the completeness and thoroughness of the search that happened. The jury's already heard that the defendant frequently had people over. So I don't think it's surprising that there would be articles of clothing that are likely not Mr. Anderson's found in the basement. I'm not going to go into specific photographs of each of those items, simply testimony about them. There might be photographs that are overviews of areas where those items were found, but there's not photos of them specifically. It is what the evidence is, and I intended on going into it.
Explain to me items found in support beams.
So in the basement, in the rafters, there were articles of female clothing found concealed or hidden in those areas.
Right.
So I'm sure in cross-examination, it could be gone into, do you know whose clothing that is? Do you know who put it there? Do you know if the downstairs tenant put it there? Because this is in the common area, correct, in the basement?
It's in the basement, correct?
And it's already been identified that the basement was jointly used by the defendant as well as Pete Warbington. I have that name pronounced right.
Just the risk with it is that they draw the conclusion that there's some other missing woman or some other inference they draw that he's involved in another disappearance. And I know I can cross on it, but then I'm drawing more attention to hidden items, and it's a very odd fact. It's not connected to the victim in this case. It is clearly nobody's going to say her clothes. There's no indication of that. I just think the way what the jury could end up doing with that, especially because it's underwear, bra, leggings, blouse.
So going through my notes from the trial so far, I know that in the trunk of the vehicle, there was recovered the shoes, the pants. What was missing was a brassiere and the white top, if my notes are accurate.
Correct.
Is there any indication that any of this clothing items could have been part and parcel of those missing items?
Those clothing items were not identified as Sade's missing items.
Okay. So relative to this, you're offering it solely for the basis to show that it was a thorough search. So saying that, are you introducing evidence of all of the items that were located during the search? And if not, then why is it relevant to your production of your case? Just want me to phrase that differently?
All of the items, meaning everything in the house.
Well, meaning you're saying that I want to show thoroughness of the case, and so that's why I want to go into that. And I understand that. But then the counter would be, so in order to show thoroughness, are you going through everything that they observed or tagged in the house? And if not, then why is it relevant, these items?
I believe that we're showing most of the items that were found in the house. I mean, the photographs depict items that were located throughout the house. The jury will get a very clear idea of what was inside the house and how Mr. Anderson was living in terms of what was inside the house. So, I mean, this was the evidence that was found. These are items not necessarily that they even took, but it was part of what they located during the search.
The evidence that's already been introduced has included photos of the basement that's already been put into evidence. The items that you're referring to now, are those visible in those photos already?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to go through those photos specifically.
Well, and if it was already introduced in the photos that have been presented to the jury, then I think it's important potentially for the state to comment on what was found there so that they don't do their own investigation and look at the pictures and say, what was that? Why did nobody address that? Because jurors, I find, are quite smart and they do look at items quite closely. Of course, there's always the counter on cross relative to who had access, where did it come from, who put it there, all of those questions nobody has an answer to, I assume.
And so I think to allay the concern, one option would be for the state to simply say that there was miscellaneous clothes. We don't have to point out that it was women's clothes or get into a discussion about it being a brassiere and underwear stuffed in the basement support beams hidden behind the block foundation. Could just say that we searched the basement, we looked, whatever they'll say about we looked behind the walls or we looked throughout the basement, we found clothing, miscellaneous clothing. Did any of it have any connection to the victim? No. We leave it at that.
You know, there is the potential for great prejudice to be placed on the defense if the jury goes to the conclusion that women's clothing secreted in the support beams could tie to other unknown victims. And we're clearly not here about other unknown victims. We're here about what happened to Sade Robinson. So in order to reach a balancing, looking at it, is the evidence relevant? For relevance, for thoroughness of the search, I think that it is allowable for the state to say what was recovered in the basement, it was miscellaneous clothing. when I do a balancing under 90403 as to prejudice versus probative value, looking at the state wanting to introduce it solely for the basis of probative, of showing the thoroughness of the search, the prejudice would be, will the jury infer that there are other unknown victims? And that's a great concern. So doing the balancing, how I'm going to allow the state to introduce it is to indicate that a search was conducted of the basement and that miscellaneous clothing was recovered in the basement area of the dwelling. I think that leaving it at that allows you to go into the fact that the search was thorough, but it balances that prejudicial effect on the defense.
I would just note that law enforcement was trying to rule out that clothing at that point when they were executing the search warrant. They didn't know what clothing was found in the car yet. So to the extent that they did analyze it to make sure that it wasn't associated with this, I would ask for a follow-up question. The miscellaneous clothing recovered, were you able to
verify that it did not belong?
Not, yes.
That it did not belong to Sade Robinson?
We agree.
I think that that's a fair thing to do and a fair follow-up. And I'm sorry, Attorney Cotton, I didn't hear what you said.
We agree.
Okay. I think that that's the fair way to handle this. Okay, so as to the clothing, we've addressed that. You said you had another issue.
There was an identification card for an Eva Escamilla that was found in a Crown Royale bag lined in southeast basement wall. I think that should be excluded as well. It has no relevance to anything.
That's fine. We won't introduce that.
Okay. What else?
We have an agreement on the writings not coming in. The only other thing I wanted to put on the record
What were the writings?
Well, it's just journaling.
Oh, okay. And state's not using anything from that?
No, I mean, it was journaling, thoughts, ramblings.
Stand-up comedy.
Not necessarily coherent.
Okay.
And then
You've already had an agreement relative to the writings.
We're good on that. We also had an agreement on various suspected blood samples that were located through the home. The state's going to refer to them as stains rather than blood, so it doesn't present a conclusion that there's other victims' blood in the house. None of the samples were of Sade Robinson.
State?
That's correct. We previously came to an agreement with defense about that. The blood stains that were collected by the crime lab, was not Sade's blood. So we've agreed that Kayla Berkkey will just discuss those in terms of stains and not mention the term blood. But again, we'd like the jury to hear that this was a complete investigation and that the crime lab came in and took swabs of what they could identify as potentially containing DNA.
Where were the stains?
Throughout the house.
Was any of it identified as belonging to the defendant?
Animal, I think. Yeah, animal blood, maybe.
Animal blood?
Or from one of the dogs, or.
Oh. Okay.
So we have an agreement on that.
I think some of them were, some were in fact identified as blood. Mr. Anderson came back as inclusive on some of them, and I think there were some animal stains. There were stains from sheets, pillowcases that came back to support inclusion for Mr. Anderson, a duvet cover.
But none of it lists back to the victim in this case?
Right.
Okay.
But the point being, and particularly because defense brought it up in their opening about DNA, is that the crime lab was doing a thorough job in trying to collect and swab stains, any stain that they were seeing throughout the bathroom, the bedroom, anywhere. So I think the jury, that's our position, is that the jury needs to hear that that was done and that stains were the focus.
I think that's fair. And I think that your agreement makes sense. So we'll proceed in that fashion relative to that. Okay, anything else?
No.
State?
I indicated to defense counsel that I've got a stack of photographs. They all have exhibit stickers on them. Some of them have already been received into evidence. However, they are not sequential in order. So I showed defense counsel the photographs, and it's my understanding that they're not going to object to their admission or their publication. What I would do is just ask Detective Berkkey to look through the stack, and then we'll have to learn about what specific exhibit numbers there are when we publish them, if that's okay.
It is. Do you know the numbers right now on a listing in front of you, or you don't?
No, and they're all mixed together, and we've added some. So there are some in the 200s, some in the 300s, some in the 400s, and they're not sequential.
Okay, I'll stay on my game then. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Just, can we have a minute to tell Detective Berkkey about the court's ruling just now?
I think that's fair as well.
Okay.
Take a couple minutes. Let us know when you're ready.
Thank you. Had a civilian show up who we were going to call earlier. He shouldn't take long. We're going to do that briefly and then do the search that we were just talking about.
Makes sense? Okay.
Fine.
Who's the civilian?
His name is Lemaitre Griffin.
And you spoke with Lemaitre Griffin relative to criminal history that we discussed yesterday?
I actually didn't, but I can.
We got the thumbs up. It looks like your victim witness person handled it already.
Excellent. And yes, he has one prior conviction from, I think, 2021.
Which is what we agreed on yesterday.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're ready for the jury then. I need to see the attorneys in chambers for a second. You know, like getting your steps in. All of the jurors, I'd like you to step out one more time, leaving juror number, what is your number? 52. 52. Everybody step out, but leave 52, please. You can see. Okay, as the jury was coming in, I was smiling at the jurors. Juror 52 looked at me and mouthed to me, "I don't feel good." And I kind of gave her a questioning look, and she grabbed her stomach. "How sick are you feeling?"
I'm just feeling a little nauseous. Like I just need like a Sprite or something to settle my stomach. I'm sorry, I can't hear her on the record.
Oh, I thought that mic right in front of her would catch it. We'll give you a microphone.
I said I'm just feeling a little nauseous, like I need a Sprite or something to settle my stomach.
Okay, and you think you'll be fine to stay if we can get you a Sprite?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
Okay, if you end up feeling worse or it's getting worse, I'm going to have you notice my bailiffs, Deputy Benz or Deputy Allen. Oh, thank you, Damone. And we'll see if that helps, okay?
Okay, thank you. I apologize.
Oh, no, we're happy to help. I just want to make sure it wasn't something worse than that.
No.
Okay, we'll give you the Sprite. You can have that in the box, and we will bring the jury back in at this point.
Thank you.
That wasn't Deputy Allen's Sprite, was it? Oh, that just gave away. We'll get you a fresh one, just a second. Oh, sorry about that. Perfect timing. And not to be too much information, but if things change and get worse on the moment's notice, there is a garbage can right behind that TV. Okay? No worries. Yes, I'm all ready. Thank you. Okay, we are going back on the record. We are still on the state's case in chief. State your next witness.
Lametra Griffin.
Sir, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Lametra Griffin.
Can you spell your first and last name, sir?
First name Lemetra. Last name Griffin.
Thank you. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin, did you at one point work at the bar Duke's on Water?
I currently work there, yes.
How long have you worked at that bar?
Off and on for 20 years.
And what is your job there?
Security.
Has it always been security?
Most of the time, yes.
Through your employment through Dukes on Water and being familiar with that area, did you come to be familiar with a person named Maxwell Anderson?
Yes.
How did you meet Maxwell Anderson?
He was a patron. That's how I knew him.
Was he there often?
Yeah.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Could you identify? We'll stipulate. Okay.
The record will so reflect. Go on.
All right, and I'd ask the record to reflect, the witness just pointed at the defendant. Had you ever hung out with him not at the bar, or was it?
Maybe like on 2 occasions.
Oh, sir, you know, you're real quiet to hear. Could you move real close up to that microphone, talk right into it? Thank you. Could you re-ask the question, please?
My question was whether or not you had hung out with him ever in the past.
Maybe like on 2 or 3 occasions.
Were those like at bars?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when you spoke to the police about Mr. Anderson around April 8th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking to the police about a prior night, April 1st, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Were you working at Duke's on the night of April 1st, 2024?
I started
working before you?
Yes.
And you picked up after that bouncer ended his shift at 9?
Right.
That night, do you recall seeing Mr. Anderson at Duke's?
No.
Okay. Did you come to learn at a later time that he was there that evening?
Yes.
On April 8th, when the police came to talk to you, did they ask you or anybody else employed by Duke's if they could review surveillance video?
Yes.
Upon that request being made, did you personally review the video?
Yes, I did.
Did you discover at that time whether or not Mr. Anderson was on video?
Yes, he was.
He was, okay. So he was there at the same time you were there, you just didn't see him?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 2 exhibits. They're numbered 457 and 458. These are in plastic bags.
Oh, here. Oh.
Starting with 457, sir. Do you, I know it's kind of hard to see in the plastic bag, but do you recognize that image?
Yes.
Is that an image you've seen before from Duke's surveillance?
Yes.
I want you to flip it over if you can. I want you to look at the back.
Oh.
Do you see anything on the back that you recognize?
Yeah, my signature.
You signed that photo?
Yes.
Okay, who's in the photo?
Maxwell Anderson.
I'd move 457 into evidence.
Any objection?
Fine. That's fine, no objection.
Received.
And I'm gonna publish to the jury. I'm gonna cut it open.
Okay.
Actually, there's a second image in here. Did you sign both of those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you. 457, image number 1. That's the person you identified as Maxwell Anderson?
Yes.
And your signature is on the back?
Yes.
All right. For the second image, again, you identify that as Maxwell Anderson?
Yes.
And is that your signature on the back?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. All right, let's move to 458. Have you seen this image before?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And it's a piece of paper with a series of images on it, correct?
Correct.
You recognize the person in those images?
Yes.
Who is it?
Maxwell Anderson.
Move 458 in.
Any objection? No. It's received.
Did you sign that one too?
Yes.
Okay, on the back?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Move to publish.
Go right ahead.
two of them in there.
And then there's your signature on the back.
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
Anything come to mind about anything unusual that night with Max, or no?
I didn't interact with him that night.
What's that?
I had no interaction with him that night.
Okay, that's all.
State anything?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. State your next witness.
State calls Kayla Berkkey.
Ma'am, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Berkkey, Bjerke.
You're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
Were you a member of the search team that executed a search warrant on April 4th, 2024 at the location of 3161 South 39th Street?
I was.
Is that location in the city and county of Milwaukee?
It is.
Can you describe your role that day?
Yes, I was a part of the search team, so we had the Wisconsin State Crime Lab coming to help with the search of the residence, as well as members from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, Investigative Services Bureau, for the search of the residence.
Can you describe how many members of the Sheriff's Department were with you approximately?
I believe around 7 to 8.
And you participated in the actual search and are familiar with that residence, correct?
Correct.
How many personnel from the State Crime Lab?
I believe they had 5 or 6 that were assigned.
And what was their role that day?
Their role was to also help assist and collect evidence.
Can you start with describing the exterior of 3161 South 39th Street?
Yeah, so it's described as a Polish flat in Milwaukee. So it's a 2-story residence. The exterior, so the entrance of the residence faces east to the street, and then it has a side entrance that is facing south. So you would have to go through a gate to go into the side entrance that faces south.
Can you describe the neighborhood?
It's a multi-family neighborhood, single-family homes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously received as Exhibit 297 and ask you if you can identify what that is.
That would be the residence.
The front?
The front, yes.
How many units are in this?
2.
Okay. And where are they located?
So the first unit's on the lower, so the entrance to the lower would be the front entrance that faces east. You could also access the lower technically from the south entrance as well. And then there's an upper to the residence, and that would be only accessed through the south entrance.
I'm pointing to the front door, correct?
Correct.
And then the side door is going to be back here, correct?
Correct.
Which unit did you have the search warrant for?
The upper, so that would be the south entrance.
So you had judicial authorization to enter and search the upper unit only, correct?
Correct.
What, if you know, occurred in the lower unit?
I believe a consent search was done later at a later time, but we did knock and talk that residence.
What does that mean?
It means you just knock and let them know that you're serving a warrant, and that we just make contact with whoever lives in the lower of the residence.
And law enforcement did make contact with somebody, correct?
Correct.
Where was that person when you were searching the upper?
I believe he was still inside the residence. I can't remember if we pulled him out or not.
Would he have been accompanied by law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why don't you start with how the warrant is executed and then how the search is conducted?
This warrant was executed by the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office SWAT team, which is the Special Weapons and Tactics team. So they entered from the gate on the south side. So they entered from there. They knock and announce several times, letting know this is Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. We have a search warrant. Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, this is a search warrant. And then if they need to breach or open that door, they will do that. So we were able to gain access to that door, and then they were able to go upstairs and clear the residence. The main thing that they're looking for when they're clearing this residence is any persons that would be in that residence, and then they're securing anybody who would be in that residence.
You weren't a member of the SWAT team that day, correct?
No, I was not.
Did they locate anyone?
No.
And you said that they entered through a gate, correct?
Yes.
Was that the front gate or the back gate?
The front gate.
So the gate that's seen here, correct?
Yes.
There's also a rear gate, correct?
Correct.
And is there an alley that runs behind the house?
Yes.
And that runs north-south, correct?
Correct.
Can you further describe the outside of this house, including the yard and any garages that are associated with it?
Yeah, so there is a full fence that's around the backyard, and then outside of the fence is a garage. In the backyard, there were a bunch of holes along the fence and throughout the yard, and then there was a fire pit that was in the backyard. And then on the other side of that fence was the two-car garage.
Did you search the garage as well?
We did.
At this point, what are you authorized to search for?
We were authorized to search for any belongings belonging to Sade, any weapons that may have been used, and DNA.
I'm going to show you several exhibits. I'd like you to look through them and ask you if you recognize what they are.
I do recognize them.
Okay, what are they?
These are all the photos of the exterior of the residence that were taken by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Permission to publish these, and when I do so, I'll announce the exhibit number.
Go right ahead. And it's my understanding that the defense is not objecting to any of these?
No.
Okay, they will all be received.
What do we see in Exhibit 298?
This is just going to be the exterior of the residence, so we were facing the street from the front of the residence.
Okay, so that would be looking across the street.
Yep, facing east.
Okay, and do you know if either your department or the Milwaukee Police Department canvassed any of these houses for surveillance?
I believe the Milwaukee Police Department did.
And I would ask that Exhibit 298 be received. I understand that there's no objection to any of these, so I'm not going to make an independent request after each photo.
Based on the stack you have in your hand, the defense has indicated they're not objecting to any of them, so I'm going to receive the stack and we'll enter the numbers as you go. So
Okay.
you don't have to ask as to each individual exhibit.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 299, what are we looking at here?
That's going to be the sidewalk. So that would be if you walked the sidewalk that's to the right, that would be going to the entrance of the house, and that's the sidewalk that runs along this, the south side of the house, and that would face the entrance of the residence.
Front door would be off to the side here?
Yes.
And then the entrance to the upper unit is where my finger is?
Yes.
Do you remember what this gate was?
I believe it was an all wooden gate.
What goes straight back here?
That would lead back to the garage, and that's the pathway back to the garage.
And the back alley?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 300, what is that?
Just a closer up image, you can kind of see some of the different holes that were along the gate on the south, like near that south entrance.
Okay, you're actually talking about holes in the ground, correct?
Correct.
There were also holes in this fence, correct?
Correct.
And the holes in the fence allow light to come through.
Yes, they do.
Exhibit 301, what is that?
That's just a closer-up photo, so that would be the actual door to the entrance to the upper.
There's a light fixture here, correct?
Yes.
And this is as you would be going out into the back alley.
Correct.
Exhibit 302, what is that?
So this is just the opposite view. So instead of facing west, you're now facing east. You're looking back out towards the street, which would be South 39th Street. So you're facing out to the street, looking out the gates.
Exhibit 452, what is that?
So that would be standing in the alley facing the street, South 39th Street, so looking straight down.
So facing the opposite direction.
Correct.
And then the gate is now closed out the front, correct?
Correct.
And you can see that it allows light through, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 338, what is that?
That would be the garage, and then more of that back pathway, and then the alley would be right behind the garage.
Exhibit 379, what is that?
That would be the fencing along the back of the garage and all the items that were located in the back.
Exhibit 340?
The patio furniture behind the residence.
Exhibit 339?
That would be the fence as well as the garage.
Exhibit 341?
The fence and the garages again.
Do you recall anything specific about this back gate?
I do not.
Before we leave the photos of the backyard, did you and or your team search the entirety of that backyard?
Yes, we did.
Did you locate anything?
No, we did not.
Can you describe how that search proceeded?
Yeah, we searched the different items. We did search through the ground, see if anything had been recently moved. We did move some of the dirt around to see if anything had been moved around recently, but we were unable to locate anything.
Exhibit 342?
That would be the entrance to the alley in the garage from the fence.
Facing the alley?
Yes.
And the gate is open, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 344?
That would be from the alley facing the fence line, and now the fence is closed.
Exhibit 451?
Just another view from the alley, and then with the gate open.
Exhibit 450?
There was a trailer parked, so we had the trailer and then with the fence open.
Okay. You executed more than one search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And these photos are all together, but we see this photo with the trailer, and then there's this photo, Exhibit 344, with no trailer, correct?
Correct.
Were these two photographs taken on different dates?
Yes, they were.
When was the secondary search warrant?
It was the next day. So the original search warrant was 4-4. The secondary search warrant was 4-5.
Was there also a search warrant that was executed on the 16th?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Exhibit 450, was that from the 16th?
Yes.
Exhibit 343?
That would be the back slab that's next to the garage from the alley.
And now we're back to April 4th, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 345?
That would be the entrance to the garage in the back alley.
Can you describe the interior of the garage?
Yes, it had multiple tools, different items in it. I believe it had different articles in it, nothing of evidentiary value.
Exhibit 347, to get my up and down right here. What are we looking at?
It's going to be the interior of the garage.
From the door?
Correct.
There's a vehicle here?
Yes.
Can you describe that vehicle?
Yeah, it was a white truck. Obviously, it was missing a tire and part of the wheel, and then there was also a couch there.
Exhibit 348, what is that?
There was also a motorcycle or some type of electric or motorized bike that was in the garage.
Exhibit 349.
Just a close-up video or picture to say of more items located in the garage.
Exhibit 350.
Just a picture of the items that were on the shelves in the garage.
Such as?
Gas cans, several of them, and the different power tools at the bottom.
351 is what?
The close-up of the power tools that were located.
After, and you actually searched the garage yourself?
Yes.
After the garage search, where did you go?
Into the interior of the residence.
And I'd like to have you describe how you got into the interior and what you see upon entering.
So the interior was already secured by the SWAT team, so we were able to enter already. The house was open for us to go into. So upon entering through that south entrance was a series of small stairs. So you took a few stairs up, and then there was the entrance to the lower. And then after that, there was a series of a winding staircase, and then that would be the entrance to the upper of the residence.
Was there a basement?
There was.
How did you access that?
And that was on the other side of the stairwell when you entered. So on the left side would be the entrance up, and then on the right side would be the entrance down to the basement.
Did you search the basement or the upper unit first?
The basement.
And you have multiple other deputies or detectives assisting you with the search?
Yes.
If an item of evidence or something that you think might have evidentiary value is located, were you alerted to that item?
I was.
Would you consider yourself kind of the main investigator during the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a stack of exhibits, and I'd ask you if you recognize what they are.
These are all going to be the photos of the basement.
Why don't you describe the basement for us?
The basement was laid out in sections. So like I said, you walk to the right and it would lead you down to the basement. On the left-hand side of the basement, there was two sets of washer and dryers, and then like a tool section. On the right hand, he had his dog kennels, and then like a pool table and miscellaneous items throughout the basement.
Did you locate anything of note in the basement?
We did.
Such as?
We located the Carhartt shirt that he was seen wearing on video earlier.
Are you aware of where that video was from?
Yes, I believe it was from Twisted Fisherman.
Where did you locate that shirt?
In the dryer.
The shirt that you're referring to, is it depicted in Exhibit 241?
Yes.
Anything else in the basement?
Yeah, there was also a bed that was located. It looks like they kind of fashioned a room in the basement that like had a bed and other miscellaneous items.
Showing you Exhibit 354. What are we looking at here?
That would be the stairs. So if I was standing in the basement and looking up, that would be that south entrance into the residence.
This is the basement area where my finger is?
Yes.
How about Exhibit 303?
So that would be from the south entrance, so you could see the few small stairs. That would be that lead to the lower of the residence. And then on the right-hand side, you can kind of see it's dark down there, but that would be the basement.
So this is the side door that you've discussed?
Yes.
What is this?
That would be the entrance to the first floor.
And what is up beyond that door?
It's another set of stairs that would lead to the entrance of the second floor.
Exhibit 355, what is this?
That's the basement, so if you walk down the stairs and face left or you face west in the residence, that would be the area where the washer and dryers were.
Plural?
Yes.
Exhibit 381, what is that?
The workspace area that we found, and that would be if you're standing by the washer and dryers and you face north now in the residence, that was his work area. It had like miscellaneous tools, nails, such stuff like that.
Did you take any particular note of what kind of tools?
Just miscellaneous different tools, hammers, different type of power tools as well.
Exhibit 382. What is that?
That's the workbench area.
Exhibit 356, what's that?
That would be facing east from that workbench area. So that was this makeshift room it seemed like he made, or that was fashioned in the residence. And then behind there was the bed.
Showing you Exhibit 357, what is that?
That would be on that other side of that curtain or wall and was like a queen size bed.
What types of items were on top of the bed?
Miscellaneous clothing as well as different bedding.
Exhibit 358.
So that was facing kind of southeast in that makeshift bedroom. That was the other panel of like walls that was in there.
The clothing that you located down in the basement, did you look at that specifically to determine whether or not any of it belonged to Sade Robinson?
We did.
And did you determine whether it was?
We could not make the determine if it did belong to her.
Exhibit 359 is what?
That would be another view of the basement. So on the other, that would be facing, I guess, the north side, looking south. You can kind of see that different table with the kennels.
Exhibit 360?
That would be the shirt that we located in the dryer.
Do you remember what dryer you got it out of? Is it?
It's the one that's open right there.
So this one?
Yep, and that was facing on the west wall.
Did it appear that that was a clean load of laundry in?
It did.
Exhibit number 361.
Just a close-up picture of the shirt.
Is that something that you seized as evidence?
It was.
And what did you do with it?
It was packaged and put into property.
Placed on inventory?
It was.
Showing you Exhibit 468. Can you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the shirt that was located in the dryer.
Can you open that?
Absolutely.
Could you pull that out and show the jury, please?
Is it okay if I stand up?
Yes.
Thank you.
I I'd ask that Exhibit 468 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
To your knowledge, when you executed the search warrant and we're looking at clothing in the basement, were you aware of whether or not Sade Robinson's car with articles of clothing had been discovered yet?
I was not aware.
Okay, I'm going to show you some more exhibits and ask you if you can identify what they are.
Yes.
What are they?
That's going to be the walkway up to the second floor.
Okay, let's start with Exhibit 370. What is that?
So that would be the landing. So we talked about that first floor door. Then you'd be standing on the landing looking south in the residence to that south entrance door.
Does that appear to be a light switch panel?
It does.
Exhibit 371. What is that?
So if you went up the few sets of stairs and then you went to, after you turned the corner from the first floor, there was a area where it looks like he kept a lot of his shoes.
At the time that you were executing this search warrant, were you aware of the Milwaukee County Transit video surveillance system?
We were not aware of it yet.
At some point, because you described that there were several different search warrants that were executed, at some point before one of those search warrants, did you learn about that video?
We did.
Okay, before which one?
I believe it was before the second or third one. We learned about the video.
And you've reviewed that video?
I did.
Okay. After learning about that video and then going back another time, were you specifically looking for certain items of clothing?
Yeah, we were looking for the clothing that he wore on the bus that day.
Did you go back and look at photographs from this particular search?
I believe we recalled from the photo, recalled from being in the residence, because we did not have these photos quite yet.
And what happened with the residents in between the different search warrant dates?
So from the first date, from the 4th to the 5th, the search warrant, the residence was held overnight. So that meant that either a law enforcement professional was inside the residence or right outside the residence, made sure nobody was allowed entry or exit to that residence.
I'm showing you Exhibit 466. I'm going to ask you if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
Is that something that you've seen before?
Yes, it has.
What is it?
It's Maxwell Anderson sitting on the Milwaukee County Transit bus.
Permission to publish 466?
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
So at least in one of your searches, you were specifically looking for the items of clothing that he had on in this video, correct?
Correct.
And what were those items?
It's going to be the shoes, the pants, that like gray, black tinted zip up, and then it looks like the camouflage backpack.
Did you see other angles of that camouflage backpack?
I did.
So you're familiar with what it looks like?
I am.
And was there something distinctive about the shoes?
Yes, it's the brown with the white soles.
Did you find any of the items that you just listed in any of your search warrants?
Only located the shoes. Or sorry, we did not locate anything.
You did not locate the shoes?
No, we did not, sorry.
And you didn't locate the sweatshirt?
Nope.
Or jacket?
No.
And you did not locate the camouflage backpack?
Correct.
Showing you exhibit.
Patrina, when you put them up, could you have it where the sticker's visible if possible as well? Thank you.
Okay, showing you exhibit 332. What is that?
That's going to be the view from the second floor. So if you're on the second floor, right near the second floor entrance, and you would look down the stairs.
And you testified specifically that there were shoes in this kind of stairway hall area.
Correct.
Okay. But none of those shoes were the shoes on the transit video.
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 333. What is that?
That's going to be the stair, like hallway. That's still standing up at that second floor entrance, looking down the hallway, and just more shoes, jackets, and different items of clothing.
Exhibit 304. What is that?
That's going to be actually standing inside the residence, so standing inside that second floor residence, looking down the stairs.
Okay, I'm going to show you another stack of exhibits, and I'd ask you to look through them and see if you are familiar with them.
This is all going to be photos of the interior of the second floor residence, which is that 3161.
I'd like you to start by describing what the upper unit of that residence, how it's configured, and what in general you observed.
Absolutely. So when you enter the residence and the door was open, on the left-hand side, it was like a one-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom residence. So on the left-hand side, if you immediately turned left, was going to be the kitchen. On the other side of the kitchen was the bedroom. And then if you went straight forward, it would be the bathroom. On the right-hand side was going to be the living area with another room and a closet.
Can you describe how you and other law enforcement proceeded to search that?
Yes, so once photos were done of the whole entire residence, right, so we needed to have photos to make sure we knew what the residence looked like prior to searching. So photos were done of every single room, and after photos were done, we were able to start searching. So you would assign 2 or more to each room, and you would search the room. Once that room was searched by those 2 people, the room would then be switched and turned over to a second group of 2 people to have a second set of eyes on the room.
Can you describe what the crime lab members were doing?
Yes, so they were taking photos as well as helping with the search and assisting in any way they could.
Were they looking for any stains that could possibly contain DNA?
They were.
And if they located one of those stains, did they alert you to it?
Yes, and they would also mark it and then test it.
Can you just in general describe that process?
Yes, so they would mark it with a sticker to show what the area was of the stain. They would do their test, and then they would take a photo again to show what the swabs did, and then they would let us know if it was positive or negative.
So they're actually looking for something that they could visibly see with their eyes?
Correct.
How big were these stains?
Very minuscule.
Can you give a description?
Probably I would say the end of like an eraser tip or smaller.
Okay, what items of evidence did you collect from the interior of the upper unit?
We recovered knives that were located in the upper. There was a firearm that was located in the upper. There was also sheets that were located, as well as different notebooks, notes, and stuff like that.
How many knives were found?
A total of 51 just from the kitchen.
Just from the kitchen? Were there knives elsewhere?
There were.
Do you know how many knives were elsewhere?
I do not have that number.
Okay, showing you exhibit 305. What is that?
So that's upon entering the residence, so you can see the doors on your left-hand side. And then you're looking straight, which would be looking north inside the residence. So that's the bathroom, as well as a ladder. Ladder was moved in there for the SWAT team. They did have to search. There was an attic above the residence. So we did have to search the attic to make sure nobody was up there.
So is the ladder something that was there before, or is that a law enforcement ladder?
I believe that was there before, but we did use it.
What was in the attic, if anything?
Some sheets from bedding was up there.
Exhibit 306 is what?
A ladder, and then behind the ladder you can see facing east would be that living room.
So this is the living room?
Correct.
These front windows here face out onto 39th Street?
Yes, they do.
That's the front of the house?
Correct.
Bathroom where my finger is?
Yes.
Exhibit number 307 is what?
That would be the closet that was on the right-hand side, and then if you looked out east, that's those big windows in that living room.
Exhibit 308 is what?
That's going to be the living room.
Okay, facing which direction?
East again, so facing out to 39th Street.
Exhibit 309, what is that?
That's going to be the armoire, if I'm saying it correctly, and then as well as the desk and the couch that were located in the living room.
Exhibit 310, what is that?
It's going to be the couch and still facing east in the residence.
Okay, you're talking about where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what color is the couch?
Red.
What does it appear the material is?
It was like a pleather or leather.
Kind of a shiny surface?
Correct.
What else is in the living room here that you can see?
He had another secondary like couch or cushion, and then he had like a big ottoman, and then or like something to put your foot on, and then the TV, and then on the other side he had his computers and different items.
Okay, and I'm actually going to have you step off the witness stand and kind of point to these things. I'll bring you a microphone. Why don't you walk us through?
So over here, this is that big armoire over here, and then you have his TV, and then his couch was right here, and there was that other cushioned seat. He had this small little table over here, his cushion, and then on the other side there was like another seat, and then his computer and setup was over there.
Okay, this item right here where my finger is what?
This item is just like a bench. It had like not a bench, but a dresser that had a bunch of storage that had different items inside of it.
Okay, what about this brown item here?
That was like sort of like an ottoman, but just something for you essentially to like put your feet on or something.
What color was it?
Brown.
And what material did it appear to be?
That leather-like shiny material.
The windows that face out to 39th Street, did they have any curtains drawn over them when you searched the residence?
No, the curtains were open as is in the photo.
Okay. What was this area?
Over here, this is his desk area, but this is that big cabinet that's on this other side.
Do you recall what else you located in the living room area?
Yes, so actually you're able to move this cabinet forward. We didn't discover it at first, but we were able to move the cabinet, and behind the cabinet was a closet-like area that had different miscellaneous items inside of it.
Showing you exhibit 362. What is that?
So you can see this is facing north in the residence. So this is where that chest or closet is, and then the closet would be right behind here. And you can see the flooring that it's on right here. and this is his computer.
Exhibit 363 is what?
That's that entrance. So you can see we moved the chest forward, and then that was the entrance to that room behind that.
Exhibit 364.
This is going to be that room, so the interior, so it had some shelving and different miscellaneous items inside of it.
Do you recall what was inside of it, what the items were?
I believe we just found 2 bongs. We didn't find anything else.
Showing you exhibit 464. What is that?
Most described as like a marijuana bong.
Something used to smoke marijuana?
Correct.
Okay. Moving back into the living room area, what is exhibit 311?
So this is facing southeast in the bedroom. You can kind of see the couch, the different tables, as well as the drawings.
Showing exhibit 335, what is that?
That's a close-up of the couch.
The windows are now covered with what look like plastic bags.
Correct.
Who did that?
We did that, as well as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Why?
Media came on scene, and they were right across the street. And so with the windows being open, we couldn't close the windows and the blinds. So we figured we needed some privacy of what we were doing inside this residence. So we put those up.
You can see a police evidence marker where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
What is that denoting?
It's an evidentiary item.
What was it?
It was a red plaid jacket.
That red plaid jacket, why was that something that you took note of?
It was a jacket that was seen on video that Maxwell Anderson was wearing.
Showing you exhibit 241. Is that the red jacket?
Yes, it is.
And is that red jacket something that was recovered?
It was.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. Moving on to exhibit 365. What is that?
That's going to be facing east, so those are those big windows again, and then with evidence placard number 7.
Outside of these window coverings that law enforcement added, are these photos taken before or after the search?
During the search.
Okay, so are the items in Anderson's house as they were or as they were moved?
Most of the stuff that we're photographing, before you collect the item, you have to take a photo as it is. So you can show its original placement, where it was, and then after it's manipulated or moved, it'll show another picture of where it went.
Evidence marker number 7 in exhibit 365 denotes what?
I believe it was a firearm that we located.
Exhibit 366 is what?
Just another close-up of evidentiary item number 7.
Exhibit 367 is what?
It's going to be that close-up picture of evidentiary item number 7, which is a firearm.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Glock. I can't recall exactly.
Exhibit number 312.
That's going to be the living room.
Again, that red couch and brown ottoman.
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 372. What is that?
That same brown ottoman and red couch.
Okay, that brown ottoman as it relates to its position near the red couch, is that how you found it?
Yes.
Can you also see that red plaid jacket in exhibit 372?
Yes, I can.
Can you point that out?
It's right there.
Exhibit 336 is what?
The close-up of the jacket.
The red couch where my finger is, does it appear to be worn?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
I would say for a leather couch, it just appeared that it wasn't clearly very brand new. It was something that has been had for quite a few years where wear and tear would start to come in.
Exhibit 337 is what?
We moved the jacket to show the whole picture of what that jacket looked like. So that way people would be able to see when you take a photo of the whole jacket.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 467, and you can go back on the witness stand. Identify what 467 is.
Yes. 467 is the plaid jacket.
Okay, could you open that? And I'd ask that 467 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Can I stand up again?
Yes. Thank you. So, to summarize, you located clothing that the defendant was seen wearing in Exhibit 241 at the Twisted Fisherman, correct?
Correct.
The Carhartt t-shirt and the red plaid jacket.
Yes.
You did not recover any of the clothing that he is seen wearing in Exhibit 466.
Correct.
Showing Exhibit 373, what is that?
So that's going to be his wall facing the north. So it was like a corkboard that he had attached. And then he had a bunch of different writings and drawings on it.
Why did you take particular note of some of the documents? Why is that important during the search warrant execution?
Shows ownership, right? So you're trying to show the fact that somebody lives there. If anybody did and went to any of your houses, you would expect to find utility bills, items with your name on it, your IDs, anything like that. So that's showing that you live and are at that residence.
And were some of those documents depicted in 373?
Yes.
Okay. Is 313 a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
What do those show just in general?
Just different checks, and it had Maxwell Anderson's name on them.
Exhibit 374 is what?
That's going to be his computer area.
Okay. What is this right here?
I believe that's the computer, so the CPU.
Is this area behind the TV in the living room?
Yes, it is.
Okay, could this be the TV?
Yes.
Were these computers taken as part of the investigation?
Yes, they were.
Showing you Exhibit 465, what is that?
That was a secondary bong that was located inside of that closet behind the chest.
Exhibit 316 is what?
The overall of the living room, so just showing another picture of the living room.
Exhibit 317?
Showing another picture of that living room with that red couch.
Exhibit 318.
another photo of the couch with the jacket on it.
Exhibit 384 is what?
It's a photo of the desk that was near the red couch with evidence placard number 16.
What was evidence placard number 16?
It was a type of knife.
And it's on a little shelf where my finger is?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe the knife?
It was a blade that was attached to what seemed to be a like a chicken head or something that had like a beak to it.
The knives were taken by the crime lab?
They were.
Exhibit 385 is what?
That's going to be the close-up of that knife, which is evidence placard 16.
386 is what?
Another photo of the knife. So they took the knife out of the sheath, which would like hold the knife. We took it out just to show the size of the blade and show the knife.
Exhibit 320, what are we looking at?
So this is facing west in the residence. So if you were more or less standing by those windows and you face the opposite way towards his bedrooms, towards the kitchen, this is what you would see. He had an axe on the wall and just different miscellaneous items throughout his residence.
This is the chair that you were referring to, correct?
Correct.
Did that chair have items on it?
Yes.
Such as what?
Knives, different tools as well.
Exhibit 375, what is that?
The different tools and items that were located. It's almost like he used pants or something like that to sew onto the couch, and he kind of made it into his tool holder area.
Was there a knife in there?
Yes, there was.
Can you stand up and show the jury where?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of knife that was?
Like a multi-tool knife.
Exhibit number 319, what is that?
Another photo of that chair, or like the arm of the chair with more of the tools.
Exhibit 321, what is that?
That's the chest.
That's what was blocking the door to the closet room that was hidden?
Yes.
Okay, moving on from the living room, what are the remaining rooms in that house?
The bathroom, the kitchen, and his bedroom.
Okay, talk about the kitchen.
The kitchen had multiple knives in it. Like I described, 51 knives, several corkscrews, potato peelers, had some knife sharpeners in it that were nicer quality. And then that would lead out to the secondary floors, like had like a balcony or sort of a patio area.
Exhibit 323 is what?
That's going to be the kitchen.
And what are we looking at specifically in the kitchen, and from what perspective?
So this would be looking from the entry door, so you could see the fridge on the one side, the oven, and then the sink area.
This window would face what direction?
I believe that is facing south.
Showing you exhibit 324, what is that?
That's going to be the kitchen, so that window facing south, and then that's that patio area that would be you'd overlook the backyard into the alley and see the garage.
Okay, so we're oriented here out where my finger is, that's towards the garage, correct?
Yes.
And that's towards that north-south alley?
Yes.
So this window is in fact the northern window, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, that's facing west, correct? The door faces west?
The door faces west, yes.
Okay. Exhibit 325 is what?
Just some of the knives that were located inside of the residence. He had it like on a metal storage area, so the metal would just hook up to the knife and hold it.
There's also what on the counter where my finger is?
Another knife.
Exhibit 376 is what?
A close-up of all the knives that were located.
Exhibit 377?
Butcher block to hold knives in the kitchen.
Exhibit 387 is what?
One of the kitchen drawers, so that's right under all those knives, right there, with more knives and miscellaneous items inside.
Exhibit 383 is what?
Those are going to be those knife sharpeners that are a little bit nicer to use to sharpen your knives if they start to become dull.
Those are what's called a whetting stone, correct?
Correct.
And how many are there?
It looks like there's 4.
Can you repeat that case number, please? The exhibit number? rather?
383?
Thank you.
That was in the kitchen as well?
Yes, it was.
Again, all of those knives that were located were seized by the law enforcement or the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
Anything else of note in the kitchen?
Nothing else.
Why don't you describe what room is next?
It would be his bedroom.
Okay. Can you describe the layout of the bedroom?
Yes, so the bedroom faced on the north side of the residence. It had a bed, and then it had a dresser with a big mirror on it, and then the closet.
Showing you another stack of exhibits, and I'm going to ask you if you know what they are.
That's going to be all the photos from his bedroom.
What items of note were seized from the bedroom, if any?
We located more knives in the bedroom, as well as I believe we took his sheets.
Exhibit 326 is what?
That's going to be his bedroom.
Can you describe, and I'd ask you to step down off the stand and describe what areas are what?
Absolutely. So this wall is going to be the wall that would face the alley. So you're facing north right now. So this is going to be his bed. It had storage on the sides, and then you had his dresser, and then this is his closet area.
What was on that dresser?
Another knife, which is right there.
329 is what?
Just a close-up of that small dresser with the knife.
Thank you. Exhibit 328.
That's going to be that wall that's facing west. So this would be the back of the residence, and then his dresser, and then a set of more drawers.
Were any identifying documents located in the bedroom?
Yes.
What?
We found a paper copy of his ID.
Did you find a wallet?
Yes, we did.
Showing you exhibit 334, what is that?
A wallet with his ID in it.
Was that an expired ID?
I believe so, yes, it was.
Exhibit 368 is what?
More items that were located in his wallet, so that paper ID, which is his Wisconsin Department of Transportation, and then different IDs and cards that were located.
Sorry, exhibit 369 is what?
That's going to be that paper Wisconsin Department ID card. So it's just an identification card through the Wisconsin DOT.
Okay, I'm going to actually bring you 369 because it's a little hard to see. I'm going to ask you if there's any demographic information that you're able to read off of that.
Yes, I am.
I should ask, is there a height
Yes, there is.
Is there a weight?
Yes, there is.
What's the height and the weight?
The height is going to be 6 feet 1 inch and 175 pounds.
Thank you. Exhibit 378 is what?
So that's going to be facing south in the residence, or south in that at least bedroom. So you're standing more where that knife on that dresser was, and you're facing, looking south. So that's the door that would lead you back into that entryway, and then the 2 dressers.
There's a TV where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
What's above the TV?
I believe we located just up on more miscellaneous items.
Showing you exhibit 330. Is that shelf?
Yes, it is.
And can you see anything specifically on top of the shelf?
Yes, we located another knife.
Showing you exhibit 388. What is that?
A close-up of the knife that we located.
Going back to the exterior of the house and that fence and the gates, did you get an approximate height of the fence and the gates?
I believe the approximate height was about 6 feet.
The interior of the house, did it appear as though there had been a struggle inside?
No.
How would you have described the state of the residence just in general?
A normal residence, but a bit messy. Nothing, I would say, out of the ordinary for anybody.
There were knives that were found that were not in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And we saw pictures of all of those?
Yes, we did.
Did you also participate or at least view in the search of a Hyundai Santa Fe vehicle belonging to Maxwell Anderson?
I did.
And where did that take place?
That was taking place at the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office substation located at 10320 West Watertown Plank Road in the city of Wauwatosa.
Do you remember what day that you viewed that search?
I believe it was later in the month. I can't remember the exact day.
Was anything of note found inside that vehicle?
No.
You didn't find any of the articles of clothing in Exhibit 466?
We did not.
You did not find that camouflage backpack?
We did not.
To your knowledge, has the camouflage backpack ever been found?
It has not.
To your knowledge, have the shoes that are pictured in Exhibit 466 been found?
No.
As part of this investigation, did you receive information about Sade Robinson's Instagram account?
I did.
Okay, what did you receive?
We were able to obtain a warrant or subpoena for the Instagram account. We were able to receive records from certain dates from the Instagram account.
Do you remember what the dates of the records were?
I believe it was from early February to the date, which would have been like 4344.
Okay, early February, meaning February of 2024.
Yes.
And as a part of your review of those records, were you able to see messages that would have been sent to Sade from other individuals?
Yes.
Did you, in your review of those messages, see any messages where she arranged to meet anyone on April 1st or April 2nd of 2024?
No.
And in your review of those messages, did you locate any messages that were threatening in nature or seemed to be violent in nature?
No.
Nothing further.
Ross.
Give us 1 minute, please, if we could.
Go ahead.
I'll just need to be buzzed out. We have a paralegal here with some items.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I want to start with kind of talking about the initial search, because it sounds like there was 3 searches in total, correct?
I believe there's yes, sounds about right.
So there's a search on April 4th, correct?
Correct, that was the initial search.
And then there's a search on April 5th?
Yes, but that was continued from the 4th.
Okay, and then there's also another search on April 16th, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, there's a lot of photos here.
No worries.
The photos you're not using, can you hand to my clerk, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so I want to start with talking about kind of the layout of the home and how it is set up with the neighborhood. Okay, so what we see here, this is Exhibit 297. This house right in the front, that's Maxwell Anderson's house, correct?
Correct.
And then to the right, we see another residence, right?
Correct.
And then to the left, there's another residence.
Correct.
And these houses are all fairly close together, right?
Correct.
About how far?
Best guess would probably be like 15 feet apart.
Okay. And did you measure how close the houses are together?
I did not.
Okay, did any other detective do that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm showing you 298. This is just another view that we can see. The house in the middle is Mr. Anderson's house, correct?
No, that's the other side of the street.
Oh, that's the other side of the street, I'm sorry. But just another view of how the houses are kind of aligned up right next to each other.
Correct.
Showing you 299. And that, what we're looking here, this is in front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And then off picture, you can't see it over here, that would be the front door, right?
Correct.
And then right here, we can see, that's the gate, right?
Yes, a little bit higher up from where you're pointing, but yes.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay, and then that pathway follows all the way to the where the garage would be, right?
Correct.
And then if you walk down that path, you'll be in the backyard, but if you continue walking, you get to the garage, right?
Correct.
And you can see on the left here, these are the neighbors' windows, correct?
Yes.
And we can see a window up here.
Yep.
We can see a window here.
Yes.
a window here,
Yes.
and a window here, right?
Yes.
And do you know what rooms in the house those are of that neighbor or not?
I do not.
Okay, did you speak to that neighbor?
I did not.
Do you know if another officer did?
Possibly, I do not recall.
Okay. Showing you 301, here is that last window I think I showed, right?
Correct.
And we look at exhibit 302, we see that this first window again, right?
Yes.
Exhibit, make sure I can, those are all, I'm sorry. See the exhibit number here. Again, neighbor's house, we see those 3 windows, right?
Correct.
Exhibit 340, this is the backyard of the residence, right?
Yes, it is.
And then, so this top part, that's like a top balcony, is that connected to Maxwell's residence or the downstairs tenant?
Maxwell's.
Okay. And when you initially came to search this house, you said the search warrant that you got authorized by the judge was just for Maxwell's house, right?
Correct.
So just the upper.
Yes.
What about for the lower tenant? Did you end up searching that? I think you said you did.
I did not know, but a consensual search was done.
Okay, by another officer?
Yes.
Do you know which officer did that?
I believe it was Detective Sullivan, Detective Lara Lorette, and Detective Brian Morgan.
And when was that done?
I do not know the date.
But it was done, and that's the downstairs tenant. And do you know who lived in the downstairs?
I know his name is Pete. I don't know his last name.
Pete Warmington, sound right?
Yes.
All right. And did you personally interview him, or did someone else interview him?
Ernie Finley, you want to use the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you personally interview him, or did a different officer or detective?
I believe somebody else did. I did not interview him.
Okay, and I guess the topics of this search, or the items that you were looking for, were for DNA, correct?
Correct.
And you said also weapons?
Yes.
And also belongings that could have belonged to Sade Robinson, right?
Correct.
Like clothes?
Correct.
Jewelry?
Yes.
Footwear, possibly?
Possibly.
Purses? Any items that could have belonged to her, right?
Yes.
And when you say you're looking for DNA, that can include like blood, right?
Yes, it can.
Bodily fluids?
Yes.
Saliva?
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons why you tested different surfaces in the residence, right?
I didn't, but the crime lab did, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But that's one reason why people you said that there's people from actually the crime lab who are on scene during this search, right?
Correct.
And do you know what's their role there? What's their purpose?
So they're the crime lab response team. So any like extreme event, such as like an officer involved shooting or a search warrant where you might need a little extra assistance, they'll respond out to your scene and they will help you in any way they can. Okay,
and these individuals on that team, let's say, they actually are doing the testing in the laboratory, correct?
They'll do the testing on scene. However, I don't know if they do the laboratory back when it gets back to the office.
Okay, but they can kind of help and give, I guess, guidance of what pieces of evidence they think are very important that could be helpful for the investigation, right?
Possibly, yes.
So you're also in there saying this should be tested, this should be tested, right?
Yes.
And then also people from the crime lab can also say, I think this should be tested, I think that should be tested, right?
Yes.
And so they were on scene performing actual tests and getting, I guess, I shouldn't say results, but getting some sort of analysis right away, right?
Yes, it was like a presumptive analysis, yes.
Okay, and what do you mean by presumptive analysis?
It was just a presumptive test, so it wasn't a full test. It was just a basic beginner's test of a yes or a no.
And what kind of things would it say yes or no?
I'm going to just ask for a sidebar at this point.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so I'm just going to move forward just a little bit and just kind of talk about the order of kind of the search that occurred. So the first, I think you said the first place you searched was the garage,
Yes.
and I think we saw some exhibits of that. If I just pull that exhibit number. Showing you exhibit 348. So this is the interior of the garage, right?
Correct.
And you, the ground of the garage, that was, when you searched it, was it dry? Was it wet? What was it like?
I can't recall the condition of the floor of the garage.
Okay, but you don't see any like puddles of water or anything, right?
Not that I can observe, no.
Okay. And then 349, that's also in the garage. That shows that truck, right?
Correct.
And then you can just see all sorts of things that you might find in a garage, right?
Yes.
Like a snow shovel, tools. Not quite sure what this is, maybe a power washer or something.
Correct.
And then showing you 345. So that, oh, what are we looking at here? What is this?
That's going to be the exterior of the garage, and then the alley is right behind it.
Okay, and is that like a parking slab where a vehicle could get parked?
Correct.
And then is that the door? Sorry, I should point on the picture. This door is the door into the garage, right?
Yes, it is.
And then showing you 343. That is also the. That's another picture of the parking slab, right?
Yes, it is.
Showing you 342. And so that's going to be, sorry. So that is going to be what a view into the alley, the back alley would be, right?
Yep, from standing inside the backyard.
Oh, that's someone standing inside the backyard taking a photo of into the alley, right?
Correct.
And you can see another garage, another detached garage in the background there, right?
Correct.
And this alley, it's you know, kind of a standard Milwaukee alley where we see you can drive a vehicle through it, right?
Yes, you can.
And then there's garages on both sides of that alley, right?
Yes.
Where in people's houses, they all have these detached garages, right?
Correct.
All right, and so, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked defense exhibit 806 and 807. Should I permission to approach?
You may. Take that microphone with you, though, so they can understand you if you're...
Okay. take a look at those two pictures and tell me what they are?
I'm sorry, your paper is scratching across the microphone. I'm not hearing you.
I'm sorry. So can you tell me what those photos are?
Yes, those are going to be the two photos of the south entry into the residence.
And this is the. I don't think I won. And so, what door of the home is that?
That's going to be the south entry, so that's where you could access the basement. You could access the first floor, access the second floor.
Defense moves 306 and 307 in.
806 and 807?
Yeah, 806 and 807. I'm sorry.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And so this is exhibit 806. This is the door, and if you're looking out of that screen door, is that where you can see kind of the walkway, right?
Yes,
And we see those rocks outside of that door, right?
correct.
And then if you look up on the top here, can you see this is kind of the mechanic that keeps that door open or closed, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And is that something that you looked at? Did you kind of test the function of this door?
No, but we came in and out of it several times, so I would assume it worked.
Okay, so you opened the door, right, and you closed it, right?
Quite often, yes.
And when you closed it, did it kind of slam shut because the hydraulic arm right there?
I can't recall if it exactly slammed shut.
Okay. And then showing you 807, this is just another photo of that same door, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then from behind this door, I mean, I guess if you turn around, that's going to be where the staircase is, right, leading up.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's a perfect time to stop for lunch. So remember the admonitions? Do you need to hear them all again? No, you understand everything? You got it? Okay, wonderful. Then have a lovely lunch. We're going to kick back up at what time, Celeste? 1:45. We'll open up the room about 1:15. Have a lovely lunch. Put this completely out of your mind till you come back. Feel free to bring coffee, water, soda. It's hot out, I think. $11:45 at the state's request. During the course of that sidebar, the state indicated that the defense has opened The door relative to the use of the stain evidence that there was a previous agreement relative to that was placed on the record right this afternoon, or this morning, excuse me. State indicated that the defense attorney in his questioning violated the agreement by asking a question that was words to the effect of asking the witness relative to the job undertaken by the crime lab and what does their search include? Does it include, and it was words to the effect of searching for DNA and blood, and then the next question went on to wording relative to presumptive testing. In response to that, Attorney Finley indicated he did do that, which I think we all heard. I indicated that the agreement had then been breached by the defense in his questioning and that the state would have leave on redirect to go into those matters and to address them on the record. State, would you like to add to what was done at sidebar in any way?
Just to add that defense counsel was going into what presumptive analysis was, and that presumptive analysis was blood testing. That's at the point where I asked for a sidebar.
Defense, any record you wish to make relative to that sidebar?
I think after lunch, we'll just explore it thoroughly then.
Okay. Anything further to address on the record at this time?
No.
Defense?
Nope. No.
Okay, then please be back timely by 1:45.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we just heard there right at the end, if you wonder kind of what that was all about, you may recall that during the defense's cross-examination of Milwaukee County Sheriff's Detective Kayla Berkkey, the defense was asking questions. Now, this is the witness that the state brought on to go methodically through the search of Maxwell Anderson's home, which started with taking photographs of everything in the house, every room, every article of furniture, pieces of things that were laying on that furniture, the garage, the basement, everything. And as she was going through all of that the state pointed out some items that will become important potentially later on. Upon cross-examination, as the defense was asking questions, the prosecution suddenly asked for a sidebar. That means the attorneys want to talk to the judge out of earshot of the jury because they believe there is an issue with the testimony or the line of questioning that they want to raise. What we just heard there from Judge Crivello is that the state's reason for requesting that sidebar was there had been an agreement between the state and the prosecution not to talk about something they referred to, I'm trying to find the term that they used here again, something called presumptive analysis. Presumptive analysis has to do with blood testing, and there had been some agreement not to discuss that. It's not clear what exactly the parameters of that agreement were or how the defense breached it. At least I wasn't quite 100% certain what the judge was saying here, but she did say the defense asked some questions about what presumptive analysis is. The prosecution said, we had an agreement not to talk about that. You've breached it. The judge agrees, and so that means that the state now has an open door to enter a line of questioning that they had agreed not to go down. So when they get to redirect this witness, the state plans to talk about that. It sounded like what Tony Cotton said there at the end was, well, now that the door is open, we will just go into that in greater depth ourselves. So we'll explore that thoroughly after the lunch recess. So when we come back at 1:45, when they come back on the stand, you can expect we're going to see more of this same witness, Detective Berkkey, as they discuss some of these items relative to this presumptive analysis or blood testing. The fact that both sides had agreed not to talk about it probably suggests there wasn't anything like, this still isn't the smoking gun, but it may be things the state wanted to raise in front of the jury that the defense said, if you don't do that, we're not going to do it for our side, and they had made that agreement. So now that's another road they're going to go down. It probably slows down the plans for what was going to happen this afternoon a bit because they're going to have to go into that to some degree. I want to talk about what we have had so far throughout the day. I also know in a little bit we're going to have, not yet, but in a little while, we're going to have Aaron Mabin, who will join us from outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. He has been in the courthouse for all of Detective Berkkey's testimony. He was not in there for some of the others, so I'll be able to take you through the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other witnesses we've already heard from this morning beyond Detective Berkkey. And I want to make sure when, Delaney, if you're listening to me, when we do get Aaron up and running, what's he going to, do we know what he's going to be on so I can get him punched up the right way? Live view 3. Okay, so I'll get him all set up and ready to go. So when we see Aaron Maben outside, I will keep you posted that he is ready to tell us a little bit more about what he's learned. Let's talk about what we've seen so far. You can see this right now, what you're looking at in this, in the other side of the screen, the left side of your screen is our camera setup outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. That's what you see right in front of you, that building in the background. Way up top on the 6th floor is where Judge Crivello's courtroom is. That's where this trial is taking place. Yeah, boy, listening to me, obviously you can tell what I'm talking about. That's that top floor up there. If you've ever been in one of those courtrooms, they're very high ceilings, so that not just the windows, but all of that area above it is where those courtrooms are. Those are pretty large courtrooms with these big, tall ceilings. One of those rooms up there is where this trial has been taking place. The first witness we heard from today was a Milwaukee County homicide detective, Jake Pushing. I'm assuming from that last name I recognize it. I believe he's probably a relative former police chief in West Dallas. But in any case, that detective was, there we go. That detective was talking about the surveillance video from Dukes on Water. It was a continuation from the testimony that ended at the end of the day yesterday as they showed Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson together at the bar. It was their second bar of their date. They started at Twisted Fisherman. Now we were seeing detailed surveillance of the two of them at the bar. Among the things they established with that video was that Maxwell Anderson was playing bar dice. Most Wisconsin thing ever that we actually had testimony explaining what bar dice is and why it matters. So in this photo, you can see the two of them alone at the bar there on the right side. Shortly thereafter, there were 3 more people who joined them at the bar. The bartender brought over the cup with the dice inside. And what the defense actually asked of a witness at that time, of Detective Pushing, was, what does it mean to play bar dice at a bar? Does that not indicate that you're a regular? And typically it does. Regulars will be the ones who get the bar dice to play the game. And what happens when you lose a game of bar dice? Well, the loser buys drinks or shots for everybody else. So we see that Maxwell Anderson was participating in that, but he was not, he was. Sade Robinson appeared to just be watching. She wasn't playing the game, and she wasn't doing any of the shots so far as we could tell, but she sat there for quite some time. And at a certain point, they both take off their jackets. They're getting comfortable. Eventually, they go over to that table you see that says Dukes on it, the red table there, and they played some beer pong. So they were at their bar for a few hours. Another witness who testified a little bit later was the owner of Dukes on Water, Tim Slugga. He had just bought the bar, just bought it, like the day this happened. I mean, it literally had just become official, and he said that the man he recognized as being a regular there was Maxwell Anderson, and Maxwell Anderson told him congratulations on the purchase of the bar. So that was some of the early testimony today. There's some more that we'll talk about that came out of that. You can see that we now have Aaron Maben, who is live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. Aaron, if you can hear me, I know you weren't in court all morning, but you did get in there for probably the longest and most substantial witness of the day, and that was Detective Kayla Berkkey. Can you tell us a little bit about what she had to say, what she was talking about today? I've got it turned up. I'm not hearing him.
Well, Anderson's home.
There we go.
Okay, mic check.
There we go. Now
Are you hearing me okay now?
I've got you now. Yeah, go right
okay.
ahead.
And then I am getting a little bit of feedback, Brian. So you're going to see me kind of pop my earpiece out of my ear. I'll talk and then I'll pop it back in my ear, and then I'll be able to answer another question. We'll kind of do that going back and forth. So you see it's out of my ear.
To wear this dress, and then the other one, you have a pink one that you gave me, the one that's
with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office was on the stand, and it was really fascinating because yesterday we saw the outside and inside of Maxwell Anderson's home, and today we got an inside, more in-depth look because this really focused on a search warrant from April 4th, April 5th, and April 16th. And let's just start outside. We saw all this outside yesterday. We saw the holes in Maxwell Anderson's look like. It's finally that normal garage, and it's that truck that we had heard from the man who lived in the home, the tenant, Pete Warbington, that wasn't, able to run, something that had been worked on. But what was most fascinating was when we finally got a look inside the basement. And I can tell you, sitting in the gallery, people definitely reacted when we went down to the basement. Everything looked normal. There were the power tools, the normal equipment. But then there was that makeshift bedroom that we finally saw. We had heard rumblings about a bedroom, a mattress in the basement, but there was never really clarity, Brian, until today. So we saw this makeshift bedroom. It's just a mattress down in the basement, and there's also kind of a curtain and this wall. So not really a comfortable bedroom, a normal bedroom, but the detective on the stand called it a makeshift bedroom. To note, no sign that Sade Robinson was ever there. There was bedding there, there was clothing there, but no sign of Sade Robinson ever being there. The most interesting thing, though, in the basement was for the first time we saw Maxwell Anderson's shirt that he was wearing on that first date with Sade Robinson. It is a Carhartt shirt that had been cleaned. So the detective noticed that this was fresh laundry. Maxwell Anderson had cleaned sheets. He had also cleaned that shirt that was worn on the first date. It was in the laundry, and Detective Berkkey ended up taking that evidence out of the bag, and she showed it to the jury. That same shirt that Maxwell Anderson was wearing on that first date with Sade Robinson. So that really covered the basement level, to my understanding. Looked like a normal basement until we saw that makeshift bedroom. We don't know what it was used for, who stayed in that bedroom, but there was some sort of bedroom and bedding. And then also, Brian, that shirt that that Maxwell Anderson wore on that first date with Sade Robinson.
Let me ask, I'll play a little devil's advocate for the defense here, but that shirt he wore on the date, if you go on a date on what night of the week was April 1st? I can't even recall what that was, but this is a few days later.
I believe that was the Sunday going into Monday.
So
yeah.
Sunday going into Monday, this is a few days later, it's April 4th. It would be pretty natural that whatever you wore a few days ago would probably end up in your laundry rotation. So is there anything particularly significant about seeing that shirt in the laundry? Is it something else that's not there? What is the significance of finding that particular shirt? We know that's Maxwell Anderson's house. Is that maybe further evidence that that's Maxwell Anderson at the bar? I mean, we've already had the positive identification there. I guess I'm just curious what the significance is of that shirt.
And we haven't gotten there yet when the defense, they're getting ready to question in a moment because the defense just started taking over in this cross-examination. What stood out was they were looking for certain clothing, Brian. So they were looking for that first date clothing. And that's when they found the shirt, and then upstairs they're going to find a jacket, a sweatshirt more like it, in the home. So they're looking for clothing in that surveillance video, and they have finally found that clothing. And when they find the clothing, it is cleaned. It is fresh out of the laundry. So it just adds to this story. But again, as you're saying, he wore it. It was raining. He could have been wearing it for a second day, could have sweated in it. Who knows? It's not unnatural for someone to wear something and wash it either, Brian. So that's a great point right there that the defense will likely be getting into a little bit later too when they get into the clothing. What's not shown is another element of clothing. The prosecution, the state, they're saying that Maxwell Anderson was wearing a black pants, shoes, a sweatshirt, and a backpack on a bus. So when this search warrant was being executed, they weren't only looking for this first date clothing that they found, they're also looking for the evidence of what the prosecution says is Maxwell Anderson on a bus. That has not been found. It was not found in the basement, in the clothing, in the wash at all, in the laundry at all, that fresh laundry that we saw, not on the second floor, not even in the attic. So they're painting this picture of what has been found, what he was wearing, what's been cleaned, but what is still missing in this search warrant that's been executed, Brian.
I think, Aaron, that does seem significant because if in fact they have proven to the jury that that was Maxwell Anderson on that bus ride back and the walk where you see the shoes with the light-colored soles and you see those pants. You say, well, then if he's got the shirt to put back in the laundry, in theory, those clothes should be somewhere in the house too. And if not, where are they and why aren't they there? Why are they missing? One other piece, though, that the jury didn't hear was that among other clothing that was found in the home was some women's clothing that did not belong to Sade Robinson, in particular a woman's bra. And the state wanted to introduce that specifically, but the judge ultimately determined over the defense objection that that would be too prejudicial to the jury because it may lead them to think there were other missing women when there's been no other sort of testimony or evidence about other missing women. But we, as viewers, have heard that. We now know that that's a part of this. There was this woman's bra. The jury's never going to hear about that, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Do happen with the jury in and out of the room. That was one right there that really stood out, Brian, that will not be something mentioned inside during the jury being in the room when this testimony happens. I do want to point out something that the jury reacted to. I noticed a lot of people in the courtroom reacting to the idea of 51 knives being inside of one person's home. So let's take you upstairs now, Brian, because we have to talk about what was in the kitchen and then just all around the home. And I tried to talk to people about this afterwards. Was he a collector of knives? Anything like that? Because 51 knives seems to be a lot for someone who's just someone who works in the bar industry, the food industry, and someone who has a home. So we saw those 51 knives in the kitchen, in the bedroom, in the living room. Not just cooking knives, but a big butcher knife. Also one that appeared to be a collector's knife. That's why I wanted to ask someone as we were all walking out, hey, did he collect knives? Because it had a bird beak. And when that was pointed out with the jury in front of him, in front of everyone in the courtroom, there was a woman who said, and a lot of people who kind of shook their head in a gallery kind of motion. What is someone doing with more than 50 knives?
Aaron, the person who said kind of did that, that was a juror or that was someone in the gallery?
I'm sorry. Nope. Someone in the gallery.
Okay.
Someone in the gallery. Yeah, did that. The jury did not make any noise.
You brought up those knives, though. It's a large number of knives, and we know, and I think this is interesting, we know that the medical examiner who testified yesterday said that the in her view of how the body parts had been separated from the body, she didn't see evidence of power tools or bone saws or anything like that. She actually thought that in many cases it looked like it was something that would be consistent with the use of a knife. So all of a sudden, here's a guy with lots of knives, not just in the kitchen where you expect to find them, but in the living room, in his bedroom. He even had that the old pants that had been cut and sewn into the couch with pockets, and he kept a knife and some other tools in there. It certainly seemed like he was someone who was more than familiar with having knives at his disposal, and I would imagine the prosecution is looking at that and saying, okay, maybe these knives don't have blood on them, but how would we know if there's other ones that are missing? Is that where you think they're going with this?
I think that's where they're going. Something so critical that stands out from that medical examiner testimony yesterday is that there is still no head and still no neck right now. And so they can't really determine how Sade Robinson was killed or where it happened. But in that testimony, there were, according to this physician on the stand, what appeared to be knife wounds after the body was, after Sade Robinson had died and the body had started to become dismembered. That clear connection has not been made by the prosecution. But to me, sitting in there, it seems like they're trying to paint a picture connecting all these knives found in and around the home and the mystery of Sade Robinson being decapitated, her torso being chopped from her body with not a power tool, but a knife. The ankle, Brian, not being a knife being used to take away the ankle, things like that. So it appears that connections are being made and the jury is able to listen to all this kind of and maybe piece it together on their own.
So there's one other really, I think, will become critical piece of evidence that Detective Berkkey showed, and that is this right here. I'm going to pull it up. It is a red couch. And you see right at the bottom of the screen, there's a sort of a brown ottoman that is next to that red couch. You can tell that the couch has this sort of shiny, pleather type of material. There was a lot of focus for about 7 or 8 minutes on this particular couch. A lot of questions that the state asked the detective about this couch. What we know from opening statements, and we have not seen this yet, is that on Maxwell Anderson's phone, there was apparently a photograph of Sade Robinson on this very couch face down. That's the indication we got from the opening statements from the state. We expect we're going to see that. I would imagine, Aaron, it would seem that their intention here is to, let me pull that down off of there. It would seem that their intention is to prove that when you see this photograph from a cell phone, it's probably a close-up. I'm guessing they want to say, look at that, it's the same couch. This is Maxwell Anderson's house, right?
And they absolutely, that's where I think they're going, and they really did not miss an inch of that couch. There was even that question of, can you describe the couch for us? The prosecutor asked that to Detective Berkkey. He just described this couch for us. And the detective says, yes, it looks like it's worn in, like it had been sat on a lot. Some of it's starting to come off, like people had been sitting on it for some time. So they want to make sure that the jury has a deep understanding of this couch inside of Maxwell Anderson's home and what was also, everything on it. So I believe that's going to eventually come into play. That's interesting that you picked up on that too, Brian, of how long they spent, not just in the basement, not just in the laundry, but even just on this couch, as they eventually will likely bring in this photograph that we've heard of, Sade Robinson, a body, a young woman on this couch. That's likely going to be put into this evidence too, Brian.
You know, I just flashed something up I'm going to show again here in a minute, but you think about the state is trying to tell a story to the jury here, and they're trying to plant ideas in the jury's head with the evidence that they have. And while they don't have the crime or the weapon that was used, we don't have the murder weapon, we don't have the smoking gun, but it's interesting, that knife you talked about, the one with the bird beak, we're seeing it now. What I find really interesting is they set that on the red couch to take a picture of it. And maybe that was not intentional. Maybe that's just what was handy at the time, a surface they could lay it on. But it's interesting, if we're later going to see Sade Robinson on this very couch, they've now placed a knife on the same couch where we're going to see Sade Robinson's body. There seems to be a powerful suggestion there to the jury of what may have happened. Maybe it wasn't that knife, maybe it was another one. Again, I'm not certain that that's exactly what they were going for, but it stood out to me when I saw that it's that knife on that couch. That seems to send a bit of a message to the jury as to what might have gone down here.
And you didn't really see that with a lot of other evidence, right? We saw the firearm that was found inside of Maxwell Anderson's home. The firearm stayed inside of the box that it was in. They did a medium shot, then they did a close-up shot of this firearm. But that was something that appeared to have been moved to the couch area where Sade Robinson, that photograph that will eventually likely come into play in this case, was there too. I mean, there were knives just all around the place, not just there, but also one that appeared to be maybe above his bed or somewhere high up, and then in the kitchen too. So that was one that was moved for a photograph, though.
We keep hearing over and over, they keep going back to the area between Maxwell Anderson's house and the neighbor's house, and there's that gate. And we keep hearing a lot about what's going on with that, but I don't always know where each side is going. The defense was asking more questions about that gate and how much space is there between those houses, and can you see through there? Do we have any clue where they're going with that, or are we still kind of like a lot of things, we're waiting to find out what the theory is?
Well, I think it made a bit more sense yesterday when we were hearing testimony from Pete Warbington about that gate, because he talked a lot about how loud that gate was, or one of the gates were really loud, how close the neighbor was next door, who he said was a sweet older woman who lived, next door. So the gate made sense yesterday. I'm not really understanding why this is becoming, part of the story, unless they're, again, just confirming that this is the outside of Maxwell Anderson's home. This is going to be a closer look of Maxwell Anderson's home. I'm still interested, Brian. You know, when we heard opening statements, they talked about a neighbor's Ring doorbell camera capturing surveillance video from across the street. And they were able to, you know, use that side image, that side gate that Maxwell Anderson used, that he later would take Sade Robinson through, that side door. And we always have heard of the silhouette of that side gate and inside the home too. So for me, when I see stuff like that, Brian, I think they're just trying to, you know, put some concrete evidence of this is a side gate, this is what Maxwell Anderson used, and there wasn't always a great vantage point. But when you see that side, that front gate, there appear to be holes inside of the door, inside of the fence. It appears that there's some sort of decoration. When I was looking at it from the back of the courtroom, that there are some holes, but you can't get a clear look at the back of the home or the side of the home with that gate being closed at all.
So I suspect what you're saying, and I think you're right about this, Aaron, is that we're going to probably get that testimony of them entering the home after they've driven down from Dukes on Water, and then we're going to see that activity inside the home that they say in the upstairs level, which is Maxwell Anderson's part of the home, that we're going to see movement of two individuals through the curtains or something like that from that. We haven't seen that yet, so we expect to see that. We're still waiting for those photographs of Sade Robinson on what they are going to tell us is Maxwell Anderson's couch. And apparently there's a photograph of someone removing Sade Robinson's pants and underwear. We haven't seen that. If that, in fact, is something that's still to come, it's going to be a key piece of evidence. I'm not sure what else we're missing. We've gotten an awful lot so far, but it seems like the prosecution still has some big places to go.
You know, let's go back to, we were talking about the silhouette, the curtain. What was really interesting when the evidence came up, they had to actually blacken the second floor window. So detectives with the sheriff's office, investigators, they got there. And even though it was on the second floor, it seems like they were nervous about the media being able to see inside the second floor. That's what the detective had mentioned. Or maybe looky-loos, just, you know, going through the second floor. So they had to take these garbage bags or black curtains to actually blacken out the second floor windows during the search of Maxwell Anderson's home on the second floor of his duplex in Milwaukee. So listen, I know we're gonna likely see some photographs, maybe the Ring doorbell camera from across the street. Who knows how clear things will be? Who knows if things, you know, will be clearer or maybe better to understand when we finally get those images, because they were certainly concerned about cameras and people walking by during the investigation, Brian.
Aaron, I'm going to let you go for now because we are going to have you back probably another 15 minutes or so, and we'll have a little bit of an extra audience joining us for that as well at that time. So we're going to take a break, but I do want to know when we talk to you next time, maybe we'll talk a little bit about the atmosphere out there. I know some days we've had supporters that are coming and making a lot of noise. Today sounds a little quieter out there, but we can address some of that when we come back to you a little later on. Thanks a lot, Aaron. So that is Aaron Mabin, who is live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. As you see there, that is the 6th floor of the safety building where this trial is taking place. They're currently in recess and will be returning at 1:45 this afternoon. Right now, let's see if I can get that set up so we can keep an eye on that. But Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We are going to be taking you right up to 1:45 when testimony returns. We'll have Aaron Mabin back to tell us a little bit more about his observations from this morning. We will also, this afternoon about 1:15, have Julius Kim of Kim and Lavoie join us again with his expert analysis as a criminal defense attorney and as a former state prosecutor. I haven't yet really talked to you much about some of the other testimony we have heard so far today, so I'll run through some of that here quickly before we break away for just a couple of minutes. I mentioned that we had Detective Jake Pushing on the stand this morning. He was a continuation from yesterday afternoon and going through some of the surveillance and security video at Dukes on Water. There were shots of Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson together arriving at, I think it was around 6:36 p.m. at Dukes on Water, and then leaving at 9:03 p.m. That's their arrival right there, 6:03 or 6:36 on April 1st. They are there for 2.5 hours, and while they're inside, they're seated at the bar together for a significant period of time. Eventually, they're joined by others who play games with them. They play bar dice, and then also that big table you see there is used for beer pong. They end up, Sade Robinson participates in that. There's a point where she even takes a photograph of the cups that she apparently posted to Snapchat because other friends saw the picture of her posting that she was playing beer pong at Duke's. We now see the moment where she actually does that. Of course, that is Maxwell Anderson, the guy there with the hair pulled back into a small ponytail, otherwise known as a man bun. And that is Sade Robinson in that white midriff sweater. It has a particular pattern on it as well that you can't really tell here because it's washed out, but there are other angles from surveillance that police showed or detectives showed that indicated there was a distinctive pattern to it, and I believe that was being indicated to match it up with some of the other shots we've seen so they can confirm that's Maxwell Anderson, that's Sade Robinson. The second person we heard from today was Detective Nathan Spittlemeister. He is a Milwaukee County Sheriff's detective as well, and he also went over surveillance video from the Milwaukee School of Engineering that actually showed the two of them leaving Dukes on Water and heading west on McKinley. And that was important because you remember the Life 360 data that police tracked of Sade Robinson's movements showed her at that same time going from Water Street, turning west on McKinley, and then taking the interstate down to Maxwell Anderson's home. Here we have surveillance video of Sade Robinson's car, which we see the two of them get in, and we see it go the exact direction that her Life 360 data went. We heard from the owner of Dukes on Water, Tim Sluga, who had just purchased the bar and said that Max Anderson had been a regular there for years. Detective Joanne Donner was recalled to talk a little bit about the search that was done on the 39th Street home. That seemed to be a little less important, but nonetheless, there were some questions there. Hobie Love, a detective from the sheriff's office, was called to talk about gloves that were found in South Milwaukee along the lakefront with some specks of blood. I expect we're going to hear a little bit more about that as well. And then we heard from a security worker at Dukes on Water who also indicated that Maxwell Anderson had been a regular there for years. We're going to have a lot more to come as we get you ready for the afternoon session today here on day 6 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to step away in just a moment and we'll rejoin you here in a couple of minutes with more analysis from this morning's events. Do I hit the out button?
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here with you from the Wisconsin Live Desk on Tuesday, June 3rd. It is 12:30 p.m. and the Maxwell Anderson trial is in the midst of its lunch recess. They will be resuming testimony at 1:45 this afternoon. For the next hour and 15 minutes, we're going to be bringing you a summary and analysis of this morning's testimony. You will hear once again from Fox 6's Aaron Mabin, who has been at the Milwaukee courthouse, the Milwaukee County Safety Building, actually, in Judge Crivello's courtroom, listening to testimony, particularly that of Detective Kayla Berkkey, as we're going through some of the photographs taken inside Maxwell Anderson's home and some key items that the prosecution has drawn our attention to. We will also hear at 1:15 this afternoon from Julius Kim of the law firm Kim and Lavoie, a criminal defense expert and former state prosecutor who will be able to give us his analysis of what we've heard and what it might mean for each side. We can also talk a little bit about how we got here. So it is Tuesday of the second week of this trial. And of course, it started last Tuesday because it started after the Memorial Day holiday. Tuesday of last week, day one of the trial, was all jury selection. This is now the 5th day of testimony. We have heard from 56 total state witnesses, several of whom have been recalled for a second or even a third time. So in terms of individuals, I think it's up in the upper 40s in terms of the number of different people we've heard from. So far today, 7 individual witnesses, most of them detectives from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. We did hear from 2 civilians. One was the owner of Dukes on Water. The other is a security worker for Dukes on Water. As you recall, if you know the basic details of this case, Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson, it's not entirely clear exactly when they met, but they seem to know of each other. But then after being introduced through mutual acquaintances or friends, they went out on a first date on April 1st of 2024. That date started at around 5 o'clock in the evening at Twisted Fisherman, a place that Maxwell Anderson had worked for just a few weeks in 2024. He said he wanted to go there to pick up his W-2, so his tax statement. So here they are in April of 2024. I guess it was earlier that year, or it might have even been 2023. I might be getting that wrong. He had worked there for a few weeks at some point during that past year, wanted to go pick up his W-2. So we saw yesterday images of them sitting at the bar, doing shots, having drinks. That one right there, you see Sade Robinson seated on the right, Maxwell Anderson seated on the left, and there's a bartender. Those are the only people in the bar at that time. They're there for about an hour and a half, and then they leave to head to Dukes on Water, which is another bar in Milwaukee on Water Street at Juneau. They're leaving from this area. The bar they're at here that you see them at, Twisted Fisherman, is near Potawatomi Casino, which is in the Menominee River Valley along Canal Street in Milwaukee. They get into Sade Robinson's car. You see the 2 of them on surveillance video leave the building together. They get into Sade Robinson's car. In this image, they drive away, and then they head to Dukes on Water. We see images of them parking outside Dukes on Water and walking in together, and they arrive together at 6:36 p.m. on April 1st. The state has really gone out of its way to do a thorough detailing of their movements on surveillance video and through the Life 360 app and through security camera video in each of the bars, really demonstrating that at least from 5 o'clock until 9:03 p.m., these 2 are together on a date. It doesn't seem like it's anything remarkable. There's no arguing. There's no aggressive touching or anything like that. They just seem to be out having some drinks, having a good time. They play a little beer pong. They play some bar dice, particularly Maxwell Anderson does. This bar there at Dukes on Water, it's established that he's a regular there. He bellies up to the bar. The bartender serves him a couple of drinks, and pretty soon they're playing bar dice. It's probably the only time I've ever heard in a homicide trial an attorney asking a witness to explain what bar dice is or if he knows how the game works. It's about as Wisconsin as it gets, but sure enough, that happened today. And the reason that it was mentioned is to establish that it's usually regulars, people who are well known at a bar in Wisconsin, who will be offered the cup with the dice to play bar dice. And why? Well, the loser of the game has to buy drinks or shots for everybody else. So that was discussed in testimony today, not something I expected we were going to hear, but I think the significance is to establish that he's known there. He was a regular, he'd been around, people were comfortable with him. After they're there for a while, they go and they play. You see that table there on the right. That's the table for playing beer pong at Duke's. So they all go to play beer pong. You can see Sade Robinson at this point is on the far side of the table with another young woman who she has some conversations with, actually gives her a hug before they leave. So there appears to be some familiarity there, or maybe it's someone she just met and had a nice time with that night. Maxwell Anderson is on the near side in that dark shirt, which we know on the front is the Carhartt shirt. Which, by the way, that's significant because that shirt is later found in his laundry, having been cleaned a few days later. I believe there's a shot of him as he is outside Twisted Fisherman in that shirt where you can see it there. Yeah, so you see the Carhartt wording on the front of that shirt. Later on, a detective today holds up that shirt in court. There it is. That's the same shirt Maxwell Anderson, they say, was wearing on their first date. They found the shirt. They did not find, from what I understand, the pants he was wearing that he's seen in the video when he is leaving the scene of the car fire and then getting on the bus. There were also some shoes that were particularly of interest, and that's because as detectives were detailing his walk from the car fire to the bus and then home, you could see that he was wearing shoes with light-colored bottoms, and detectives said they searched that house thoroughly. They looked in every nook and cranny, every crevice, every floor. They did not find those shoes. So if the shirt was there, what happened to the shoes? What happened to the pants? Where did they go? That is likely something the state is going to be pointing out, I would imagine, in its that's the whole thing about these cases, is you hear the questions that are being asked. You hear the testimony. We don't always know why the state might be asking this or why the defense is going this route with its cross-examination. They have their reasons. And they're going to present all of this in a final story to the jury. Sometimes we're speculating. We're trying to guess where they're going. That's why we have experts like Julius Kim on to talk to us a little bit about what they think is going on here and why they think it's significant, especially someone like Attorney Kim, who's been involved in homicide trials. So he knows what's important. He knows things that are critical to proving a case or critical to influencing a jury. What might be good for each side or the other. So we're going to hear from him a little bit later on. Those were probably some of the key things we heard before we got to Detective Berkkey. We did hear from Hobie Love, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's detective who had responded to South Milwaukee, as I said, where there were some gloves found along the lakefront. This was about a quarter mile south of the spot where Sade Robinson's leg was found, and they found some gloves that appeared to have some blood on them. It was not indicated during that questioning whether or not that blood ever tested and came back to Sade Robinson or came back to Maxwell Anderson, or if it was significant in some other way. But the fact that they are having someone testify to that suggests that there's going to be some sort of connection we're going to hear about later on. There's some other things we are waiting to hear that I think are going to be key. And one of those things comes down to Detective Berkkey's testimony. She went through the house methodically. Detectives took photos of everything. And that was the basement, that was the bedroom, the kitchen, the upstairs. And one of the things that she spent a considerable amount of time talking about is this living room. And you see the red couch that's down to the right there with some pillows on it. And there's sort of it's dark, but there's an ottoman, a brown ottoman in front of that. Up on the wall on the right, you see a small shelf. There's a knife up on that shelf that also becomes particularly of interest. And see if we can get another look at that same room. This is the couch, and you see that shelf up to the left. This couch, this red couch, worn, has a shiny appearance, kind of looks like it's definitely very worn down on the sitting or laying surface. It's like a pleather or leather type of material, and then you have the brown ottoman that is oriented in the way that it is up against the couch. There were questions about exactly how that was laid out, how it was oriented. I suspect, and I'm going to tell you again, I'm speculating here because I just don't know, but I'm putting two and two together. During opening statements, the prosecution, lead prosecutor Ian Vance Curzan, mentioned that we will see a photograph from Maxwell Anderson's phone that was extracted from the phone he still had on him the day he was arrested. And that shows a photograph of what they say is Sade Robinson face down on a couch. and that in that photograph you see a hand that they say is Maxwell Anderson's hand reaching under and grabbing her right breast. We haven't seen that photo introduced yet. Obviously, we suspect that will be introduced at some point soon. And the fact that they spent more than probably 7 or 8 minutes talking about this couch suggests to me that we're going to see in that photograph a couch that looks an awful lot like this. And the state is going to make the argument that it is this couch and that that places Sade Robinson in Maxwell Anderson's living room. We haven't seen that yet. I'm telling you where I think this is going. It's an educated guess based on what was said in opening statements, but we'll see where that goes from here. We also saw this knife. This, you notice the sort of very distinctive art of the sheath and also on the handle. It's like a bird beak on the handle. This was on that shelf that was sitting above the couch. I go to the back, that one, you see that shelf to the right, right under where the sort of angled ceiling is. Apparently this was sitting up on that shelf near the couch and was one of more than 50 knives found throughout Anderson's home. They found knives in his bedroom. They found knives in the kitchen, which you would expect. They found knives in the living room. They even had, along one of the chairs or couches, he had sewn in some old pants with pockets and was using those pockets to store a variety of different tools, including at least one knife. The prosecution seems to be suggesting that, or at least raising the attention of the jury, that Maxwell Anderson had a lot of knives. And perhaps having all of those knives means he might be the kind of guy who would have had a knife handy to do the kinds of things that are alleged in this case. We know that the medical examiner last week said, or I should say earlier this week, said that the body parts and how they were removed from Sade Robinson's body did not appear that they were necessarily power tools used. She didn't see clear-cut evidence of that. She couldn't say how they were removed, but she saw signs that was consistent with the use of a knife. So if that is the case, then maybe that's why they're telling us all about the knives found in the home. So much more we could talk about. I'm going to take a break, and in a little bit we're going to be joined once again by Fox 6's Aaron Maben outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. He'll tell us some of what he heard in testimony this morning and also what the scene is like there downtown outside the trial. We'll talk to him when we come back after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk on day 6 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, the 5th day of testimony, the second Tuesday of this trial. We're in week 2. We were told this trial would go probably a minimum of 2 weeks. And at this point, the state is still presenting its case in chief, which means we haven't even gotten to the defense's case, much less to jury instructions or the jury deliberating. So this is going to take a while longer, and we don't know how much more the state has to go. We know that there have now been 56 witnesses called in those 5 days of testimony. Several of those witnesses have been recalled 2 or 3 times. And I heard someone, or I saw, I think in the YouTube stream earlier, that there were some commenters asking, why do they keep recalling all of these same witnesses? Well, sometimes it's a matter of the order of events that they want to present evidence. You might have a detective who can talk about what was found in Sade Robinson's apartment at one point, but that same one might need to be asked later about something else that fits sort of the storytelling. So instead of having it's already disjointed, but to have it even more disjointed by having one detective talk about 2 or 3 different things and another one talk about 2 or 3 different things, sometimes they'll recall a witness and bring them back to hit a key point. Other times, it's because there's been testimony or cross-examination. In particular, since this is the state's case, there's been cross-examination that's raised a question that they go, well, we want to address that with our earlier expert or our earlier witness. Now that they've asked or raised this point or raised this theory, and I'll give an example. At one point, the defense, after going through Sade Robinson's apartment, they pointed out they were able to get the judge to agree to let them enter into testimony that there had been pills found in Sade Robinson's safe, pills that were field tested as meth. They were never tested by the crime lab. The defense wanted that in, and their theory was, their argument to the judge was, hey, if she's got drugs, maybe she's buying drugs from someone, maybe she's mixed up with some dangerous people other than Maxwell Anderson. That's a theory that could be out there, and that goes to maybe a defense that they would have for Maxwell Anderson. Well, the state turned around and said, okay, well, we're calling back a detective who looked at her phone. And they brought that detective who had already been on the stand earlier. They brought him back and they said, okay, well, is there any evidence on her phone that she was talking to drug dealers, that she was asking about drugs, that she was doing anything related? No, they didn't see any of that. So that was the reason they called that particular witness back, was to refute or at least try to tear down that defense theory that she was mixed up with a bunch of dangerous people. So that's it on that for now. I think we've got Aaron Mabin, who is back with us again. Aaron is live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. And Aaron, let me make sure I get your audio correct this time. We'll get you up there and going. You've been out there several days. You've been out there at different times. What are you seeing as far as the scene around you? Are there any supporters out there today, or has it been pretty quiet?
Yeah. So today's actually been really quiet, but I want to show you this image right outside the safety building doors right now. As we push in together, Sade Robinson's father is out here right now, meeting with maybe some family members, also some maybe friends of the family out here right now. I'm showing you this moment right now because I got here around 10 o'clock this morning, all the way until noon. Now the garbage truck is maybe blocking our view of him. Around noon, he was not in the courtroom at all. And in my reporting throughout this entire process, I've noticed that this has been extremely difficult for his mother, for Sade Robinson's mother, and also her father, both of them needing to get up and get down and get up and get down and stay there for their daughter during those very difficult moments, but also to excuse themselves as well. So now we see Sade Robinson's father leaving the safety building. He's here with a woman who, I'm not sure their relationship right now, but he was not married to Sade Robinson's mother. She lived here in Milwaukee. He lived in Florida. Our reporter, Bria Jones, first one to talk to him via Zoom, and they've, been able to talk. And I asked her, does he live here now? And she thinks he still lives in Florida too. When I walked outside of the courtroom, I saw the courthouse here just a few minutes ago before he came to me, Brian. I introduced myself. I said, I'm Aaron with Fox 6. We said hello, shook his hand, and then I came here to report to you. You can tell he is in a very somber mood, as one could imagine, being a father who loses his daughter and has to see her dismembered body parts. So I just want to paint a picture that, yes, we are seeing supporters, Brian, but we're also seeing family members. It's extremely cold in the courtroom, so maybe getting some heat, getting some fresh air can be a bit rejuvenating for not only family members, but also just anyone in the gallery.
I know when Fox 6's Bria Jones talked to Sade Robinson's father, she actually got the father and mother together for the first time to do a joint interview. The first reporter in the area to do that, first reporter maybe anywhere that did that in this case. But she talked about how he was, he's living in Florida and he's getting these updates. And every time he would see a 414 number show up, every time Bria would call, his heart would sink because he was afraid, like, what now? What are you going to tell me now? They found her arm, they found her torso. He's probably still waiting for that call that we found her head. He hasn't gotten it yet. But I sense that this has been a difficult process because of the way this just piece by, I don't mean to be flippant by saying piece by piece this came out, but or insensitive, but now he's had to essentially pause his life to come here and wait for this trial to play out over the course of a couple of weeks.
And it's certainly been a journey from very much the very beginning. He was in Florida as much of this development was happening, and days after he traveled to Milwaukee. I don't know how long he had been away from Milwaukee, but he had traveled to Milwaukee, and he's in this city that he hasn't been in for some time, and it's a city that, you know, his daughter grew up in. It molded her, but also it was the city where she took her last breath, and so much pain is also in the city, and there's so much pain in the courtroom, and we're literally seeing this happening during so much of the testimony. We've seen a victim witness advocate giving him Kleenex boxes. So not just Kleenexes, Brian, not just little sheets, but the entire box he's needed when he's been in the courtroom during those really gruesome days from opening statements all the way through the medical examiner's office. So again, I'm not sure if he was here before 10 o'clock this morning, but I have not seen him in the courtroom for much of the morning today. I will note that Sade Robinson's mom was there, but she did step away during Detective Berkkey's testimony too. She had to walk out of the courtroom today. So a lot of movement. It has been a little bit, and we are seeing mother. Eddie, are we able to see? I do want to show Sade Robinson's mom behind you right here. This is mom walking, going for a walk. She's the one in the white, along with another family member, and that confirms that's who they were talking to. So mom and dad and other family members, when we came to you a few minutes ago, they were all talking together. So it just shows that mom and dad, even though they're not living together, they're not in the same state, they are united for their daughter. So they walked out of the safety building, they're on this lunch break, they're talking, they're going for walks, and just maybe just kind of decompressing or just settling what all this testimony that they took in this morning, Brian.
Just another example of why Aaron Maben is such a great live reporter. You're spotting moments as you're talking to the camera and going, let's see, that's the mom over there, that's the dad over there. It's great television, and that's why we hope you're here for our live stream. Aaron, I want to talk a little bit about what happened on the stand this morning. You were in there particularly for Detective Kayla Berkkey, and a lot of photographs. We saw an awful lot of photographs of the inside of Maxwell Anderson's home, something for more than a year. We all wondered, what does it look like inside there? What are we going to see? What did we see today?
You know, it was kind of a building off point from yesterday when we finally saw the outside and inside of Maxwell Anderson's home. But when Detective Kayla Berkkey with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office took the stand, she painted a picture and made it clear that these are going to be from April 4th, April 5th, and April 16th, when search warrants were executed inside Maxwell Anderson's home. And we got to see a wide-ranging scope of the backyard, where there are holes in the backyard used for a fire pit, a shed that was being built. We also saw the inside of the garage that was in the backyard for the first time. And then we make our way inside of Maxwell Anderson's home. When we get inside of Maxwell Anderson's home, we see literally the front door. You can either go up or you can go down. And we went downstairs to the basement, Brian. That's the first place we went when Kayla Berkkey was taking the stand. And in the basement, it seemed to be a normal basement. Yes, there were power tools, there were a workstation down there too. And then we saw this makeshift bedroom, is what she called. And that kind of had a lot of people looking up and leaning in. What was this bedroom used for? The detective said that when they found it, they took evidence from sheets that were on there. There was also clothing on the bed too. And then from that makeshift bedroom, nothing of Sade Robinson was there. No sign of Sade Robinson at all in that makeshift bedroom. We finally get the laundry. So we go to the laundry. There are 2 units there. And the detective says this is when we found the shirt that was worn during that first date that Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson went on. And we saw the black Carhartt shirt that Maxwell Anderson was wearing at Twisted Fisherman, at Duke's, and it was washed. It was freshly in the laundry pile, as she said. And then they discussed that in front of the jury, finding this freshly washed clothing, which obviously doesn't truly stand out, because after you wear something for a number of days, number of times, you may want to throw it in the wash, throw it in the dryer. But what was interesting in that testimony was, yes, we saw this clothing from the first date, but we do not find the clothing from the person who the prosecution says is Maxwell Anderson on the Milwaukee County bus, taking the bus. This is going to be a hoodie. It's also going to be black pants, shoes, and a backpack. We never find that clothing, but we do find the clothing that is from the first date. From the basement, we make it up to the kitchen area. In the kitchen area, there are more than 50 knives, more than 51 knives just in the kitchen area and in the home too. And these are in butcher blocks. They're also on the wall, kind of that magnetic stand that these knives can hold on, can connect to inside of the kitchen. So she paints a picture of what is collected inside of the kitchen. Then we go up to Maxwell Anderson's bedroom, where there are other knives. There are other sheets that are collected. They also go into the living room too. So you kind of get an understanding that they are doing this wide-ranging search and documenting so many things inside of the house. What again stands out in the living room is the couch. There's a couch that they took a number of photographs of, and I believe, Brian, you said they took about 7 minutes or so just discussing this couch inside of the living room, talking about the wear and tear of the couch, right? It's not just any couch, it's an old pleather couch. The pleather really stood out to me. Not a leather couch, it was a pleather couch that they are really focusing in on, that is falling apart, but that will likely become part of a bigger story as this case plays out.
Yeah, you know, the discussion of the couch certainly seems to be a harbinger of things to come when we know from the opening statement that there's mention of a photograph extracted from Maxwell Anderson's phone of Sade Robinson on what prosecution says is Maxwell Anderson's couch. I imagine they're going to try to match up the two to say, see, that's his couch that she's laying on in this photo. There's something else from today I wanted to talk about, and that is, and this is actually not from today, Aaron. This was from yesterday, and I thought it was really interesting that we've seen, you mentioned the Carhartt shirt, that we saw that on the bus, we see that in his laundry. Even though I think it's been well established at this point that we're seeing Maxwell Anderson at all these places, the state, and I'm going to put this up right here, they put 3 photographs up side by side yesterday. One was the booking photo of Maxwell Anderson. That's on the left. Mm-hmm. The second was the photo of the person who got on the bus at 35th and Lisbon and rode it all the way back down toward Maxwell Anderson's house. This is the person who they detailed walking away from the car fire. And then on the right is Maxwell Anderson in that Carhartt shirt standing outside Duke's on Water smoking a cigarette. They presented that to the jury to say, look at these faces side by side by side. Mm-hmm. That's the same guy. And the point there was, while we might all at home go, yeah, we know that, they've got to prove to the jury, this is Maxwell Anderson in every one of these places, and in every one of these places he's somehow tied to Sade Robinson.
Absolutely. They got to put those photographs together and make it clear to the jury when we are talking about this man, and this man, we're talking about the same guy, and that guy is Maxwell Anderson. Another one for you, Brian, was the arrest video that came out a little bit later in the day, just before my 4 o'clock live shot. They made it clear this is also Maxwell Anderson. You're going to hear his voice. You're also going to see him being arrested for the first time too. They are different dates, they're different clothing, but this is the same guy, and it's all connected, as prosecutors are saying, to Sade Robinson, the first date, and the dismemberment of her as well, Brian.
There was one other thing about that video you talked about. This is the video of his arrest, and there was a mention by the officer involved in that arrest that they didn't tell Maxwell Anderson, you're being arrested for the death of Sade Robinson. They said, your tags are expired. But there were quite a number of squad cars. There were some unmarked cars around. They had their lights on, though. So the defense kind of looks at that and says, well, yeah, I mean, anybody might be nervous, but the prosecution pointed out that he was visibly shaking. I don't know how well that comes through in that video as you're watching it. Maybe as you're there live in person, it's more clear. What did you see with that? Were you able to tell? You said this came out right before your live shot, so maybe you didn't see it up close. But was it obvious that he was visibly shaking because he knows this is a bigger deal than just a ticket for an expired license?
You know, the defense really pounced on that testimony when they heard that, because they said, well, how many people are typically shaking or nervous or maybe bothered when they're being pulled over? The defense really pounced on that questioning, that line of questioning of Maxwell Anderson being visibly shaken or shaking, not only during that arrest moment, but also when he was being pulled over too. There was a moment when we heard Maxwell Anderson's voice, Brian, when he says, what is this for? What's this for? So, you know, Sade Robinson's name is not mentioned, but there's a lot of law enforcement there around him for this arrest, and he said, what's this for?
Well, Aaron, we know that you've got your own work to do aside of helping us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and we'll obviously check in with you some more as the week goes on. So that was Aaron Mabin. Oh, and that is still Aaron Mabin as I put that up there. Now, here I am. That's Aaron Mabin outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building, where the case is currently on its daily lunchtime recess. They are scheduled to resume at 1:45 this afternoon. In about 15 minutes, we're going to be joined by Julius Kim of the law firm Kim and Lavoie to give us his analysis of the new evidence we have heard and testimony we've heard so far today. When we come back, I'm going to take you through once again, if you're just tuning in, what we've heard so far today, where it fits into the bigger picture of things, and what we expect we're going to be hearing this afternoon and in the coming days. We'll do that right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson. 1:04 p.m. on Tuesday, June 3rd. It's day 6 of the trial of Maxwell Anderson, the man charged in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson in April of 2024. It's the 5th full day of testimony. We have now heard from 56 witnesses in the case, And today, 7 of them so far on the stand. We ended testimony in the morning with Detective Kayla Berkkey, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's detective. She's going to be back on the stand when they resume this afternoon. And something I'm going to talk to Julius Kim about in a little bit. There was some discussion amongst the attorneys and the judge right at the end of the morning session where during cross-examination of Detective Berkkey, the defense attorney, Jason Findling, was asking some questions, and he raised a term called presumptive analysis. Had to do something to do with blood testing. I'm not entirely clear on how it fits into what his line of questioning was, but as soon as Megan Newport, the deputy district attorney on the prosecution side, as soon as she heard that, she immediately spoke up and said, "Judge, I want to have a sidebar." And they stopped, and the judge or the attorneys huddled around Judge Crivello. Then they resumed, and right a couple of minutes after that, the judge stopped everything for lunch and said, "Okay, send the jury out, go have a good lunch. Don't think about this for a while." And then she had a discussion on the record to talk about what happened at that sidebar. Apparently there had been an agreement between the state and the defense not to talk about blood testing or presumptive analysis that was done on some of these items that were found in Maxwell Anderson's home. The parties had agreed that, the state doesn't go down that road, we won't go down this road, and they weren't going to talk about it. But as soon as the defense raised that term, presumptive analysis, that apparently opened the door for the state to now go down a line of questioning that they wanted to go down, but that they had agreed not to. They say the defense breached their agreement, the judge agreed, and so they say now we're going to go down that road. But right at the end, you heard Tony Cotton, who is the lead defense attorney, he said, well, if that door is open, then we're just going to go into a thorough examination of that ourselves. Right now, it is the defense that has the floor on cross-examination of Detective Berkkey. So I suspect when we come back at 1:45, there's going to be a considerable amount of cross-examination that continues of that witness before the state goes on redirect. So she could take up a good portion of at least the early part of this afternoon. What we'll hear after that, we don't know. What we've heard so far today started with a continuation of Monday's testimony, which ended with a Milwaukee police homicide detective, Jake Pushing, who was on the stand talking about and showing security video from Duke's on Water, the second bar that Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson went to together on April 1st. They were on that date. They had started at Twisted Fisherman. Then they went to Duke's on Water. We find that not only is this a bar they went to together, but this is a place Maxwell Anderson knows pretty well, and people there recognize him. In fact, the brand new owner was the next witness. The new owner at that time of Duke's on Water, Tim Slugga, was called to the stand, and he pointed out that he had just bought the bar officially after having been there as a patron for many years. And Max Anderson knew about the purchase, saw him, and congratulated him on buying the bar and being the new owner. Anderson also was seen at the bar playing bar dice. There were images of Anderson and Sade Robinson sitting at the bar together, and then eventually 3 more people join them. There they are alone. You see them here. Then they are joined by 3 others that sit right at that corner of the bar, and you see the bartender, the female bartender behind the bar, who ends up bringing a cup with dice in, and the kind of thing you'd only hear in a Wisconsin homicide trial, but there's actually discussion and testimony about what bar dice is and how the game works and why that matters. Well, in this case, the defense attorney brought it up on cross-examination, asking, what is bar dice? Well, it's a game that's played typically by regulars at a bar, establishing that Maxwell Anderson was known here and seemed to be liked by other people. Also, that in playing the game, the loser of the game has to buy drinks for the others, and it appeared at one point Maxwell Anderson was responsible for a round of drinks for their friends. Now, I noticed the state kept going very methodically, drink by drink, through everything that happened, and it seemed that Sade Robinson was not participating in the shots, that she wasn't having as much to drink, she wasn't ordering drinks as frequently as Maxwell Anderson. So any suggestion that she was overserved, that she was out of her mind drunk, doesn't seem to match up with what the state is presenting here. At least that's what I could take from them going so methodically through that. But that was the first person who testified this morning. At 9:03 p.m., they leave Dukes on Water. And we had testimony from Nathan Spittlemeister, who is a detective also from the sheriff's office, who had surveillance video from the Milwaukee School of Engineering across the road. And they showed Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson leaving together and walking to Sade Robinson's car, getting in the car, and then driving and turning west onto McKinley Avenue. And that was crucial because the state says they have Life 360 data that shows her cell phone goes from Dukes on Water and turns from Water Street west onto McKinley, then gets on the interstate and goes south all the way down to Maxwell Anderson's home on South 39th Street. That image of the car going that way shows that we see the two of them get in together. They are both in the car together. It's not just Sade Robinson by herself. They turn on McKinley as the Life 360 data shows. That seems to demonstrate that it's not just one set of data, but we've got something else to back up that they are headed down to Maxwell Anderson's home. We also heard from Joanne Donner, who was recalled for probably about the fourth time. There was some discussion there of the search warrant executed at the 39th Street home. That seemed to be a little bit shorter of a sequence, so not too much of significance necessarily. On defense cross, they seem to be maybe raising some questions about how that search warrant was executed. Could be something for appeal. I don't know. It didn't seem particularly significant in the grand scheme of things. Hobie Love, a detective from the sheriff's office, was called to the stand. He responded to a witness, a civilian named Joseph Gagner, and Mr. Gagner had found some gloves along the lake shore that appeared to maybe have some blood on them. And this was about a quarter mile south of where Sade Robinson's leg was found. Some time had passed. It was about a quarter mile south, and we didn't really hear much more testimony about that yet. If those gloves are significant, we may hear more about that a little bit later on. This was a bit out of sequence, but there was a civilian. This was a former security, or maybe current, but it was a security worker for Dukes on Water at the time in April of 2024, Lemitra Griffin. Mr. Griffin was supposed to have testified earlier, wasn't present, but then came to the courthouse and did get inserted here as the 55th witness. And he essentially testified that he was familiar with Maxwell Anderson, that he had been a regular at the bar. And then we ended with Detective Berkkey, who really spent most of the time going methodically through those photos in the home. And probably most significant of that is this red couch, or at least it seems it might be. This red couch is, they talked about the color of the couch, the shininess of the couch, the orientation of the couch to the ottoman there that is next to it. We've already heard in opening statements that this may come into play with a photograph that was pulled off Maxwell Anderson's phone that allegedly shows Sade Robinson face down on this couch. I presume they wanted the jury to see this in detail. They spent about 7 or 8 minutes talking about this furniture right here. And I would imagine that would be to set up the photograph we're going to see later. We haven't seen it yet. I'm going to take a break right now, and when I come back, I do believe I see Julius Kim has tuned in, so we're going to have him join us. Julius Kim, the law firm of Kim and Lavoie. He is a criminal defense expert and also a former state prosecutor, to give us his thoughts, his analysis of what we heard so far today, and we'll talk to him when we come right back after this.
This is the This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here once again at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It's about 1:45, or no, I'm sorry, not 1:45. It is about 1:15 on Tuesday, June 6th, or June 3rd. Boy, if I could get all these, just the date and time right, we'd be good here. It is Tuesday, June 3rd. Day 6 of the Maxwell Anderson trial and day 5 of testimony. And we are joined now by Julius Kim of the law firm Kim and Lavoie, who's been with us throughout this trial, offering his expert analysis of what we've seen and heard. And I'm going to make sure I've got you.
Are $55 annually.
I'm hearing ads advertising. Do I have the right thing up here, Delaney? Because I see Julius, but I think I hear other audio in the background.
For detailed information,
is it just me?
Milwaukee.gov/parking.
Okay, it sounded like there was an ad playing there in the background. But Julius, thank you for being here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I am still hearing some music in the background. I hope that's not. Maybe it's just me. Can you hear that, Julius?
I heard it for a little bit, but it's gone now.
All right. Well, in any case, you've been watching the trial today. Anything that has stood out to you today that is particularly significant for either side?
Yeah, I think that the fact that the state is starting to set up different arguments for the rest of the case. You could see them methodically going through the search of Maxwell Anderson's house. And they're doing that, I think, for a couple reasons. One is that I think the state is very sensitive to this notion that they didn't conduct a very thorough search of the house, because there's not going to be any DNA that's relevant to this case that's going to be found or located within Maxwell Anderson's house. And I think that people are going to be wondering about that, especially in this day and age where there's DNA evidence seemingly everywhere. The juror is going to want to see some DNA evidence in this case, especially if the state's alleging that a murder happened, and not only a murder, but a murder and dismemberment happened inside Maxwell Anderson's house. So I think the state has been painstakingly trying to demonstrate that they searched that house up and down so far. Now, something you alluded to earlier, and I think we'll get to it in a little bit, there was a ruling that was made earlier this morning that the defense apparently violated, and that's something that's going to be really interesting to watch this afternoon.
And I don't mean to interrupt our thought process, but I'm still hearing this music playing in the background. I just want to check. I know you're joining us via Zoom. There's not by any chance anything playing on another tab on your computer, is there? I don't want to blame you for it. It's probably on our end, but I want to make sure we're not missing anything.
I only have one tab open, and that is you guys.
Okay, so I don't know where that sound's coming from, but all right. Well, we've got somebody working on that in the background here. But if you're listening into this and it's a little bit distracting, my apologies. With regard to that sidebar that occurred right before the end of the afternoon, can you give us any insight as to what happened there? It sounds like there was some sort of agreement not to talk about stains that had been found in the home and what was those stains were tested for. The parties agreed not to talk about that, but then the defense asked something that seems to have opened the door to the state bringing this up. Can you tell us more about what that might be all about?
Sure. For a lot of people that don't know how trials work or have not been paying attention or watching every minute of this trial, a lot of times these trials can be run more efficiently if the parties come to agreements on what evidence is going to be allowed or not allowed, or how things are going to be framed, because there are very strong rules in terms of what can be presented in front of a jury or not, because they don't want a trial to be tainted. They don't want jurors to hear just anything. It has to be within the rules of evidence. And so earlier in the morning, the state put on the record that the defense and the state had agreed that they were not going to talk about the fact that other blood stains were found in Maxwell Anderson's apartment. I think there is a twofold reason for that. One is the defense does not particularly want it out there that there was additional blood stains that were found in Maxwell Anderson's apartment, even though none of the blood stains apparently matched those of Sade Robinson. But it just kind of paints, maybe this ick factor for Maxwell Anderson. What's going on there? Whose blood was it? Etc. So the defense and the state agreed that they would not present any testimony or any evidence of blood stains or blood samples on the walls. They agreed that they were going to call them stains. And there was this back and forth because the state wanted to say, listen, I don't want the jury to be left with the impression that the state crime lab's missing these things. But on the other hand, the defense doesn't want these to be labeled as blood stains. So they just agreed to call them stains. Well, during the defense cross-examination of this detective, kind of an oopsie happened, and that is the attorney during cross-examination talked about stains and talked about presumptive tests that the state crime lab people did within Maxwell Anderson's apartment. Well, those presumptive tests were for blood. And it was at that point in time that the state objected, asked for a sidebar, and it was determined by Judge Crivello that the defense opened the door. They violated the agreement that blood would not be talked about or referenced during the course of the search, but they violated that because they talked about these presumptive tests. And now the state doesn't want to be left with this notion of, well, there were these samples being taken, but no one knows what they're about. So that's where we're at. And the judge is going to allow now the state to go into the fact that these were blood samples that were collected throughout Maxwell Anderson's apartment. But I think a full vetting of all the facts is going to show that I'm not sure that any of these blood samples are going to be relevant because none of it amounts to Sade Robinson's blood.
We're going to take a quick break and come back with more from Julius Kim, and we're going to do that right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson back here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is about 1:23 on Tuesday afternoon. We still have Julius Kim of Kim and Lavoie. And Julius, I think we finally got our audio issues squared away on our end. There was some sort of a musical leak coming in that was making it a little more difficult for us to pay attention to what you were saying. So our apologies on that. But I want to talk about the couch for a moment. This red couch, there's a lot of discussion about this one piece of furniture. Of all the things in the house, they spent about 7 or 8 minutes on this couch. It seems like that is probably tied. Am I wrong in thinking that's going to be tied to this photograph that's going to be coming from Maxwell Anderson's phone?
No, I think you're absolutely right. And people that watch trials have to listen for these foreshadowing moments because the state took a lot of time describing this couch, talking about what color it is, what it's made of, like this pleather material, almost too much. And that's because they're setting up this picture. I have a strong, although I haven't seen the photograph myself or photographs, I have a strong feeling that the picture is going to depict this red couch or Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson on this red couch. And it's going to be very, very clear on this photograph that it was this red couch that's right in the middle of Maxwell Anderson's apartment. That is a strong piece of evidence because that ties Sade Robinson directly to Maxwell Anderson's apartment the night of the incident. Presumably, they'll be able to support that. And also countering what the downstairs tenant said, that there was no one upstairs or there didn't appear to be any struggle going on upstairs.
I know we also haven't seen yet that ring video from across the street that is going to show some people that are upstairs inside, at least some silhouettes that we're going to see through the window. That's what we've been told is coming. But seeing Sade Robinson in an identifiable way directly there, that seems to extend that timeline. We know for certain they were together as of 9:03 p.m. when they were at Duke's on Water, and we heard one of the detectives answer a question, is that the last time she's seen on video in public? And they say, yeah, that's the last video. So what happened after 9:03? They've now got the Life 360 that takes her down there. This is a key to putting her in the house, right?
Yeah, and it's not just a matter of putting her inside of Maxwell Anderson's house, but I think what they're doing in the picture is going to be very relevant also. If they're in the middle of some type of sexual act or in some type of compromising position, well, that kind of tells a different story, right? It tells of a story that maybe they came back after being at Duke's at the bars that night, and they decided they were going to engage in some type of romantic behavior, so sexual behavior, and that kind of leads you to believe, I wonder if something went terribly sideways while that was going on that led to a chain of events that ultimately led to where we are right now.
We heard from about maybe a half dozen witnesses today, and there was a lot of sort of focus on whether or not Max Anderson was a regular at Duke's on Water. What's the significance there? Why does that matter, and which side does that help that he was sort of well-known and was a regular at this bar?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how that helped that much, in all honesty. I want to say that it almost seems like they want to paint an image that Maxwell Anderson, was taking Sade Robinson to a familiar place, to a place that kind of his home territory, et cetera. I think the defense didn't mind getting into it because it shows that he wasn't taking her to places that were kind of shady or that he had some kind of plan to do something nefarious that night. So I don't think it shows anything more than the fact that he was well known at the bar. They spent a lot of time there together, and that there was no one else that was with them throughout the course of the night. I mean, they engaged with some other people at the bar, but that they weren't there with other people during the course of the night.
We heard from Hobie Love, a detective who talked about responding to the lakefront in South Milwaukee for some gloves that were found. Those gloves had blood on them. It wasn't a very long a bit of testimony, and we didn't really hear much more about. We still don't really know what are the significance of those gloves. Has that blood been tested? Did it come back to Sade Robinson? What do you think? I mean, I would imagine they're not calling that witness for no reason at all. What do we think the significance might be of those gloves with the blood spots?
Yeah, it was kind of weird that the state would call this deputy that retrieved these gloves that had blood spatter all over them, and then they didn't do anything more with it. You'd think that if there was something more significant that would help the state, that they would have gone into that, but they didn't do that. So I think this is another one of these situations where the state called a witness to kind of take the wind out of the defense sails. I have a feeling that the defense is probably going to either call a state crime lab analyst or someone else and have them testify to the fact that the blood that was found on those gloves did not belong to either Maxwell Anderson or Sade Robinson. And that would be a strong fact, right? Because there were other things that were alluded to, currents, that the gloves must have come down or flowed down just because of the currents of the lake from north to south is where they were discovered, and that these must be the gloves, but that these gloves presumably don't have Sade Robinson or Maxwell Anderson's blood on it. So I think that's going to be more of a thing that the defense goes into, but the state tried to take some of the wind out of their sails by introducing it first.
This afternoon, or this morning, I should say, we did, as we're going through some of these photographs inside Maxwell Anderson's home, we saw a lot of pictures of knives in the kitchen, in the living room, in the bedroom. There was even that pair of pants that had been sewn into like an armchair of a couch where the pockets were being used to store various tools, including a knife. None of them certainly had Sade Robinson's blood on them because we haven't heard anything like that. What's the significance, though, to showing the jury this is a guy who's got a lot of knives?
Yeah, it was weird how many knives are in the house, and I think that that's exactly what the state's trying to do. Again, this is a circumstantial case for the state, and the state knows that some of these things can play a certain way in a juror's minds. They showed pictures of the basement with this, bed down there. It almost looked like some type of, torture chamber or something down there. I'm not saying that that's what it was actually presented, but it looked odd, and it almost looked like some kind of dungeon down there. And then you couple that with all these knives being found all over the apartment and, in various locations, and that they were, there were, tools to sharpen them. It just paints his image of who Maxwell Anderson is, that he's a person that might be capable of doing something as horrific as what is alleged here.
I think the thing that we're all stuck with from the beginning of this is it seems like when you go through the timeline of everything that happened and you look at that basement, now the bed in the basement and the whole thing, you go, it seems to make the most sense that Sade Robinson was murdered and dismembered in that basement. And yet there's no DNA evidence anywhere of that, no other signs of it. Is it possible, this is the question I guess the jury has to be asking, is it possible that Maxwell Anderson was that good at cleaning up the scene, that it was so good the crime analyst couldn't find anything down there to connect him? Or is this something that happened somewhere else, or was it someone else altogether?
Yeah, I think all of the above. And it's possible that Maxwell Anderson was that good at cleaning up that type of presumably, that big of a mess. That's possible. But I think in this day and age, there would have been something would have been found in terms of DNA evidence. It's also possible that the sheriff's department or the investigators were that bad in collecting evidence. And again, I think that's what the state is kind of sensitive to. They want to try and portray the sheriff's department, the investigators here, as doing a very, very good job, a very thorough job. But things are missed on occasion. And so that's possible also. And of course, it's possible that the death occurred in a way that didn't cause a lot of blood. There was no dismembering at the actual apartment, but the body after Sade Robinson was killed was moved, and a dismembering occurred at some other location where there would be more blood. And lastly, of course, there's a possibility and the presumption right now that Maxwell Anderson is innocent and he didn't do any of this.
I've tried not to do a lot of speculating, but sometimes when you have holes in this evidence, you have to ask, what other possibilities could there be? And we know that the phone dies at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's at Warner Mount Park. We know ultimately that's where her body parts are found. But many of the other body parts are not found for days. And you do, I guess there's the question of, did any of this take place in the ensuing days after this, or did it all happen at one time? And we know that by whatever it is, what time of the morning, 7:30 in the morning, the car's on fire. So it would presumably have happened in that overnight. The defense has certainly raised the question about, well, you didn't find the foot in the park for 3 or 4 more days. Could somebody else have done this? But I guess I'm thinking about that out loud, Julius, and even that doesn't make sense because the leg was found pretty quickly. I mean, within less than 24 hours.
Yeah, and then just the big question also is why dismember her in the first place? Why? And if you're going to dismember her, why scatter these parts all over the place? If the dismembering occurred down by the lake, why not just, again, I don't mean to sound crass, but dispose of the body in the lake and all together? Why dismember in the first place? And then why scatter body parts in different crime scenes, giving yourself more of a chance to get caught? Those are all questions that are going through my mind. And it is going through my mind also as to how these things could have been missed. Now, I understand we're talking about several different scenes here. Just geographically, we're talking about a big, square footage or acreage of land that has to be searched. But the fact that citizens are finding bits and pieces of evidence themselves, including this blanket with Sade Robinson's picture and face, and clearly it's her, and that was discovered in a location that was already searched, presumably by law enforcement. So I think part of the defense strategy here is also painting a picture that maybe maybe law enforcement has not done that thorough of a job or that great of a job in investigating this. They had tunnel vision as to who was involved in this and only focused on that. And because of that, there are still some doubts out there.
I do wonder then, was there an expectation that once we get inside that house, we're going to have all we need? We're going to have the bloody crime scene. We're going to have all the DNA. They get in there, and it's not necessarily there. They're really having to go a long way to find things that might point toward this having been Maxwell Anderson.
Yeah, it almost seems that way, that the way this was done, they go back, they see some shoes. One of the shoes in the photographs that were taken on the original search warrant that was executed at his house had, kind of these white soles. Those shoes weren't, at least as far as I can tell, weren't taken into inventory. They were left there. And then, I don't know if they ever got those or not, but now suddenly, they don't have shoes. It just seems like there might have been some expectations that there's going to be more evidence that there was at Maxwell Anderson's apartment. Those things weren't there. They had to go back a second and third time. And that's all not helping the state's case because it's a circumstantial case. And the fact that they might not have done as thorough of a search the first time around is going to hurt them in the end.
What are you looking forward to as far as things we haven't heard yet, you think are coming, or things that you expect we will still hear before the state wraps up its case in chief?
Yeah, I think we're going to hear a lot about these blood samples and blood stains this afternoon, more than I think both sides wanted to get into. But now that it's out there and now that the judge has ruled that the defense has opened the door, we're going to hear about it. And I'm not sure it's going to really help either side. I think because none of those blood samples ultimately were of Sade Robinson. I guess, again, in listening to some of the comments made off the record, it sounds like Maxwell Anderson's blood was part of those blood stains and blood samples, and there might have been some animal blood that was there. But it's a big nothing as far as I'm concerned. I think that in the grand scheme of things, the defense would rather not talk about random flecks of blood all around Maxwell Anderson's apartment, but it's in now, so we're going to hear that fleshed out entirely. I also think we're going to hear more about the height. The state alluded to the fact that Maxwell Anderson's height, his demographics on his license, his state ID, and also the height of the fence. So I think they're going to try and shore that stuff up too also, and then we're going to see more evidence of this silhouette moving on the side of the house.
So that the ring camera stuff we haven't seen yet, so there's still more to come, but it sounds like we might get a little bogged down this afternoon in these bloodstains, which may not really have great significance in the end. But I do wonder, we had one other thing that happened off the record, which is discussion of some of the clothing found at the house that was female clothing that did not come back to Sade Robinson, and in particular, a women's bra that was found in the house. You start talking about there's a woman's bra that's found, we don't know whose it is, and then there's blood stains that don't belong to Sade Robinson. The prejudicial effect of that could be that the jury goes, oh my gosh, he's a serial killer, he's been killing other women. There's no testimony that supports that. I would imagine that's why the defense didn't want to be talking about this at all, but now they've opened the door.
They've opened the door, but they didn't open the door to that. And thank God, because then we'd have some big problems. And if Maxwell Anderson is convicted, this is all going to come back. We're going to be doing this all over again after an appeal. But that's a really good point you brought up, Brian, because that kind of went into Judge Crivello's ruling. And Judge Crivello has a tough job. The state wants to get as much evidence as they can, and even stuff that might be minimally relevant, but kind of paints Maxwell Anderson in maybe not the best light. Having women's clothes stuffed into the pillars in the basement of your house is just weird, and there has to be an explanation for that. And the defense didn't want that introduced for obvious reasons, for those same reasons. But the judge had ruled ultimately that she's not going to allow evidence that it was women's clothing, and particularly where they were found. Just that fact that clothing was found during the search of Maxwell Anderson's house, because she has to balance the probative value, which means that, how much that will actually help the jury in making a decision versus the danger of unfair prejudice. All evidence is going to be prejudicial against one side or another by definition, right? The question is will it be unfairly prejudicial? Will the introduction of that bit of evidence cast such a light on the case that the jurors are going to have a hard time keeping it out of their mind and might decide the case on things other than the facts of the case? And I think Judge Crivello was spot on, quite frankly, about ruling that she can allow the state to go into the fact that clothes were found, but not what they were and where they found it.
I'm going to ask you one more question before we let you go today, and that's this. I appreciate all the time you spent with us, by the way, but do you watch these things and think to yourself, gosh, that's not how I would do it, or boy, if I was in there, I would? Or is it hard to make those observations because you haven't had direct access to all of the evidence?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and yeah, I can't help but sitting back there and questioning. I mean, I was a prosecutor and a defense attorney, right? So I'm looking at this from both sides, saying, I see why they're doing that, or did they have to do it that way? And they're, but it's easy for me to play armchair quarterback, on this side of it. Obviously, being in trial and having the pressure of all that is a whole different beast. But yeah, it's fun because I can be an active participant in this and watching things and seeing the strategy as to why they're doing things the way they're doing it, or what they may be up to, why they're asking a certain question. So it's interesting to from being in my position to look at it from both a prosecutor's perspective and a defense attorney's perspective. But I can tell you that both sides are really doing a phenomenal job. They're doing a great job in this case.
Well, Julius, if you're an armchair quarterback and I'm an undrafted free agent on the practice squad, so we're really grateful for your insight and all of your help. And you've spent nearly half an hour here with us today on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Thank you again for all of your assistance, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Of course, happy to help. Talk to you later, Brian.
So there you go, Julius Kim of Kim and Lavoie here on Open.
Okay, thank you.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
FOX6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk at 1:42 on Tuesday, June 3rd. It is day 6 of the trial of Maxwell Anderson, who was charged in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. We are about 5 to 10 minutes or so away from the jury returning and testimony resuming for the afternoon here today. As I mentioned, this is the 6th day of the trial. It is the 5th day of testimony. We have now heard from 56 witnesses, several of them called for a second or third time, so 40-something individuals. I couldn't tell you exactly how many, but if I counted them up, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, probably about 44 to 45 individuals who have testified so far. And we're going to be continuing with one of the same people or the same person who ended the morning session, and that is Detective Kayla Berkkey of the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. She was part of the team that searched Maxwell Anderson's home on 3 different occasions, April 4th, April 5th, and April 16th. And as we resume this afternoon, it will start with the defense leading cross-examination of Detective Berkkey. And now it sounds like this could go on for a while, because during cross-examination just before the lunch break, you heard Julius Kim telling us the defense had raised some or asked some questions about stains that were found in Maxwell Anderson's home, and particularly blood stains. The defense said something that was a little bit of a mistake, because the parties had agreed, the defense and prosecution had agreed not to refer to these as blood stains. They were not detected to be blood of Sade Robinson, so each side sort of has its reasons for maybe wanting to talk about, but also maybe not really wanting to talk about it. The state, for instance, it doesn't particularly help their case to say there's bloodstains other than Sade Robinson's in the house, unless, of course, they could tie them to some other specific individual. It sounds like the blood came back to Maxwell Anderson and maybe even an animal. On the other hand, the defense doesn't really want discussion of bloodstains at all because, considering the nature of this case, it would be better probably for the defense to just not talk about that at all. So they were just going to refer to them as stains. The defense made some comments that the prosecution pounced on, called for a sidebar, told the judge they felt the defense had breached their agreement, and the judge agreed. So the state said, we're going to ask about that now. And defense attorney Tony Cotton said, now, before you do that, we're just going to go thoroughly through all of that on our own during cross-examination. So we're probably going to get a significant amount of discussion about these blood stains found elsewhere in Maxwell Anderson's home to start off the afternoon, and no idea how long that is going to take. Some of the other things that we are waiting to hear about that we know are coming because of what was forecast during the opening statement by the prosecution is ring video from across the street of Maxwell Anderson's house that presumably, from what we've been told, shows silhouettes of people, 2 individuals upstairs in the unit that Maxwell Anderson occupied there at that house on 39th Street. We haven't seen that yet, so we expect that is still going to be shown. We have not seen the photographs that we are told were extracted from Maxwell Anderson's phone, which he still had on his person when he was arrested a few days later. Those photographs, according to how they were described in opening statements, will show Sade Robinson face down on Maxwell Anderson's couch, with Anderson grabbing her right breast, and also one of them with that shows Sade Robinson's clothing being removed, specifically her pants and underwear. We haven't seen them. We can't really evaluate the significance of those photographs, but we expect we're going to see that. And I think that's why they spent so much time talking about that red couch. And I'm going to pull that up here for you again in a moment. It's right here. This red couch in Maxwell Anderson's living room, they spent about 7 or 8 minutes talking about that, and also that ottoman, that brown ottoman that's right next to it that you can see there. I think you can see the ottoman a little bit better in this photo, still down at the bottom. It's kind of dark. There was a lot of talk about that couch, the fact that it had sort of a shiny surface, that the part you lay on or sit on is worn, looks like it's been sat on for a long time. The color obviously was of note. I would suspect, and again, all speculation, but I suspect that when you take a photograph with a cell phone, if Maxwell Anderson was himself taking a photograph of Sade Robinson on the couch, it would probably be at a fairly close focal distance. In other words, you're not going to see the whole room. You're not going to see this whole couch. You're going to see her, and you're going to see the material that is underneath her. And I'm guessing that is why the state spent so much time here, is to try to match the two together, that you can see the photo and go, yep, that looks like the same couch that's in Maxwell Anderson's living room. It not only puts her there, but as attorney Julius Kim pointed out, if in fact it suggests there was some sort of sexual or romantic activity taking place at that point, it might tell us a little bit of a different story about where the night went after what looked like a fairly innocuous date out. They had some drinks, they played some beer pong, they played some bar dice, but there didn't seem to be much more significant than that. It seemed like a rather, I shouldn't say mundane, but a rather typical date out between two people. If the couch photo becomes significant, that it says this escalated into something more romantic, as Julius Kim put it, then it could raise questions about, did something go terribly wrong at that point or after that led to her death and ultimately to her dismemberment. We still have to wait and see what comes of all of that. It does feel like the state has gotten a significant way through its case, but no real idea how much farther they have to go. I would imagine it is not going to close today. The state is probably going to be continuing its case in chief at least tomorrow, if not another couple of days. And then, of course, the defense has witnesses that the defense plans to call on its own, and that will take some time. Then we'll get into jury instructions, which that will take a fair amount of time. And finally, the jury will have this case to deliberate. We did have one very brief moment today where the jury was sent out of the room, and one particular juror, that was juror number 52, was kept behind. Turns out it was someone who just had a little bit of an upset stomach. She asked for some Sprite. She got the Sprite. Seems like everything's been okay ever since, because we haven't heard any more of that. But even if a juror were to become ill, there are 3 extras. There are 3 alternates, ultimately, who are on the jury, 15 total. Nobody knows who the alternates are yet, because that's not determined until the end of testimony and after closing arguments. Then they will draw straws, or some other lottery system will determine who the 3 are that will be excused, and the final 12 will go into the jury room to deliberate. No idea when that's going to happen. Could happen later this week. It could be next week. We're going to keep following this all along for you, and of course, we will be here on the Wisconsin Live Desk throughout. We're here from noon to 4 every day, bringing you analysis, updates, and of course, live testimony as it happens. You can see the flagpole right now. You see that gold eagle on top of the American flag. That is the camera shot that we get whenever the court is in recess, either that or the clock on the wall. Right now it's a shot of the eagle, so we can see that the jury has not come back. I haven't seen any indication from Bill Miston, who's in the courtroom. Usually he sends us a quick Slack message to say the jury's back, and that means it'll be not long before they get underway. I don't see anything indicating the parties are back in the courtroom at this point. But it should be pretty much any minute. The judge said they would be back on the record at 1:45. It's now 1:50. And that's been about when they've been resuming each day throughout the trial. It's a little late now since we haven't really heard much of any movement in the courtroom, but I suspect that will be happening fairly soon. I'm going to try to make sure I'm in our Maxwell Anderson trial thread. And yeah, not seeing any additional updates at the moment, so it should be coming shortly. Oh, just as I said it, I just heard it, and there it is from Bill Miston. Anderson now in court along with the parties. The jury is not there. So we'll have to wait for the jury to be called in, and then this should be getting underway pretty shortly, and we will send you back out. Testimony will resume. If there are any breaks between now and the end of the day, which presumably there will be at least 1, if not 2, I'll be here to bring you up to speed on anything you might have missed. The jury is now coming into the courtroom, so as soon as I hear that we've got something coming from the courtroom, audio-wise, we're going to send you out there for the afternoon. And as I said, I'll be here through 4 o'clock, and then we'll bring you Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6. You can always watch the testimony through the end of the day on the Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube stream as well. We appreciate you being here, checking in with this case. We're 6 days in. We got a little bit of a ways to go, but stay with us. We'll bring you all the latest on the trial and try to catch you up to speed on the things you've missed as you go about your day. We know you can't necessarily watch every single second, but we do. We have multiple eyes on this case, and we'll keep you up to speed as we go. Still seeing the eagle and the flag. And now we are hearing that it will be Detective Kayla Berkkey still on the stand, so we must be getting close. I'm getting updates from Bill Misson from the courtroom, but still not hearing any audio. Are you hearing anything? You're not hearing anything? No, we're still not hearing anything just yet. As I said, 56 witnesses so far. This will be a continuation of the 56th witness with Kayla Berkkey on the stand. And I suspect, well, it's hard to say how many we'll hear from this afternoon if they go into great detail on these bloodstains. We do know in advance the bloodstains don't belong to Sade Robinson. What they are and what significance they have remains to be seen. Neither side was going to talk about this very much until the defense made a mistake just before the lunch break that opened the door.
Calling State of Wisconsin
And there it is. I hear
versus
them
Maxwell
calling the case,
Anderson,
so we're going to send you out there now
24
to
CF
Milwaukee County Courthouse.
1692 appearances.
Megan Newport and Ian Vance Curzan appear for the state.
Jason Finling and Anthony Cotton on behalf of Maxwell Anderson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you had a nice lunch. Hasn't started raining yet, but it's supposed to any moment, so we lucked out with that timing. We're still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared? Oh, we're still during the last witness. Where is our last witness?
She's here.
Oh, wonderful. Can you retake the stand? And we're going to re-swear you because we have a new court reporter this afternoon. We still are on the stand, chief. We're on the cross-examination.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Berkkey, Bjerke.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So I think I left off, I was kind of talking about the staircase in this apartment. Do you remember the staircase?
Yes.
And you remember kind of how it's set up? It's not like an up and down staircase, right?
From the first to the second floor, no.
Okay, and it's like kind of like a, I wouldn't call it a spiral staircase, but it's almost like half spiral, right?
Correct.
If I show you photos of that, do you think you'd recognize it?
Yes.
The staircase, obviously.
Yes.
You may.
I'm showing you exhibits 808 through 813. You recognize those?
Yes.
So what were those photos of the staircase?
Yes, they were.
I moved 808 through 813 in.
Any objection?
Asked to publish?
We spoke at the exact same time. Any objection?
No objection.
I will receive them into evidence and you may publish.
All right, so I'm showing you 808. So this is kind of the first part of the staircase, right?
Yes, from the first floor.
And then 809. That's where is that a photo from, like kind of like part way up that staircase, right?
That would be from the landing. So at that landing where they're standing right now, that's where they would be able to enter into Pete's like apartment or like house area of the house. So that's where you'd be able to enter the first floor, is right where the photo's being taken.
Okay, and then if you keep going up those stairs, you can get up to Max's apartment, right?
Correct.
810. That's just another photo of continuing to go up the stairs, right?
Correct.
And then 811, this is another landing space on that same staircase, right?
Correct.
And then we have 812, that's just another photo of that landing.
Yes.
And then 813, that's a view from, just higher up on the staircase facing down, right?
Correct.
And if we're looking at 808, you can kind of see these stairs, they're wooden, right?
Correct.
And how this is set up, you go up the stairs and you kind of have to wind around, right?
Yes.
And these stairs, if you look at them, I mean, they were dirty, right?
Ish, yes, I guess I would say.
Because it looks like you can see like dust and dirt on the stairs.
Correct.
They didn't look like they had been freshly cleaned, right?
Correct.
And then when you get to the top of that staircase, you can ultimately go into kind of the living quarters of Max's apartment, right?
Yes.
And in that living quarters, there's a big kind of bay window, right?
That faces east to 39th Street, yes.
Okay, and it faces like the city street, right, where cars can park.
Correct.
And then directly below that window is kind of where you would enter Pete's apartment, right?
I believe so, yes.
If I show you a photo of that window, you think you'll recognize it?
Yes.
Permission to approach.
Go ahead.
I'm showing you Exhibit 814. Is that the window that faces the street?
Yes.
I move 814 in.
Any objection? No, it's received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so is that big window?
Yes, it is.
And then if you're looking out that window, you can see, it looks like the neighbor across the street's house.
Correct.
And that's a pretty big window. It's like, I mean, did you measure how large a window that is?
No, we did not.
Okay, but it's fair to categorize that as kind of like a bay window, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you can see that's that red couch to the right of to the right of the picture. This is was this the same couch where that flannel was found on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you just found that flannel, it's just laying out on the couch, right?
Correct.
And do you remember what was next to the flannel?
I believe it was like a waitress apron.
Yeah, there's like a waitress apron, kind of the waiter's notebook where they write people's orders on it, and then like a black little pamphlet.
Correct.
Where the waiter keeps like, the bill and everything right inside, right? Commissioner, approach.
Please.
I'm showing you exhibits 815 and 816. That looked like the waiter stuff I was talking about?
Yes, it did.
All right, I move 815 and 816 in.
Any objection? No, received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
All right, so we can see here, that's like the waiter notebook, right?
Correct.
That's like the little envelope they carried in?
Yes.
I don't know the word for it. And then to the right, that's where the apron is, right?
Correct.
And those are just lying right on that couch, right?
Yes, they are.
And then 816, we can see on the left side of that photo, that's that flannel sweatshirt, right?
Correct.
And then the waiter stuff is just hanging out right next to it, right?
Yes.
And through your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Anderson worked as a bartender or a waiter?
I believe that was told to me, yes.
Do you know where he worked?
I believe he worked at Victor's.
Okay, did you know if he worked anywhere else?
I am not aware if he worked anywhere else.
Okay. And did you ever personally go to Victor's?
No, I did not.
Okay, do you know if any other detectives went to Victor's?
I believe Deputy Ethan, Ethan, Stout, Stoudt, went there, but I'm not sure who else went there.
And you're not sure if they searched like any of the employee lockers there?
I have no idea.
Okay. And during your search, you also found a red and black backpack, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that was located in Mr. Anderson's bedroom, right?
Correct.
I'm showing you exhibit 817, and tell me if this is the backpack that you saw.
Yes, it is.
I move 817 in
Any objection? No, it's received.
and ask to publish.
You may.
Showing you 817, this right here is that black and red backpack, correct?
Correct.
And that was just kind of hanging like halfway in the closet, halfway on the ground.
Correct.
And you can also see that there's kind of clothes laying around, and this is the bedroom floor, right?
Right.
And there's kind of clothes just laying out throughout that whole house, the whole apartment, right?
Correct.
And then I think what you opened that evidence package just a little while ago when you're on direct, and you revealed that Carhartt shirt, right?
Yes.
And that Carhartt shirt was the one you believe that he was wearing on his date with Sade, right?
We believe so, yes.
Okay. And you know if that was photographed?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibits 818 and 819. And are those photos of that Carhartt shirt that you found?
It is.
I move 818 and 819 in, I'm sorry.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
All right, so this is one photo of the shirt, and you said you found this in the dryer, right?
Yes, in one set of the dryers.
Okay, but that flannel sweatshirt was just laying out on that red couch upstairs, right?
Correct.
And then another photo, 819. This is the same condition you found that shirt in, right?
The shirt was found in the dryer. We just pulled it out of the dryer to take a photo.
But it's in the same condition as it was when it was in the dryer. You didn't manipulate it other than moving it from the dryer out to the tarp that it's on.
Correct.
And did you observe it to be ripped or torn in any way?
Not that I'm aware of.
And that was just in the dryer. It wasn't like hidden, like behind any pieces of furniture, right?
Correct.
It wasn't like under a mattress
No.
or in the trash.
No.
Wasn't like partially burned in any way.
No.
And you can clearly see that Carhartt lettering, and that white lettering, right?
Correct.
Don't see any stains on it.
No.
And then in the basement, you said that you located the workbench, right?
Correct.
And that just had a bunch of miscellaneous types of tools.
Correct.
And you can't say if any of them are missing, right?
Correct.
Just a standard tool that you might find in someone's workbench, someone who likes woodworking, right?
Possibly, yes.
And through your investigation, when you initially came to the house, did you ever detect like an odor of bleach?
Not that I can recall, no.
Or ammonia?
Not that I can recall, no.
And those are kind of substances that, as a detective, you might commonly see someone try to clean something up with one of those substances, right?
Correct.
But you didn't detect any of those substances in this case, right?
I did not.
And did you ever go in with like a black light to determine whether there had been anything that had just been cleaned up?
I don't believe we did.
Okay. But you've done that in cases in the past, right?
Personally, I've only used it in a vehicle, but I've never used it in a residence.
Okay. But that's something that you could do, right?
Correct.
And you went through the trash at this residence, right?
I believe somebody went through the trash, yes.
Okay.
I personally did not.
Okay, and you didn't find any empty bottles of bleach or ammonia, right?
I'm going to object. She said she doesn't have personal knowledge of this.
Any response?
No, I'll just move on. I can withdraw my question. She doesn't have
Questions
personal.
withdrawn. Next question.
And so, like you said, there's three searches in total, but two of them, one's on April 4th and then into April 5th, right?
Technically, there was 4 searches. So one started April 4th, went into the 5th, but that included 2 search warrants. The second one or technically the third one happened on the 6th, and then the last one happened on the 16th.
Okay, and then from the 4th to the 5th, you said that the scene was secured, right?
Correct.
So an officer stays out front or out back all night, right?
Correct, as well as inside of the residence.
And once you had executed the warrant on the 4th, you said that there was media and news reporters that were on scene at that time, right?
I believe so. It wasn't until later in the night that they came on scene.
Okay, but it was still during that search on the 4th, right?
Correct.
So there's multiple people coming. They're not necessarily on scene, but they're kind of across the street, right?
Correct.
So there's news teams, right?
Yes.
Cameramen,
Yes.
photographers,
Yes.
reporters.
I believe so.
Lots of different people outside of that residence, right?
On the other side of the street, yeah.
Okay, and and then after you finished the search on the 5th, did police officers remain on and freeze the house, or did you close the crime scene at that time?
The crime scene was closed at that time.
Okay. And the reason why you close or freeze a crime scene is to make sure that no one comes in or comes out, right?
Closing is different than freezing, I would say.
Okay, so freezing it means that no one can come in and come out, right?
Correct.
And then when you close it, it means that it's back open to the public?
Or the owners of the residence, yes. The house was turned over to an owner of the residence, or it was locked and secured so that nobody could regain entry to that residence.
So after you finished the search on the 5th, that's when you closed it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then police presence wasn't there anymore at that point?
Correct.
And so any of the homeowners could come and go, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that people from the community were kind of outside of the residence, right?
I did see some pictures that were posted on social media from it, yes.
And people were actually inside the house too, right?
I do not know of that.
Okay. But the main purpose of freezing is so people don't taint evidence or move evidence, right?
Correct.
And because there wasn't a police presence after the search on the 5th, you don't know who went in and who went out of that house.
Correct.
Or if any evidence was moved or taken.
The evidence from the 4th and 5th was already collected and recovered from the residence, but anything past that, I don't know.
But not everything in the whole entire residence was taken by the police, right?
Correct.
Some things were left in the residence.
Correct.
And you never found, and this backpack that so you attended some briefings where you saw photos of Max on a city bus, right?
Yes.
And you did that, and you attended those briefings before some of these searches, before the one on the 6th, probably?
I believe so, yes.
And so you knew what backpack you were looking for, right?
Correct.
But you didn't find that on your search on the 4th or the 5th, right?
Correct, because we didn't know we were looking for that at that time.
Okay. And one thing that you testified about just earlier this morning is that, the house was kind of messy, but you didn't believe that there's any sign of a struggle, correct?
Correct.
No sign of a fight?
Correct.
Or a disturbance?
Correct.
It's just kind of an untidy house?
Yes.
Like chairs weren't knocked over or anything like that?
Correct.
Pictures weren't knocked off the wall?
Nope.
Okay. And during your briefing, you'd said that you'd seen photos of Max wearing these shoes with white soles, right?
Yes.
Did you ever look at like a briefing video of him walking on the street?
I don't believe I watched any videos regarding that.
Okay. And because you said that you ultimately don't believe you found those shoes that he was seen wearing on the bus, right?
Correct.
Do you know what brand of shoes he was wearing on the bus?
No.
So you don't know the company that makes them?
I don't.
What steps did you take to identify what type of shoes, what company
I
shoes?
didn't do anything to identify the shoes or anything like that. I was not in charge of the bus video.
But you did locate shoes inside of the residence, right?
Correct.
Did you find any that were like covered in sand?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And you would have recovered those, correct?
Correct.
And then throughout the house, you talked about how you had identified stains, even as small as, like, I believe you said an eraser tip?
Yes.
But you didn't find any large pools of blood, correct?
Correct.
No stained towels?
No.
No wet mop?
No.
And as you said that, you know that's, you might not have personally done it, but some officer searched the trash, right?
Possibly, yes.
And they probably would have brought it to your attention if they found, blood, right?
I would assume if they knew it was blood, they would have said something, yes.
And you also, you talked about how there was a closet that you couldn't see at first, but if you moved that armory or that big cabinet, there was a kind of a closet behind it, right?
Correct.
But you didn't find any items of evidentiary value other than that bong, right?
Correct.
You didn't find like a knife?
Not that I can recall.
Or a saw?
No.
There was just some miscellaneous clothing in there, right?
Correct.
Among other things, but for
Yes.
the most part, just we saw clothes hanging on hangers, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
State.
Showing you Exhibit 466 again. You were asked on cross about several items of clothing. I think it's clear that there were a lot of articles of clothing that were seen within the residence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you found a backpack,
Correct.
but not the backpack seen in this picture.
Correct.
And in the residence, you did not find this black jacket or sweatshirt, gray black jacket or sweatshirt?
Correct.
And you did not find the pants?
We did not.
And you did not find the shoes?
No, we did not.
Showing you Defense Exhibit 816. On this red couch, do you remember seeing this item that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was a package. I can't recall for sure.
But you recall seeing that in that position?
Yes.
Okay, and it's blue and kind of flat?
Yes.
Fair? On April 4th and into April 5th, you've testified that you weren't sure what you were looking for specifically, correct?
Correct.
Because at this point, you hadn't discovered a lot of information yet.
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about the crime lab response. You testified that they examined certain stains, correct?
Correct.
Did some of those stains appear to be blood stains?
They did.
The stains in general, can you describe what the size range of those were?
It would be anything smaller from like a tiny speck, which would be like a needle point, to quite literally, I would say nothing bigger than that eraser tip of a pen or a pencil.
And as the crime lab's identifying these stains, nobody knows if they're human DNA or not.
Correct.
Could be a food stain.
Correct.
Could be something from an animal.
Yes.
Okay. So there was some testimony about presumptive analysis. What is that?
Presumptive analysis is when you do a test, and based upon the test, you can get an indication of a yes or a no for that.
A yes or a no for what?
The yes or a no for they were testing for human blood at this time.
And did the crime lab do that?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did some of the items that they identified as stains test presumptively positive for human blood?
A few did, yes.
Okay. You're aware, though, that none of them ultimately tested positive for Sade Robinson's DNA, correct?
Correct.
You testified on direct and talked about the knives that were located, correct?
Correct.
And what did the state crime lab do as it relates to those knives?
They conducted a presumptive test on each one of the knives.
And that was there on scene, correct?
Correct.
And you are aware of what the results were?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there was no human blood found on those knives?
Correct.
Going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 469 and ask you if you know what that is.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a picture of the knives that were tested in the kitchen for the presumptive test.
These were some of the knives, correct?
Correct.
I'd ask that 469 be received and published.
Any objection?
None.
It's received.
What is this note down here, PHTH with a negative sign?
That's a note from the crime lab stating that all those knives tested negative on the pathology test or the test that they conducted for the human blood.
Are you familiar with what a serrated knife blade is versus a non-serrated knife blade?
Yes.
Can you tell what is the difference?
The difference is in the model of the blade, so you will see the jagged edges versus the smooth edges.
So for example, the knife that I'm pointing to, would that be a serrated or non-serrated blade?
A serrated blade.
In between the search warrants that occurred on the 4th and the 5th, you testified that there were law enforcement officers that remained on scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you went back on April 6th, did it appear that the house had been broken into at all?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did it appear that anything had changed since you had been in it last?
No.
At the point when you were searching the house, specifically the living room, were you aware of photos that had been recovered from the defendant's cell phone?
No.
Nothing further.
Defense?
So you collected every knife inside of that home, correct?
The crime lab did, yes.
The crime lab did, right? But you testified that no blood were found on any of the knives, right?
Correct.
And you did test some substances, and some of the swabs were taken were positive for blood, correct?
Correct.
Including Mr. Anderson's blood, right?
I don't know the exact human blood. It just tests positive for human blood, not a certain person's blood.
But some of those substances were just animal blood, or not?
I can't say whether they were animal blood or not.
Okay. But I think you said this just now, was that they're just very small, I guess, drops or specks, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective. Thank you. State your next witness.
We'll briefly recall Detective Donner.
That the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne, Joann, Donner, Donner.
Detective Donner, you returned to Maxwell Anderson's house on April 16th for that final search, is that right?
That's correct.
One of the reasons you went to the house was you wanted to look at the red couch, correct?
That's correct.
And I have a Defense Exhibit 816 on the screen right now. What made you interested in returning to the house to look at the couch?
By April 16th, we had gotten the phone download back from Maxwell Anderson's phone, and on the phone there were some photos that had the sofa and also that blue, it's actually a pillow.
I didn't hear your response.
The blue pillow.
Thank you.
Who was in those photos?
Sade Robinson.
Did you want to check the couch to see if there were any stains or any other evidence?
Yes.
And did you in fact locate what you believed to be some stains?
Yes, there are some areas of the red that were darker red.
Was this done with crime lab personnel present again?
It was.
Were those stains presumptively tested for the presence of human blood?
They were.
What was the results of those presumptive tests?
Negative.
Did you opt to do further DNA testing on those stains?
We did not.
And why not?
We felt it would be redundant. We knew that she was on that sofa based on the photos, so obviously her DNA would be there. It wouldn't really tell us anything different.
You see me sitting in this chair right now. You don't have to DNA test the chair to know I was sitting here, right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else.
Defense? Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Andrew Sullivan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Andrew Sullivan, AndrewSullivan.
How are you employed?
As a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
9.5 years.
Were you working in that capacity on April 4th, 2024?
Yes.
On that date, did you assist with a search warrant execution at the address of 3161 South 39th Street in the city of Milwaukee?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
Searching for evidence.
Did you also have contact with the lower tenant of that residence?
Yes.
And did you actually go inside the lower of that residence?
Yes.
Are you aware of the lower tenant's name?
Pete Warbington.
And did Pete Warbington give law enforcement permission to search his residence?
He did.
And what did you do?
We had him sign a consent to search form, and then we searched the residence. The lower unit, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
After he signed the consent to search form, we searched the residence.
So he gave you permission?
Written permission, yes.
Did you find anything of note?
No.
Nothing of evidentiary value?
No.
Was Mr. Warbington cooperative?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Nothing on this topic, that's fine.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Vincent Lopez.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Vincent, Vincent, Lopez, Lopez.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
What unit are you assigned to?
I'm on the cold case of the homicide unit.
How long have you been in the homicide unit?
Approximately 5 years.
And you said you're assigned a cold case?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I primarily work on older cases. We say roughly 5 years or older. We investigate those. We follow leads on that when we develop information or get phone calls from people who want to talk to us about them. But we also help with active or newer cases.
back in early April of 2024, did you assist with the investigation to the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes, sir.
On April 8th of 2024, did you attend a briefing in which Ms. Robinson's disappearance was discussed and you were given information about the update in the investigation, if there was any?
Yes, that's when I first became involved with this investigation.
All right. Why don't you tell me how you became involved on April 8th?
I was at the briefing and I was informed of the update of what had occurred over off of 30th and Lisbon.
Objection, hearsay.
It's offered to explain what he did next.
If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener, I'll allow it. You can answer the question.
I was informed that there was an arson of a vehicle on 30th and Lisbon, our Galena area. I was informed of a person of interest. I was a white male carrying a backpack based off of video. So myself and my partner at the time, Detective Thaddeus Schimmels, we were tasked with trying to locate any video in that neighborhood of 30th and Galena on April 8th and April 9th.
And in your searches for videos, I take it you weren't the only detectives over there searching, correct?
That's correct.
Were videos recovered in the area that showed a person walking away from that burned vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, did that lead you to searching the area near that person's residence?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Maxwell Anderson.
So on April 8th, you joined because you're going to start, you all were helping with the video canvas near the burned vehicle. And by April 9th, you had switched gears, correct?
Yes, we actually, also the 8th, we did like a secondary search near the railroad tracks. We looked for video, we collected video. And then the 9th, we pivoted to look for video and do follow-up near 3161 South 39th Street, which is the residence of Mr. Anderson.
The video search near the railroad tracks, was that a result of Sade Robinson's body parts being found in the playground off 31st and Galena?
Objection, leading.
It is leading.
Why did you search the area of the railroad tracks for video?
So when I was briefed on the 8th, I was informed that body parts were found over the weekend near the railroad tracks of 30th and Galena and Walnut.
Okay. And by April 9th, then what happened? What did you do?
Myself and Detective Schimmels went to the area of 3161 South 39th Street. Video was already begun collection in that neighborhood, but we were doing further follow-up to find more video, to locate any residences that did not provide video yet. While we were in that neighborhood, we decided to do we call it a search of the neighborhood in some yards and garbage carts and recycling carts.
Did you specifically search garbage and recycling carts in the 3100 block of South 39th Street?
Yeah, so we started West Oklahoma Avenue. We decided to kind of do a grid search of all the garbage carts. We went, started on Oklahoma, I think there's about 5 or 6 houses there between 39th and 40th. Started opening carts. After starting that, we realized that all these carts were empty or there was very little garbage. So right away, our mind was like, well, garbage just got picked up either today or Monday morning.
And this was on, I'm sorry, continue.
This was on Tuesday afternoon on the 9th. Regardless, we continued the search of garbage carts and recycling carts down the alley to the south going to Euclid. And there's at least a dozen residences between Oklahoma and Euclid, which includes 3161 South 39th. I was on the east end of the alley. Detective Schimmels was on the west end of the alley. Just kept going through. My mind, I was just trying to hope that we found like the large backpack that I saw on video or something that just stuck out. Kept going, and I recall that day, that afternoon, we got toward the end, closer to Euclid, so it was a few houses past the defendant's address. I remember opening one of the garbage carts and seeing an article of clothing at the bottom, but it didn't hit me at that point, and I just closed it and kept searching garbage carts. My mind was that everything got picked up by the DPW, and any evidence that would have been in carts would have been lost.
All right, I have on the screen right now, I think this is marked as Exhibit 443 already and entered. It was moved in last week. We're looking at Oklahoma Avenue where my mouse is on this map, and then below that is Euclid, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so then this street where my mouse is would be what street?
41st.
All right. This street?
South 39th Street.
All right. And then this right here where my mouse is what?
That would be the alley. It was a T alley. You can see where you're pointing right now with the cursor. That was the Oklahoma Avenue addresses that we searched first, and then we walked south to Euclid.
And where would the defendant's residence be around on this map if you want to get up and just point?
It'd be a little bit further south of mid-block, so I would say right around here, 3161.
So you and Detective Schimmels are just going up and down this alley, lifting the tops of the garbage carts and really not seemingly finding that there was anything in any of them?
Correct, yeah, they are all empty.
After you wrapped up for the day on April 9th, tell us what happened next.
Well, we went about continuing the investigation the 10th and 11th, continued follow-up, reviewing video that was collected, looking for more video on the north side, and then I attended a briefing on April 11th in the evening, and that's when I was alerted to somebody had put a collage of 5 still photographs of the defendant on a bus, getting off a bus off 35th and Lakefield. And I saw that at the briefing in the evening, and they were really clear photos of the hooded sweatshirt that Mr. Anderson was wearing. So then at that point, it just went through my mind that I should probably follow up on that garbage cart where I saw article of clothing.
I've got 458, which has already been admitted on the screen now. Is this the photos that you were talking about that you saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did it hit you after you saw that on the briefing? What day was that briefing?
The evening of April 11th.
At that briefing, it kind of hit you that you might have seen something?
Yeah, it hit me that it clicked that might be related to this case, what I saw in that cart, but I was still doubtful because the DPW went through that alley and picked up all the garbage on that whole block.
What date would DPW have gone through that block?
It was Monday, April 8th.
Do you know in your experience if DPW will pick up the carts that are empty?
It depends from what I understand.
I'm going to object on hearsay at this point.
I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand due to timeliness. Next question.
So did you go back to that location?
Yes, on Friday morning, April 12th at approximately 9:20 a.m., I wanted to clear my mind of seeing what I saw in that cart. So I went back to that location and I went through the carts again, and I came across a gray hooded sweatshirt at the bottom, and I saw a seam on it. Before I touched it at all, I saw a seam on the back of the hood, which I could see on that still photo you just had up.
Okay. Did you collect that item?
Yes, I called Detective Schimmels, who met me at that location. We took photographs and collected it.
Was there anything else in that garbage cart?
No, just a few items stuck to the bottom, but nothing loose.
Was this one of those items that was stuck to the bottom?
The sweatshirt was not stuck to the bottom. It was just laying at the bottom by itself.
Nothing on top of it?
Correct.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to give you these gloves. Showing you it's marked Exhibit 480. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at it and tell me if you know what it is.
This says, it's under Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office number 24-062269. Description, gray zip-up hooded sweatshirt recovered in garbage can behind 3169 South 39th Street.
Can you open that up?
Yes, sir.
Oh, once you get it open, just take a look inside and tell me if you know what's inside the bag.
There is another bag, a brown paper bag with my handwriting on it, and I can see the gray hooded sweatshirt in that bag.
Okay, I'd move 480 in.
Any objection?
No.
480 is received.
Can you pull it out of the bag and show the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Then inside is just another bag that's pulled up. So that's my handwriting, and this is the
All right. Now the front of it, are there pockets on the front chest area?
Yeah, there's an upper left chest, upper right chest, and then there's a lower left for like just putting your hand in there, and a lower right for same side pocket here.
466 is on the screen here. Are you able to see the two chest pockets here?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to be the exact same pockets as on that jacket?
Yes, sir.
And then one of his hands is in the lower pockets, right?
Yes.
And then it looks like there's an item in the, what would be his lower right pocket.
Yes.
And on the left sleeve of that, some kind of item.
Yeah, it's a black patch. It says deluxe, so there's a little design on there.
Is it kind of the shape of a shield?
Yes. Oh, it's a fox. It's deluxe with a little face of a fox.
I'm going to show you 478 and 479. I'll just hold these up for you.
Yes.
What are 478 and 479?
There were still photographs of the defendant on the bus.
Move 478, 479, and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
478 and 479 are received. Go right ahead.
479 first. Are you able to see that same emblem on the left shoulder?
Yes, same shape, same size.
And 478, can you see it again?
Yes, it's more turned toward his bicep, but I can still see it.
All right, you can put that in the bags. I'm going to show you exhibits 389 through 402. Take a look at those and tell me if you know what they are.
Yes, I'm aware.
Are those all photographs from the date of the recovery of this sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move each of those exhibits in and ask to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can I have the numbers one more time, please?
389 through 402.
Thank you. They're received. Go right ahead.
Starting with 389, Detective. What is that?
That's a photograph of the front of 3169 South 39th Street, which was the residence where the garbage carts were for.
And I'm gonna put up 391 here. What's that?
This is a view of 3169 to the left, and then it's pointing to the north, so that would show two houses down as 3161 South 39th Street.
I don't think there's a 390, just for the record. So the numbers were correct on the exhibit numbers, except 390. There is none in this stack.
So 389 to 402, excluding 390.
Yes, I believe so. And if that's wrong, I will correct us. All right, so you found the sweatshirt behind this house?
Yes, sir.
And one house, two houses over, that would be 3161?
Objection leading.
Okay.
It was leading. I'll sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
What house is this?
3161 South 39th.
392 is on the screen now. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the back of 3161 South 39th.
The defendant's residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to orient us, 393. Now where are we looking?
We're looking to the south in the direction of where the carts were that I located the sweatshirt.
Right up here that my pen is pointing to, what is that?
That's going to be 3169 South 39th Street.
What's the object I'm pointing to?
A basketball hoop.
394.
That's just a close-up of getting closer to 3169 South 39th Street.
All right, I'm going to skip 395 because it's a repeat. 396 is on the screen right now. What are we looking at?
That's a photograph of the garbage cart and the recycling cart behind 3169.
Is that, which one of those is the one you looked in?
The left one. The
Green?
The green.
Okay. 397.
This is a photograph with the lid open, showing the sweatshirt at the bottom.
398.
And that's a close-up with the camera halfway down there, down the cart, showing the sweatshirt.
No other bags of garbage were in there?
There was none.
Anything else in that garbage cart besides the stuff stuck to the bottom?
No, that was it.
Was it light? The garbage cart, when you grabbed it yourself, did it feel like anything was in there?
No, it did not.
399.
This was me recovering the sweatshirt, and Detective Schimmel's taking a photograph of showing it, the whole front of it.
Now, if you, and obviously you'd pulled it out of the cart by now, but if you had just done a cursory lift of that garbage cart, would you have even seen that jacket?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, I'll allow that. He can answer that if he's able to.
If you're going to lift it without looking, no, you wouldn't know. It'd just feel the weight of the actual cart itself.
Did you look inside the pockets of that hoodie or jacket or whatever you want to call it?
When I recovered it, I could feel objects in the pockets. I did not take them out until we got down to our building with the sweatshirt. But as I was putting the sweatshirt into this brown bag, a book of pocket matches came out of the upper left chest pocket.
400? What are we looking at?
We are now downtown in our evidence room. We have the sweatshirt laid out, taking an overall photograph of it, somewhat zipped up. And them are the matches that came out of the upper left pocket.
401, what's that?
This is a Bic lighter. There was a little smudge toward the bottom of it. This was recovered in the lower right pocket of the sweatshirt.
And 402, finally, what is that?
This is all the items out of the pocket. The blue and black Swiss Army knife, very small blade. That was in the lower left pocket of the sweatshirt. And then the other two matchbooks and that small keychain lighter, which the light did work, those were all found in the upper left pocket with that box of matches that fell out.
Okay, so just help me understand, is one of these box of matches in this photograph one of the ones that originally fell out?
Yeah, it's going to be the bottom one.
So this is the one I'm pointing to, that's the one that fell out when you were originally starting to go through it?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, you found how many more boxes of matches?
The 2 on top, so 3 total.
And then what is this gray item here?
It's a keychain, just a flat light. I might have said lighter, but it's a light.
Okay.
And just one of those little push button lights, put it on and it gives you a little bit of light, and it worked.
It's not a flame.
Correct, not a flame.
This item here, what is this?
That's a Swiss Army knife. It's got the tools like a corkscrew and a little bit of a file on it and a little blade.
Were there matches within these matchbooks?
Yes.
And the last item is, I have 401, that's the lighter?
Yes, that was by itself in the lower right pocket.
Were there any other items found in the pockets of that jacket or hoodie?
No.
What was the condition of the hoodie?
It was wet throughout, dirty. Just there's some dirt on it, some stains on it, but it was wet.
Do you recall the weather around that time, early April, what it was like?
It did rain earlier in the week.
Okay. Showing you exhibits 481 through 486. What are those items?
These are the items that we just went over on the photograph that I collected out of the pockets. This is my handwriting. It's a Swiss knife, a lighter, the small little keychain light, and then the 3 boxes of matches.
Move 481 through 486 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
And did you make contact with the resident of, was it 3169?
Yes, that's correct. I did.
Do you know her name?
I think it was LaShonda Harvey.
Prior to going out there to do that search of that alley, had you learned from other investigators whether or not the hooded jacket had been recovered?
I learned on that night of the 11th, it was brought up about the jacket or backpack, or the sweatshirt or backpack, and then I learned that neither was recovered during the search warrant or during any type of searches.
And in your searches of the alley, we'll strike that. That's what made you go back out there, right?
Yes.
And in those searches, did you ever recover the camouflage backpack?
No, sir.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Thank you. You played a number of roles in this case beyond just looking in trash cans, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Including going to 27th and Lisbon to look for witnesses. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I did.
And actually, you did that on April 8th, didn't you?
Yes.
You and Mr. Schimmels, you just talked earlier about Thaddeus Schimmels. You and Detective Schimmels drove up and down Lisbon Avenue.
That's correct.
Because you're familiar with the timeline in this case, I'm sure, right?
Yes, sir.
That we have April 2nd, that there's a vehicle that is on fire and the days of what happened afterwards, right?
Yes, I learned all that on the 8th, correct.
Including that Mr. Anderson was arrested on April 4th, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we know that for sure, arrested on April 4th.
Yes, sir.
And obviously the arson happening a couple of days before that.
That's correct.
But the reason why on April 8th you went down Lisbon Avenue is because you did that briefing on that day, and it was decided that you would go out looking for these women who are seen on video pointing in the direction of the car, right?
Yes, I saw that video, and the couple females on that video we were trying to locate, identify.
And the reason why you wanted to do that was because you could see those, at least one of the women having some sort of a reaction. And as of April 8th, no law enforcement had spoken with her by that point.
That's correct.
So for days, almost a week, 6 days after the car has gone up in flames, neither of those women has ever spoken with law enforcement as far as you knew.
That's true.
And since it had been 6 days or so and this woman hadn't made any statements, you thought maybe if we drive down Lisbon Avenue, we might find her.
That's correct.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
And you showed a photo array.
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I didn't ask anything about what
No, I'm going to overrule that objection as to that question. You can answer that question.
Yes, I showed a photo array.
And a photo array is what?
It's a procedure that we use to show witnesses or victims of potential suspects. It's the target is going to be the suspect and then 5 fillers. So the person goes folder by folder to try to identify the suspect.
And the person who you administered that photo array to is a woman named Laura Dyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You concluded that Laura Dyer was one of the 2 women who had been near the scene of that car going up in flames.
I'm going to object. The answer to that question requires hearsay.
Any response?
I'm not going to ask about anything she said specifically, but it's to show why he showed it's to show the effect on him, why he showed a photo array to these individuals.
So if you're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, you're offering it for the effect on the listener, the information that that was garnered. I will allow you to answer that question.
Can you repeat it?
One of the women, who was the woman that you showed the photo array to?
Laura Dyer.
Very good. Now, that happened on April 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Did the photo array?
Yes.
And you talked to her?
Yes.
And just to be clear, as far as you know, that's the only time she spoke with law enforcement?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, moving forward, and then on that day, there were other things you did too, looking for more videos and things like that nearby.
That's correct.
You would agree that the amount of videos that you've reviewed is rather extensive, right?
Yes.
I won't go through all of them with you here on the stand, but in general, you're also aware of the fact that there is video surveillance. When we were looking at remember we had the map up of the alley and the trash can area? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
You're even aware that there was video surveillance of the home across the street from Mr. Anderson's house, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's a video camera that may not be the best quality, but allows one to look into essentially down the pathway leading to the alley, right?
Yes, sir.
And you canvassed that whole area, including the alley area, for videos as well, right?
Yes, I know there's initial video canvas done by other shifts, and then we piggybacked off of them to try to get addresses that they had no answers.
Okay. Who do you see on video putting that sweatshirt into the trash can?
Any video I've seen, I did not see anybody. You cannot see a person put anything in that trash can. The trash can's off camera view.
So to be clear, there is no video of Max Anderson putting that sweatshirt in a trash can.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a video of Max Anderson, for example, wearing that sweatshirt, walking just off camera by a trash can, and then coming back on camera with no sweatshirt on?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, we know he had it on the bus because we saw the photo in the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And then beyond that, what can you say about the sweatshirt? You found it April 12th.
Yes, sir.
11 days, 10 days later.
That's correct.
During which time there had been at least 2 trash pickups, according to your testimony. Right? April 8th, you said there had been a trash pickup.
There would have just been on that, he returned on the 2nd later, so yeah, it would have been just on the 8th.
There would have been one on April 8th, and you didn't recover that until 4 days after the trash DPW. When you said DPW before, you meant the trash department.
Yeah, Department of Public Works, they oversee the garbage collection.
Okay, and April 8th, they would have gone through the alley and picked up the trash.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And we know by April 8th, Mr. Anderson's been arrested, right?
That's correct.
And then somehow 4 days later, this sweatshirt is found.
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that you actually went there on April 9th, right?
After the afternoon of April 9th, we were over there checking for video, and we did that also.
One of the things you did was go up and down the lot and physically jiggle look in the cans and or jiggle them, right?
Yes.
With respect to the specific can 3169, can you say that on April 9th you looked in that trash can, or is that just one of the ones you jiggled?
I looked in it and I saw an object down there, and I just remember that in my memory.
So if trash came on April 8th, then the next day is when you would have believed you saw that same sweatshirt.
I did see it, yes.
You believe it's the same one as you testify?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what would be important is obviously take that sweatshirt, test it for what a DNA and other such things, right?
Yes, I packaged it, and that was the plan.
And to see if there's any hair follicles in it, for example.
Yes.
Or blood would be important to look for as well.
Very true.
And you did all of that, you packaged it and had it processed for all of that testing, right?
No, I packaged it all, and then some of the items I took to our forensics unit to be swabbed for DNA. All the items like the Swiss Army knife, the matches, the lighter, the keychain light. And then I physically met Detective Kayla and gave her the property.
Right. And when you keep saying lighter, what you mean is actually the flashlight thing.
Well, there was the Bic lighter, and then there was the little keychain flashlight.
Okay. You're aware, you've seen video of Mr. Anderson smoking, right? Or no?
No.
Okay, you're not aware if he's a smoker or not a smoker?
I have no idea.
You would agree that smokers often carry Bic lighters with them?
Yes.
Or matches?
Correct.
Right. Now, you did say that you spoke with the homeowner about her trash behind her house. You did interview that person, right?
Yes, sir.
And your partner is Detective, who requested fingerprints from the matchbook and the lighter and the knife? That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, I took those items to forensics for processing of DNA or fingerprints, depending on the material.
What were the results?
Fingerprints, nothing. DNA that was swabbed, and I gave those DNA swabs to the sheriff's department.
What do you mean nothing for fingerprints, meaning there were none?
Correct.
Not that they were and they didn't match?
That's correct.
And obviously, you're going to agree with me that things can be missed, right?
Yes, sir.
An example being, you look in a trash can, you see something, it doesn't register that it was important at that time and it gets missed, right?
Yes, sir.
Same thing can be true just for any officer can miss something, right?
Yes, it can happen.
And in this case, all the testing that's done is crime lab stuff for DNA and things like that, right?
Yes.
What about testing a sweatshirt, for example, for flammable liquid? Would that be something important to do?
Yes, that would all be, the whole sweatshirt would be sent to the crime lab for processing of what they deem necessary.
Okay. Now, since you're familiar a little bit with the timeline in this case, you are aware that there were multiple searches on Mr. Anderson's home, right?
I was aware a search warrant was executed there. I don't know the details, and I don't know how many times.
Okay, so you're not familiar with how many times law enforcement went into the home?
That's correct. I have no idea.
Do you have any idea? Well, let me ask this question. April 9th, okay? Let me take you back to April 9th. You've had the briefing on April 8th. You're going through the alley. You're looking in bins, right?
Yes.
On that day, and obviously on that day, you know which home is Mr. Anderson's home, right? It's been communicated and you've been there.
Yes.
On that, first of all, this sweatshirt was not found in Mr. Anderson's trash can, right?
That's correct.
Nor is it in a burn pit in his backyard or anything like that, right?
It was not.
When you went down the alley on April 9th,
That's correct.
Mr. Anderson's home was not surrounded by law enforcement at that time.
It was not.
It wasn't being actively processed as a search scene, right?
That's correct.
In fact, the only law enforcement there were you and Thaddeus Schimmels.
Yes.
And that was what time of day that you were going through the alley on April 9th?
It was the afternoon.
Okay. So then the morning, you didn't as a detective instruct a deputy to keep eyes on this alley at all times, did you?
No, I did not.
Well, when you try to piece things together with video surveillance, because there is some video surveillance in that alley, isn't there?
Yes.
So when you try to piece things together with video surveillance, are you able to piece together a time frame in which Mr. Anderson supposedly put, can you even say that Mr. Anderson put that in the trash can?
No, I cannot.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Did you attempt to figure out the timeline of when that would have gotten into that trash can?
We tried.
Did you do that by talking to the woman who lives there?
Yes.
What'd you learn?
I found out that she was in and out on vacation and used very little trash, which is why it was no garbage in there, and there was no article of clothing that she put in that garbage cart.
And did you follow up with DPW to try to figure out if they had in fact picked up that specific can?
Yes.
What'd you learn?
We learned that
I'm going to object on hearsay grounds to what DPW said.
I think he opened the door for this.
It's still hearsay.
Any other response?
No. He opened the door to it.
I still need a hearsay exception or reasoning underlying.
I'll ask a different question.
Go ahead.
You talked to the DPW workers about whether or not they picked up the can that day, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree there is no video camera that captures that can?
There is not.
And so are you even aware of whether that can was actually put into a DPW truck?
I don't know.
Do you know whether their typical practice is to empty every can?
Again, that calls for hearsay.
No, I think that could be based on his own experience and knowledge, and I think if it's his opinion as to it, he can answer that.
They are supposed to dump every garbage cart.
Do they always do that?
No.
Nothing else?
Pence?
Yes, on the homeowner, she didn't say she put out no trash, right?
She said she had very little trash during this time frame because she was on vacation a few times.
Right, during portions of time she was on vacation, but she still had some trash, just less than normal.
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing more.
Thank you, Detective Lopez.
You're welcome.
Okay.
State your next witness.
Janelle Vitt Latchhill.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Janelle, Janel, Vitlatchel, Vytlacil.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic investigator with the City of Milwaukee, Milwaukee Police Department.
What does a forensic investigator do?
Forensic investigator works within the forensics unit. The forensics unit is a unit that assists patrol and the Criminal Investigation Bureau with processing, documenting, and collecting forensic evidence from scenes and evidence for crimes.
How long have you worked as a forensic investigator?
Going on 8 years, but I've been with the department going on 20.
As a role of a forensic investigator, do you swab items for DNA?
Yes.
Can you just briefly discuss or tell the jury what that process entails?
So if I'm giving a piece of evidence or there's a surface area that needs to be swabbed for DNA, first I will photograph the area or the object of whatever I'm going to be swabbing. So the swabbing process, first I'll put gloves on and then we'll have 2 cotton swabs. One of them is moistened with distilled water and one of them is dry. So we'll take that moistened one and we'll swab the surface with that one and then we'll follow it up with the dry swab. So these 2 swabs are then put into a glycine envelope, which is a wax paper type envelope, and then sealed into another envelope that has the case information on it.
Did you receive a series of items to swab from that were recovered from a hoodie, namely matches and a lighter?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you work in-house, right?
Yes, I work within our forensics lab.
There are some forensic investigators who like go out to the scene and process items at the scene, right?
Correct.
You're the type of forensic investigator who the evidence is brought back to you and you're swabbing those things, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibits 470 through 477. What are those?
These are my DNA swabs.
And what did you take those DNA swabs from?
So there's 8 total DNA swabs. They were collected from a Swiss Army knife, a Bic lighter. There was a small pocket keychain light, and then 3 boxes of matches.
401 is on the screen now. That's the big lighter.
Yes.
And 402. The matches and what other objects?
So this is not my photo because I did not have the sweatshirt, but yes, those are the 3 boxes of matches along with the knife.
I would move 470 through 477 in.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
And then the purpose of you doing that is because eventually those swabs would then be sent down to the state crime lab, right?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. You're not the one doing any DNA testing on those. That's done by somebody else.
I do not analyze the swabs, no.
I have no other questions.
Cross.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, how are you all doing right now? Anybody need a break? Oh, we need a break at this point. Okay, we'll take a quick afternoon break and then we'll come back and continue. Okay, thank you. We'll take a break.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And I'm Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It's 3:21 on Tuesday, June 3rd. It is day 6 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. He is charged in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. The court is currently in a brief afternoon recess, and as they left, they had just finished up, the state just finished up with the 61st witness in this case, and that was Milwaukee Police Department forensic investigator Janelle Vitlachel. She was testifying about the process of swabbing the hoodie that prosecutors say belongs to Maxwell Anderson. They say that is the hoodie that he was wearing when they saw him walk away from the fire scene, the car fire scene at 29th and Lisbon, and then walk all the way to the bus stop at 35th and Lisbon and ride the bus home. The detective who was holding that up there is Detective Vincent Lopez from the Milwaukee Police Department Homicide Unit. He says that he found that hoodie in the bottom of a garbage can a couple of doors down from Maxwell Anderson's house. This is what it looked like. He says it was in there all by itself. The other garbage in there was just old stuff stuck to the bottom. And the theory that he is essentially presenting is that even though the garbage collectors had already come that week, that they had not emptied out that particular can because it was so light that it probably felt like there was nothing in it. That's at least what the prosecution is saying. Of course, the defense is raising the question as to whether or not there was, or how it could have gotten there, because they're saying that if the garbage came on April 8th and he found it in there on April 9th, well, Maxwell Anderson had been in custody since April 4th, so who put it in there and where did it come from? That's sort of what the defense is raising. Again, the prosecution is saying it sounds like garbage collectors just missed it, and the police didn't find it until April 9th, which was, by the way, a full week after Sade Robinson's leg was first found. We are now probably within a couple of minutes of court resuming. As I said, we've had 61 witnesses so far in this case. What we still expect to hear, and I don't know if it'll be this afternoon, I don't know if it'll be tomorrow, I don't know exactly when it's coming, but it's coming. We're going to hear about those photographs that were found on Maxwell Anderson's phone. Photographs that include Sade Robinson on what prosecutors say was his living room couch. Did I just get something in my ear there that I didn't hear? Okay. All right. Maxwell Anderson is back in the courtroom. The jury is not there yet. You can see here with our double box setup that there's a shot of a photograph on the wall in the courtroom. When they are back on the record, we'll see the judge back on the bench, Judge Laura Crivello, and then we'll take you back there for a resumption of testimony. I suspect we're going to hear someone from the state crime lab next, most likely, who is going to tell us what those swabs of the hoodie found. That is likely to be next. We're still waiting to see that surveillance video from across the street of Maxwell Anderson's house that we are told shows movement in his upstairs unit, two individuals that you can see through that bay window at the top of the front of the house, and that there was movement inside, proving that in fact there were two people there. Prosecutors say those two people were Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson. So still more to come. I don't know that we're going to hear all of that today, so I suspect the state is still going to be presenting its case in chief as of tomorrow, if not beyond. But we're getting drips and drops of additional key pieces of evidence. Something else we heard today saw today was actually photographs of knives all over Maxwell Anderson's house. They said he had 51 knives in all, some in the kitchen, some in the bedroom, some in the living room. The question is, was the guy a collector of knives? Why did he have so many knives? And that question comes up in the midst of a medical examiner saying that she believes a knife may have been used to do some of the amputation, although she never came to a conclusion as to what method was used for the death or the dismemberment of Sade Robinson. Are we hearing any more about what's happening there in the courtroom? Okay, jury is coming back in the courtroom now, I am told, and we are just waiting for that to happen. We'll get you back there at 3:25, so there's probably about another hour and a half of testimony, and we'll catch back up with you when they're done.
Do you solemnly swear swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Are you a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department?
I am, yes.
What unit are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to the Homicide Division.
Through your employment as a detective assigned to the homicide, did you assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I did, yes.
Was one role of your investigation to look for surveillance video in the neighborhood surrounding Maxwell Anderson's home?
Yes, that was one of my assignments, yes.
Were you aware that his home was 3161 South 39th Street?
Yes.
That neighborhood in general is predominantly just residences, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the street to the north of the residence would be?
To the north is going to be Oklahoma.
And to the south?
It's going to be Euclid Avenue.
Is that location on the map here?
It is, yes.
All right. I've got my cursor. Here's 40th Street. You see where my cursor is?
Yes.
All right. And if I zoom in a little, we're talking about this block here, correct?
That is correct, yes.
This T is the alley that is in that 3100 block of South 39th Street?
That is correct, yes.
Did you also review bus video from a Milwaukee County Transit bus that travels on South 35th Street?
I did, yes.
What was the relevance of that video to you?
I was made aware that the defendant had traveled on that bus from 35th and Lisbon south all the way up to the area of 35th Street and Lakefield.
Can you, using the microphone that is next to you, which I believe you're going to have to turn on, can you get up and tell us from your review of that Milwaukee County Transit video where the defendant exited the bus?
Sure. So the bus traveled southbound on 35th Street here. He exited the bus right about here, just south of Lakefield, which is this street here. And then he traveled west on Lakefield, and then it would be south on 38th Street, and then continued west on Euclid until arriving in this area of his residence.
All right. So Lakefield here is this angled street on the right side of the screen, but this going across 35th Street would be the most logical route to take from where he got off the bus to get to his residence.
That is correct. That is what we believe.
So what area, did you search the area of the alley behind the defendant's home for video that might show him arriving back?
Yes, we did.
And could you point out on this map approximately where you found video?
Sure. So the residence is going to be 3174. It's right here, and it is a camera in the rear alley facing towards the address of 3161 South 39th.
Does it angle towards either of the north or south streets?
Yes, it angles. The camera is on 3174, and it points in a southeast direction towards, it's going to capture like the alley, and it captures Euclid, and then it just captures South 39th Street in the background.
The corner?
Correct.
Okay. The T part not depicted, right?
Correct.
Did you also become aware when you were reviewing the footage from that camera of an approximate time that Sade Robinson's car arrived in that location?
Yes.
This would have been obviously hours before the bus.
That is correct, yes.
All right. Where was that? What did you see?
So on that camera, from the front, we observe 39th Street is here. We observe the vehicle arrive at approximately 9:20 in the evening, traveling northbound on 39th Street.
And then how about that alley video? Do you see the car on that video at any point in time?
Yes, we see that car leaving the residence at approximately 12:47 p.m. on the 2nd.
PM?
I'm sorry, a.m. on the 2nd.
All right.
I apologize.
I've got Exhibit 206 in my computer here.
Is it a disc?
It is a disc.
Thank you.
Marked as Exhibit 206.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring up the first clip, these are titled for purposes of court presentation. I'm going to call this, well, let's actually go off the timestamp. So what are we looking at here, Detective? Can you just explain everything for us?
Sure. So this is kind of how I described. So the camera is on the residence here, and it is pointing in a southeast direction. This is going to be the alley here. This is Euclid Avenue here, and then this is South 39th Street in the background. So what we are observing is just the vehicle is going to be traveling in the alley here.
And tell us about the date and the time, because I don't think it's readily visible on the screen here.
Yes, so this is a cloud-based camera system, and it does not depict a date and time on there. However, if you look at the file name, the date and the timestamp is the starting time of the video is depicted in that.
What time does this video start?
So it starts at 12:47 and 21 seconds.
AM?
AM, yes.
On what date?
On the 2nd, and it's the clip is approximately 31 seconds long.
And that's that's consistent with how all the files that you originally obtained were titled?
That is correct, yes.
All right, I'm going to move Exhibit 206 into evidence.
Bless you. Any objection?
No.
206 is received.
I'm going to play this 31-second clip, and you said it starts at 12:47 and 21 seconds?
That is correct, yes.
What do we see?
We're seeing a vehicle traveling from the north, south, in the alley, and then at the end of the alley, the vehicle is going to turn and travel west onto Euclid.
All right, and I'm going to back it up to the beginning. Are there any distinctive features on the vehicle which lead you to believe this is Sade's vehicle?
Yes, we were made, or I was shown pictures of the vehicle, and the most distinct thing in this photo is you do observe the distinct taillights.
C-shaped?
Correct.
I'm going to zoom in slightly. Can you point out what you're talking about?
Yes. So right here you can see it, and I believe when the vehicle gets closer to the end of the alley, you can see it a little bit better.
All right, I'm going to go frame by frame.
Like right there before the brake lights illuminate.
All right. And then the vehicle turns which way on Euclid?
It turns westbound on Euclid, and you can't see it actually, but you can see the lights through the fence line there.
The next thoroughfare, I'm pulling it back up 443 here. If you exited that alley to the south here, and you made that westbound turn on Euclid, what would be the next main thoroughfare that you would reach?
South 43rd Street.
All right, and South 43rd Street, if you go far enough north, that becomes Miller Parkway?
It does, yes.
Did you watch this same camera or obtain footage of the subject from the bus arriving back?
I did, yes.
Going to pull up another clip on Exhibit 206. And can you tell us what date and time we're looking at for this clip?
Sure. On this one, it's going to be April 2nd, 2024, and this clip starts at 8:42 and 8 seconds a.m.
On what date? Sorry.
On April 2nd.
Okay. I have it paused at 25 seconds. Are you able to see the clothing that the subject is wearing?
Yes.
All right, what kind of clothing?
The clothing is consistent with the subject that we saw exit the bus. It's a dark-colored hooded sweatshirt or jacket, dark pants, dark shoes with a white sole, and then a tan backpack.
Hood up?
Correct.
I'm going to disengage the zoom and play it again from the beginning. While that's playing, are you aware of what time that subject gets off the county transit bus? Let me restart the clip.
I was going to say, I think it froze there.
Are you aware of what time that subject exits the county transit bus?
Yes, at approximately 8:35 a.m.
Are you aware of how long it would take to exit the bus and walk to the point where that person is picked up on camera?
I believe we did a Google Maps type thing where it's approximately 0.3 miles and walking distance estimated approximately 7 minutes.
So the clip of that person walking in the alley, that was about 8 hours after the car had left the alley and turned onto Euclid.
That is correct, yes.
I'm going to now bring up Exhibit 205. Did you go to the address of 3166 South 39th Street to obtain video, any video of relevance?
I did, yes.
Did you, what is 3166 South 39th Street?
So it's a private residence that is across the street from the Target address. I observed that it had cameras on the exterior of the residence that could potentially have video.
And that would be, can you orient us again just off of this map?
Yep, so this is South 39th Street here. So it's going to be approximately right here, and it is on the east side of the street with the camera. There were several cameras on the residence that pointed in a west direction.
Did you meet with that resident owner?
I did, yes.
What was her name?
Lydia Flores.
Did she allow you access to her video system?
She did, yes.
Was she well versed in how the system worked?
She was not.
Okay, so instead of accessing it for you, she just let you look at it yourself?
That is correct. She indicated that she wasn't very familiar.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not
Any response?
It's not hearsay to ask if she was allowed to look at the video system herself.
True, but she was just about to say what Ms. Flores said.
I don't, okay,
If you're going
fine.
to answer it without saying what Ms. Flores said, answer it.
Can you just repeat the question?
Were you allowed to look at the video system yourself and recover video yourself?
I was, yes.
Did you check and see if the video system was in working order?
It was in working order, but I did observe that the timestamp was approximately 1 hour slow.
From real time?
That is correct.
And did you observe this to be a continuous recording stream?
So at the time of the downloading of it, the video system was set up as continuous recording. However, once we did download the files and get it back to to our police building, when I was reviewing the files, it is not a continuous recording. There are gaps within the video. Not really. It's set up to be continuous, but there were definitely gaps in the video.
What time frame did you obtain video from?
We obtained video from 9 p.m. on April 1st until 11 a.m. on April 2nd.
Why that time frame?
That was the time frame that we had been made aware of other events in the investigation. I believe it was phone records and other things like that, that we knew that was kind of the relevant time frame that we were looking at.
Were there multiple video cameras depicting areas that were really not of interest to your investigation?
There were, yes.
And describe that, please.
So there were several cameras, and I observed that only 2 of the cameras on the system would capture anything relevant. Several of the cameras were depicting the backyard, the driveway, in a direction that didn't face towards the target residence.
So what we're going to be talking about today, do you remember what cameras those are?
The ones that were working?
Yes.
Yes, Channel 4 and Channel 5.
Channel 4, I'm going to pull up a video clip here on Exhibit 205. It's a flash drive. And what are we looking at here? It says channel 4 up in the corner.
Yep, so this is channel 4, and this camera was placed in the south, that would be the southwest corner of the residence, and it was facing in a northwest direction.
And is the defendant's residence on this camera or not?
It is not.
Okay, where would it be approximately?
It would be approximately right where the channel 4 is, kind of right here.
What are we going to see on this camera?
On this camera, we are going to see the victim's vehicle arrive.
What does it do? Stop in front or do what?
As it's traveling past, the brake lights do illuminate as it's slowing down, but then it does continue past the residence north.
And date and time?
So as I indicated, so this is April 1st, 4/1 of 2024. The timestamp on here says 8:20 and 11 seconds p.m., and that is 1 hour slow, so this is actually 9:20 and 11 seconds.
All the cameras were an hour slow, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I'm going to start by playing this clip, but when we go to future clips and we're going through these, I'm going to ask you just to say what the real time would be, not based on what's written on the video. Does that sound good?
That's fair, yes.
All right, 9:20 p.m. camera 4. I'm going to play this clip. What do you see?
So you observe the victim's vehicle, and as I indicated, the taillights or the brake lights do illuminate. They come off, and then the vehicle continues traveling north on 39th Street.
And it travels in the direction of what?
Where that T alley that we pointed out on the map is.
I paused it at what would be real time, 9:20 and 57 seconds. I'm going to move on, detective, to camera 5. So based on that, you had seen the victim's vehicle arrive around 9:20, correct?
That is correct.
And then if we look back at Exhibit 206, which I'm not going to pull up here, but what time did the car leave?
The car leaves at 12:47 a.m.
And what time in the other camera, Exhibit 206, did the subject from the bus come walking into the back alley?
At 8:42 a.m.
All right. What are we looking at here?
So this is so the camera is mounted in the eastern corner, the northeastern corner of the residence, and it is pointing in a western direction. And we are this right here is going to be the defendant's residence.
You have watched many hours of video footage from this camera, correct?
I have, yes.
How many hours would you estimate you've spent combing through the video footage recovered from this residence?
Upwards of 100.
Okay. We're going to look at a lot of clips that are going to require us to look at minute details. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes.
Can you describe for the jury what we're going to be focusing on as we go through these clips and why it might be important for us to start with a daytime video?
Sure. So this is, in the nighttime video, it's raining and it's dark and there's a lot of shadows and it is from a distance, so it is difficult to see. But in this daytime video, you can see that this is the defendant's residence, and you have, which is an upper-lower duplex. The defendant occupies, we knew that the defendant occupied the upper of this residence. This is the front bay window or picture window, if you will, where we do see movement in there. And then over here to the left of the screen, which is going to be the south side of the residence, you're seeing a fenced area, and then you see this overhang here. The entry door that is the only door that leads to the defendant's unit is here. There is a second back gate there that leads to that alley that we saw before.
Are we going to be spending some time looking at that back gate?
We are, yes.
Okay. I am going to play the clip I have queued up. What is the date and time in real time?
Sure, it's going to be April 2nd, 2024 at 8:42 and 56 seconds a.m.
And where would this pick up in relation to the clip we watched from the alley of the person from the bus walking up the alley?
So where they're walking up, that person is continuing north and in the direction of where this camera is.
What are we going to see?
We're going to see that same person that we see in the alley, and they're going to come through this gate here. You're going to see the gate open. You're going to see the subject consistent with that same person that we saw in the alley.
Playing this clip from 8:42:56 a.m. real time. Is that the gate opening?
It is.
What do you see?
And you see the person enter wearing the black or dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, and then you can see the person is wearing that tan backpack.
All right, I'm going to back it up to the beginning, playing it again. Is he in the backyard still?
Yes.
I'm going to go to the next clip. Where does this one pick up?
So it picks up where the last one left off, and that person still is in the backyard, and then I believe they enter the residence here.
Judge, at this point, I'd like to ask if the court can ask the jury if they're all able to see this clearly, and if we need to dim the lights, because we're going to be going to the nighttime view of this as well.
Dim the lights. We can definitely dim the lights. Is everybody in a position to see? Or does anybody on the end want to come up into the front seat, in the very front row, or are you all good? They all sound good. Okay.
All right. So this clip picks up at what time, real time?
8:43 and 38 seconds in the AM.
And do you see that subject anywhere?
Yes, so you see that you first saw the door swing open and then the subject entered the door.
And this one picks up at the end of the last clip, correct?
Yes.
So based on these videos, Detective, when can you conclude the person who got off the bus arrived back at Mr. Anderson's residence?
At 8:42 AM.
You've seen the bus video, right?
I have, yes.
Do you know who's on the bus?
Yes.
Who?
Maxwell Anderson.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 487 as that clip plays out. Is that just a still frame from that video?
It is, yes.
And if you could, just write on it the correct time at the top. I moved 487 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Thank you. I can take the pen. So the arrival back to the residence, 8:43:05 a.m. would be this timestamp.
That is correct.
And right in here, hard to see, that's the subject with the backpack.
That is correct.
I'm going to play this clip again. During the daytime portions of this video, are you able to actually see the door opening and closing?
In this, yes.
Okay. When we go to the nighttime, and I'm talking about this side door here.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You see it there?
Yes.
When we look at this in the nighttime, are you going to be able to see that door opening and closing?
No.
Are there times where there's a light?
Yes.
Okay. But if there's no light, you're not able to see it opening and closing?
That is correct.
How about this back gate?
Yes, you'll be able to see that opening and closing.
I'm going to So I've got if you see in the lower right here, there were 527 clips from Channel 5 that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And that was what time frame again?
That was from 9 p.m. on April 1st, 2024, until 11 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024.
All right, we're going to go back to the night before. April 1st, what time?
At 9:20:08.
And what do you know from the other camera happens here?
The victim's vehicle drives past the front.
Right there?
Yes.
Minutes later, what do you see near the gate?
You'll see a motion light illuminate in the back alley there, and then you will see the gate open.
All right, so now we're in the nighttime, so it's much harder to see. So why don't you point out for us where we want to be looking here?
So this is going to be that gate area, and then this is the front window area.
And there's a window up here where I'm circling that you can't see right now because it's off.
Correct, right now.
Does that eventually turn on?
Yes, it does.
And what time are we at here?
We're at 9:23 and 29 seconds.
Playing that clip. Tell me if you see any movement.
That's where we see the motion light activate.
This light right here?
Correct.
And
then
what-
the gate just opened, and then you see human figures moving into the gate.
Okay, I'll back it up a few seconds. Tell me when the motion light goes on.
Right there, you see the light illuminate there. And then you see the gate swing open, and you see human movement into the gate.
What kind of movement?
Human, or you see silhouettes, I guess.
Okay. As I move this clip ahead, the gate has closed.
Yes,
Are you able to see whether those people go to the door, or can you just not see it?
you can't really see.
That clip is finished. Next clip, we're picking up at what time, Detective?
It's going to be 9:25 and 15 seconds p.m.
Shortly after the last clip.
Correct.
And where do we want to look now?
In this clip, you're going to see that the lights come on in the upper.
Tell us when.
Right there, you see a background light come on first, and then you see the main light come on in the front window.
Did you see movement across there?
Yes.
Backing it up 10 seconds, light on.
And then you'll see a human silhouette move through that background light.
Okay. Would that have been consistent or inconsistent with them arriving at his residence around this time?
It would be consistent with that.
Now, you watched these clips throughout the entire night, correct?
That is correct.
Focusing on not only the area over here where I'm circling near his backyard, but also the upper area near that front window.
That is correct, yes.
Next clip. Gonna play this one sped up. What time is it?
It's 9:27 p.m.
And a car drives by at what time?
At 9:28 and 40 seconds.
Next clip. What are you looking at as you're watching these clips?
I had to go through them twice and watch, the door one time and the upper window the next time through, because it's hard to watch both locations at the same time. In this particular clip, there is just human or silhouettes moving in the upper unit.
That you can see?
Correct.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right, where is it?
Right here.
Okay.
And then it just moved out, and then you do see it in that background light as well.
Does that movement consistently occur on that upper unit for a period of time?
It does, yes.
About what period of time?
Between the time of the arrival and when the vehicle leaves.
Okay. Next clip we're picking up at basically 9:30?
Correct.
What are you seeing in the upper?
You're seeing human movement in the upper.
Next clip. Picking up where the last one left off, 9:30?
Yes.
Okay. What do you see?
You continue to see the movement, the silhouettes in the upper unit, in that front window.
All right, this clip ending at 9:32:15. Next clip. We're not going to watch all of these, but essentially, while they're in the upper, you were just looking at that upper window, right?
That is correct, yes.
Do you see more movement?
Yes, you continue to see movement. Appears to be human silhouettes interacting.
Can you tell what's going on or no?
No.
What is causing you to think human movement?
Just based on the silhouettes, the outlines, it just appears as, and like, I guess the height of where it is, it appears that that it would be consistent with somebody standing and the outline of a person as opposed to an animal.
Next clip picking up at 9:35:07 p.m. We're looking at the same window?
Yes.
Okay. Next clip, 9:36:33. That car that's been parked out front is what's happening there?
That car has, the car has moved and is traveling south away from the residence.
As I'm playing it in fast forward, you can kind of see the movement a little clearer. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Could I just for the record ask what clip we are looking at? It starts at 9:36:28 p.m. real time. Sorry, 9:36. Do we have a file name? Yes, it's up at the top. It's like 30 characters long. Just give me 1 minute, please. For the one that's... It's going to be the other way. These are kidding. So this middle number is 203817. Oh. All right. I'm going to go on to the next clip. Time is 9:38:30.
Correct.
What do you see?
Again, you're still seeing movement in the upper. The silhouettes aren't directly in the front right now. It appears that they're kind of in that background light right now.
They moved sort of to the left?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And now they've moved back into that main front window area.
Next clip. 9:40:40.
Yes.
What are we seeing?
And then this one again, they're kind of in that background to the left of the main window area. You see the movement.
Next clip picks up at 9:41:20.
Correct, yes.
What do we see?
You still see human movement up there.
Anything happening in the side yard during all of this time?
Not at this time, no.
Does that change?
Yes.
Next clip picks up, I'm sorry, I didn't announce it. Let me back up here. 9:42:20 p.m. Still human movement in that upper window?
Appears to be, yes.
All right, one more clip from this time frame. Picking up at 9:43:55 p.m.
Yes.
What are you seeing?
It appears that there's still human movement in the upper window.
Which side, the right side or the left side?
The left side. And then right there, this is the first time that we pick up movement in the side yard again.
Okay. What time was that?
Might have to go back, I'm sorry. That's approximately 9:45:08.
And as that's happening, are you seeing any movement in that upper?
It appears that there's still some shadowy movement in the background there in the left side.
Are you able to discern if that's human movement or not?
I am not.
Gate did not open though, correct?
That is correct.
You would have been able to see if the gate opened?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, if you're looking at the back door, oh, clip cut out, but let me go all the way to the end of it there. I have it queued up to 9:45:57, and we zoom in the back door area. Are you able to see whether or not this door is opening or closing in the nighttime?
You are not.
Okay. So that movement you saw right where my mouse is, the gate never opens, but you see sort of somebody about the size of the fence or slightly higher than the fence.
Objection leading.
What? I'll ask her what she can see. What can you see?
Sure. So you can see a subject out there. It's a human silhouette that does appear to be about the same height as the gate.
As the fence?
As the fence, I'm sorry.
You said gate, sorry. Okay, thank you, Detective. I'm going to go ahead. Pick up at 9:57:44. What do you see?
In the left side of the upper window, you're seeing human movement up there.
All right. Pausing it at 9:58:14. I want to just call your attention to Exhibit 312, which will come up on the screen in a second here, hopefully. All right. So if we're looking out towards 39th Street, that movement in the window on the video that's to the left side, it would be where here?
It would be here on the right side.
Okay, near that red couch?
That is correct.
And then when we're seeing that movement in the brighter area on the right side of the front window, what area would that be?
That would be more consistent with over here.
Above that ottoman?
Correct.
Going back to Exhibit 205. Next clip picking up at what time?
9:01. I'm sorry, 10:01:17.
What do you see?
You're seeing movement on that left side.
Can you point it out when you see it?
Right in there. You're seeing what appears to be somebody that's a little bit taller moving through that area there.
Speeding it up. Next clip picking up at 10:03:19. Go back to the beginning. All right. What are you seeing? And point it out, please.
Sure. So you're seeing that movement over on the left side there. And then the movement is moving closer over into that area in the middle. And here you're still just continuing to see the movement back and forth between the two areas there.
Next clip picking up at 10, just before 10:10, 10:09:50, right, Detective?
Yes, that is
All
correct.
right. Let me play it from the beginning. It's only 30 seconds long.
And again, in this clip, you're still seeing that human movement that's a little bit
right at the end of the clip?
Correct.
I'll play that last part again.
Right there.
All right, I'm going to go all the way ahead. What time are we at now?
We're at 11:25 and 11 seconds p.m.
And up until this time, Detective, what we've watched and what you observed on all of those clips, including the ones we've skipped, can you summarize it? Where's the movement you're seeing?
And those ones, you're seeing the movement in the upper unit in that front window.
And then there's one point, it appears to be movement in the side yard, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But that gate it never opens?
Correct.
All right, where does this clip pick up?
So this is at 11:25 and 11 seconds p.m.
11:25 and 11 seconds. All right, playing from the beginning. What do we see?
And you see the gate open there, and what appears to be a human silhouette go out of the gate, and then in the background that motion light does come on again.
Motion light comes on?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to go back to the beginning. The silhouette that you're seeing going out the gate there, or at the gate there, I should say, do they appear to be the same height as the fence?
Yes.
Or shorter?
The same height as the fence.
Okay. Do you see any other lights go on? Or any lights, I should say?
No.
Just this one, I paused it. This one right here?
Correct.
And it's paused at 11:25:21. Does that appear to be the same motion light that went on when the subjects arrived in the back at just after 9:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, playing again.
And then there you do see another light go on, kind of in the background a little bit more.
Near where the garage would be?
Correct.
What do you see now?
Now you see the gate opening.
Now what's happening at the motion light?
Kind of appears as if it's being, like there's movement in front of it that's distorting the view between the video and where the light is coming from.
Now what happened?
Now the light is out.
Okay. So that time that the light goes out would be what, approximately?
11:26 and 17 seconds p.m.
Does it come back?
It does not.
So at around 11:26 p.m., the motion light behind the house is turned off or deactivated?
It appears that way, yes.
Play that clip out. Ending at 11:26 and 27 seconds p.m. I'm going to go ahead up to 11:42 and 10 seconds p.m. In that intervening time, is there really much going on at all?
No.
What are we going to see here?
This is the one time that you do see the back door open, and you're going to see the light on in the back door there.
Does it appear someone goes in?
It does, yes.
And that happens at 11:42?
That is correct, yes. 11:42 and 39 seconds.
So 11:25, it looks like that someone goes out that back gate, right?
Correct, yes.
And then at 11:42, in the back door with the light on, right?
That is correct.
Okay. The motion light never goes back on in between that time, right?
No.
Next clip is going to go to what time?
It's going to be 11:56 and 44 seconds p.m.
And let us know what we're looking at here.
Right there, you see the gate starting to open.
And then the clip ends.
Correct.
I'm going to pick up the next clip, 11:57:19.
Correct.
Okay. What are we seeing here?
So you're seeing that, seeing the gate.
I'm going to go back to the beginning.
The gate is opening further there. And then the motion light is on there.
Motion light's back on?
Correct. And then you do see a human, or appears to be a human silhouette moving through there. And now it appears that the light is being messed with again. And you do see the human movement back there again.
Does that human appear to be, again, the same size as the fence?
Yes.
Next clip, 11:58:55. I'm going to go back to the beginning here. What are we seeing?
So you're seeing human movement in that back gate area.
Now what?
Again, it appears as if somebody's over by closer to that motion light and messing with it. And you're seeing movement again by the gate area.
And the next clip that we pick up with here starts at what time?
It starts at 12:01 and 54 seconds p.m.
And where this one picks up now, the motion light is completely off, right?
Yeah, and I apologize. It's now going to be 12:01 a.m.
Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Does the back gate appear to be ajar?
It does.
Next clip I have up here, this is what time?
It's going to be 12:03 a.m. on the 2nd. And in this clip, the light is out in the front window.
The front window light has gone out.
That is correct.
Okay. The back gate over here still appears to be ajar.
That is correct.
All right. What are we going to be seeing?
You're going to see some shadowy movement in the upper unit, but you can't really tell what it is because the light is out.
Where are you pointing? Where are you referring to?
Right in there. There's
Okay.
appears to be like a gap, and there might be some light in the background coming through that's picking up that movement, but the main light is off.
Now the gate is closed?
Correct.
All right. That gate, to your knowledge from watching these videos, does it swing kind of
Yes, it does.
in the wind?
Correct, yes.
All right. And you know that from watching what clips?
From watching the daytime clips where you can see that there's nobody there in the yard, but the gate is moving.
The very next clip we pick up, that light is back on, correct?
That is correct.
And again, there are minor gaps between some of these clips?
Correct, yes.
This is at, 12:04 a.m.?
12:04 and 49 seconds a.m. on the 2nd now, yes.
The next clip we see picking up at what time?
It's 12:05:22 a.m. And here you're seeing more distinct human movement again in that front window.
I'm sorry? What time? 12:05. So 12:05 a.m., again, you're seeing noticeable what you would consider to be human movement in the front window?
Correct.
Yeah, I saw, I read it. I'm bringing this clip up. It's 12:06 and 59 seconds a.m. What are we seeing?
So in this one, it appears that the gate is open on this one, and then we are seeing what appears to be some human movement. The lights are kind of changing in this one.
All right, I'm going back. The gate appears to be ajar, right?
That is correct.
Are you seeing a person back there or no?
No.
All right. The human movement is where?
It's in the upper front window.
Next clip picking up at 12:09:14.
Yes.
I'm actually going to play the last one more time, and I want you to describe what kind of movement you're seeing in this 40-second clip.
Sure. So in this one, again, the back gate is ajar, but there is no movement back there. And in the front upper window, you are seeing what appears to be human movement moving around up there. And here you're seeing more lights illuminating. The second light comes on.
Next clip picks up at 12:09:14. Back gate still ajar?
Correct, yes.
And what are we looking at in the front window there?
And you're seeing just movement in that area in the front window there.
I'm gonna go ahead. This is picking up at what time? 12:49?
Correct, 12:49 a.m.
Okay. And why don't you narrate what you see as we play through this clip? Sure. And now the gate is closed again.
The gate appears to be closed right now, yes. And there you start to see the gate open. The gate's opening further there, and it does appear that there's human silhouette movement there.
Right in here?
Correct.
At the gate?
Correct.
He's kind of, the person is kind of in the gate doorway, so to speak.
That is correct, and it appears as if they just, looks like they just bent down there.
Duck down?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna go back and play that again. Backing it up to 12:13:15 a.m.
You're seeing the movement there. And then there kind of appears as if they bent down.
Gate is now what?
The gate is still open there.
This clip is coming to an end at what time here?
Sorry, can you move the box just a little bit? It's right on there.
Sure.
It's 12:14 and 40 seconds a.m.
Next clip picking up at what time?
12:14 and 42 seconds a.m.
Right when that last one
Correct.
ended off. Okay. And what are we seeing? Or what are we, why don't you narrate it as it goes through?
Sure. Right here, it looks like the gate is still open there.
That clip ends right around what time?
That is at 12:15 and 45 seconds a.m.
Going up to 12:16:10, what are we going to see in this one?
It appears as if the gate is open, and then you can see it kind of swinging because you don't see human movement, but the gate is moving.
Point it out when you see it, please.
Sure. Right there is where you see the gate moving.
Don't see a human silhouette near it
That is correct.
at that time? Okay.
That is correct.
And this is at 12:18?
Correct.
All right. Is there going to come a time, Detective, where all movement ceases at the human movement in the upper and in the side yard?
Yes.
About what time?
Approximately 12:45 a.m., I believe.
I'm at 12:32:28 a.m. right now. What's happening?
So here you're seeing the gate moving, and you are seeing human movement out there as well.
All right, I'm going to zoom it in and start this one over.
There you see the gate open. There you see the gate opening further there, and you see a silhouette there.
Gate appears to be open or closed now?
Right now it appears closed.
Now what's going on? We're at 12:33 and 42 seconds. What's going on in the upper window there?
I'm sorry. You're seeing human movement up in the upper again.
Never saw the back door open and close though, right?
Correct.
Because it's dark?
Correct.
So the human movement would have been by that brown ottoman that we had in that picture 312?
That is correct.
Okay. Picking up the next clip at 12:42 and 32 seconds a.m.
And there you're seeing that human movement again in the left of where the ottoman is.
All right, and this clip is coming to a close at what time?
At 12:43 and 42 seconds.
All right. Next clip picks up at what time, Detective?
12:43 and 53 seconds.
What are we going to see here? Or I guess, why don't you narrate it when you see it, please?
Sure. So there you're seeing the gate open again.
Well, I was moving the
that's okay.
camera. I'll back it up. Sorry about that.
That's okay. There, the gate is opening again, and you are seeing the human silhouette movement through there.
Comparable height to the fence or no?
Correct.
Gate is, where's the gate at?
The gate is closed right now, and now it's reopening again. That movement is coming through there again. The human movement, I apologize. And the gate is still open right now, and we're not seeing any movement right now.
All right, let me back it up slightly to when the gate opens. So the gate's opening now?
Correct.
Now what are you seeing?
You're seeing the human movement through there?
In the gate doorway area?
Correct. Now it appears there's a little bit of shadowy movement behind the gate as well.
Did you see anything just then?
Yes, it appeared as if there was like a flash of light in the back alley back there.
How many blinks of light?
Appeared to be 2.
2 blinks.
Correct.
Like someone hitting a key fob?
Correct.
I'm gonna back it up. Tell me when you see him.
Right there, 1, 2.
And what time did that happen? I can back it up slightly.
So that's at 12:45 in approximately 20 seconds.
All right. Is there any more human movement that you see on these cameras after 12:45, that clip we just watched?
No.
In the upper unit or in the side yard?
Not that I observed, no.
Until when?
Until when the defendant returns home.
Okay, and that was at
8:42 a.m.
Okay. You've watched the entire night's clips?
Correct, yes.
I have it advanced here to 12:52 a.m. We saw the lights at 12:45, and what time, again, remind us when we saw her car going out of the alley onto Euclid?
At 12:47.
All right, and then, but you do see the gate move at various times, right?
That is correct, yes.
Playing at 12:52 and 14. What do you see?
You see the gate swinging there, but you aren't seeing any human movement associated with it.
And you know from watching these that the gate can move with the wind?
Correct, yes.
Do you see throughout the night anybody coming through the front area, through that front gate, as if to go through the front gate to get to the side door?
No.
And no one appears to enter through the back gate?
Correct.
All right, and at some point, the lower neighbor is outside smoking?
That is correct, yes.
This would be at 5:41 a.m., right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm playing that clip here. You see him outside on the front porch?
Correct.
Did he go in and out the front door?
Yes.
And then if we go all the way up, 8:42 a.m., this would be the clip we started with, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Coming through the back gate there.
Correct. The
Okay.
subject is coming through the back gate.
After the last movement in that, at the 12:45 a.m. hour, that upper front light over here stays somewhat on, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you watched the entire night's worth of video footage that you could watch, and you never see any human movement?
Objection leading.
I'll rephrase it. Did you watch the entire night's worth of video?
I did, yes.
How long did that take you?
Several hours. I watched it several times.
And do you ever see human movement in that upper front?
I do not.
All right, you can have a seat. Thank you. You got one other video related to this, correct?
I did, yes.
So after the...
You know, it's 4:41.
Sure.
It's probably like the perfect time, do you think?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to stop here for the day. Okay, so remember, no talking with family or friends, no investigation, no research, no reading of the social media. Those admonitions are even more important now since we're so far in. Just put this out of your mind until you come back in the morning. Feel free to bring coffee, water, and soda. Wear your juror badges prominently, and have a lovely evening. We'll see you back in the morning. Just leave your notebooks on your chairs.